Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty work on a Wednesday. Adam Copeland, Derek Papa, Tim Webb. Just wrapped up an interview with Steve Berline. Catch that podcast on thesportsleader.com or the Sports Leader app. We'll be joined by Phil Simms at 3:50, talking being the starting quarterback for a quarterback controversy. And then later on, hoping to make the connection with Tim Ryan, as it's going to be difficult to talk to him on Friday with them traveling to Tampa. But Kyle Shanahan spoke to the media today to give us updates on the injury situations with Brock Purdy, Ricky Pearsall, Juwan Jennings. All of them did not practice today, along with Alfred Collins and Mac Jones in a limited capacity, still dealing with the PCL injury.
Don't like that.
Nope.
Why don't we hear from Kyle Shanahan?
Let's do it.
Spoke to the media today after practice. Tim Kawakami asked this question, so you know it's a good one.
Oh, yeah.
Tim Kawakami got in on this. He said, "Yo, Kyle, what's up with you being a running head coach? Guy who likes to run the football." He didn't phrase it like this.
What's up with that?
What's up with that? Because you're not running it well, and you're not running it a lot. Here's Kawakami asking Kyle about the imbalance between the passing and running game.
You've always said try to get to be 50-50 run pass. I know 4-1 is by far the most important stat, but you're 59% pass right now. Are you a little uncomfortable with that, or it's just the way? Like, did you approach these games thinking most of the time we're going to have to throw a little bit more than usual?
No, I think that's more how I feel during the games. I don't approach games that way much. Every game I've ever been in, I understand it can go either way, one-sided or the other. So you're always ready for that, for how a game goes. But no, that's the way these games have played out, and seems like it's been important for it to play out that way.
I mean, the last game, McCaffrey had 22 carries, only for 57 yards. So I think, Kyle has basically said the same thing to us, where it's not like he goes through a game being like, okay, we can't run the football, so we're going to throw a ton. It's just the way the game goes. I think that Kyle always goes into a game having a balanced offense. It's just, if you're seeing that you're not having a lot of progress running the football, then let's go through the air. And if you can win that way, then by all means. But I think that Kyle, he's not going to say anything right now, but it's probably frustrating because he loves to run the football, going back to his days wherever he coordinated, from the Falcons to the Browns to the Texans. He always wanted to run the football. And for the 49ers, that's how they were such an effective offense. It wasn't Jimmy Garoppolo lighting it up through the air. It was Matt Breida and Tevin Coleman and all. It
was mostly Mostert. It was very little Breida and Coleman.
But
I mean, they were there. But Alf Morris.
It was the threat of the run. It was a three-headed, running back, trio. So, but also, yes, Raheem Mostert having that unbelievable, NFC Championship game performance. But yeah,
but he became the starter weeks before that. My point is that's the example you give when you're like overwhelmingly they were running the football. But in the last few years, they've mostly been a 50-50 run team.
Right.
Regardless of who's in the backfield, it's been a 50-50 for the most part run team. Last year, in the last two seasons, we saw some teams emerge as like 55-60% run teams. And the Baltimore Ravens are one. We're close to it. The Eagles are one that have done that a whole bunch, that they run the football a lot. And the Niners dropped from like being a top 2 or 3 in run play percentage to like top 10. Now they're in the bottom.
Let me ask you,
bottom 3.
And I don't think this is like you need to regret this decision whatsoever. But do you think that the running game has been not great because of Deebo Samuel's departure in some way? Because the teams are accounting for Christian McCaffrey so much that there's not another Swiss Army knife, another gadget guy out there than the way that Deebo Samuel was?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. I think it has more to do with blocking. I think it has more to do with outside blocking. I mean, Juwan Jennings is a huge part of the run game in blocking. Hasn't been totally healthy. I asked you about this with Brandon Ayuk. Like, you can sort of line up his injury last year with when J.P. Mason stopped picking up the yardage that he was.
Yeah.
When he goes down, and he was one of the best run-blocking receivers in the league, plus no George Kittle. So you got 3 guys who were in your pass game, who weren't just weapons in the pass game. 4 guys, if you go with Deebo, like you mentioned, that were here last year that are not on the field for them right now. So they're big for you in the pass game, but they're also huge for you in the run-blocking game, the zone run scheme. So I don't know that there's any one thing, and nobody's really been able to pinpoint why it is that even though McCaffrey's been shouldering the load and he's going for 100-some-odd plus scrimmage yards a game and making up like 30-something% of their total scrimmage yards this year.
Yeah. Another talking point out there.
They're just not effective in the run game.
Well, another talking point people have is Christian McCaffrey really running effectively right now? Has he lost a step? I think he's doing fine as a receiver. I don't know. I have to look a little bit more when he runs, but I can't say that definitively.
I don't know. There are people who have said that. I've been saying for a while he looks older. He looks different. I thought he looked like Christian McCaffrey. We just haven't seen him run in space.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He takes big hits. He pops back up. Like, I just feel like we haven't seen him run in space. So again, I'm not a good enough evaluator to feel like he doesn't look like he's old to me.
No.
He doesn't look like he's a battered and beaten running back. I'm concerned about the usage by the time they get to the end of the season, but it doesn't seem to me like it's the fall off or the aging McCaffrey, which is why they haven't been as effective on the ground.
Yeah.
That's not what it feels like to me.
No, I'm curious to see what the running game was like, the opening drive for the 49ers when they had George Kittle. No, not great. No.
What do you mean, week one?
Yeah, week
in
one.
Seattle, what, the opening drive?
Until they had, George Kittle when he was out with the injury.
The opening drive, they went 4 plays, 18 yards, punt. In Seattle, week one?
Yeah, but there was a scoring drive within George
The
Kittle.
second drive was 10 plays, 69 yards, and a touchdown.
Yeah,
So that went for week.
I'm looking right
Excuse me,
here.
that's sorry, Seattle. The first drive of the season for the Niners was 14 plays, 95 yards, and a touchdown. That was an opening drive TD.
They did not run effectively that drive. They scored a touchdown with George Kittle. So I think it's a lot of things. I think it's the offensive line. I think it's George Kittle not being out there. And, yeah, I think it's a little bit of Christian McCaffrey not being the same guy, but I don't think that's the biggest reason.
He ran for 22 times for 69 yards at 3.1 a carry in a long of 13 in that game.
Right. Yeah. Bottom line is they're 4-1, but they're not good running the football right now. So Kyle definitely wants that to change. And I don't know if it's going to change against this Tampa Bay front.
669 says the running
669
says the running game isn't working because of blocking. It doesn't matter who the running backs are if the blocking sucks. It's kind of where I'm at. It feels like I don't think Trent Williams is having a very good season.
He's not.
To this point. He's a guy who I wonder, is his age starting to play a role? It doesn't seem like McCaffrey to me is falling off in that way.
I'm surprised they did not look to his replacement in the draft. Because he's getting up there now. How old is he? 37, 38? And Trent has been one of the better offensive tackles in all of football. But with his age, good franchises always account for the future. And I thought that's a position they probably should have addressed in the draft.
Let's go back out to some of this sound here. Kyle Shanahan was asked by Tim Kawakami
once again
about the possibilities of a trade at the deadline. Here's what Kyle had to say.
Back to the trades. I think John said on the radio that you're going to have to see how the season's going, too, to assess what the situation is. 4-1 as the guy coaching this, does that increase your interest in maybe making a trade or two?
Not really. What increases my interest is who's the guy that can absolutely help us get better this year without hurting us next year, and you balance both of those out. But there's got to be a guy available, and sometimes it's two different things. Sometimes there's one guy who can only help this year. Sometimes there isn't a guy available who's like that. So we'll see what comes up. Sometimes things come up, but I don't see any different right now than how I felt going into the year.
In the Emmanuel Sanders trade was really, you said it, we're maybe one piece away. Do you feel at all similar? I know it's a little ways away to that time.
No, I don't feel at all like that. I think at that time we had a Super Bowl defense that was as good as anyone in the league, and probably had been for 10 years, and it was pretty obvious. And I thought, at the time, some of the receivers we were dependent on weren't there, and we were playing some young rookies, and we thought we needed to add another guy. But yeah, I don't totally see it the same situation as right now.
Okay, two things from Kyle. I like the fact that he says, I want to make a move, but I don't want it to hurt us next season. I think a lot of coaches don't care about that stuff. I think Kyle is very cognizant of that.
Yeah, you have to be.
The second thing is Kyle acknowledged that in 2019 they had a Super Bowl caliber defense. I don't think he thinks as highly of this team as he did back in the past, where they would definitely have to go out and make a move right now. I think he even sees the flaws with this team right now, and they're 4-1. We'll see what happens, but let's not, jump the gun here and say if they trade for this guy, then they could be a contender in the NFC. I think he's like, let's see where we are right now. Mac Jones is playing quarterback. We don't have Nick Bosa. Let's let things play out a little bit.
John Lynch said as much when he met with the morning guys last week, and he said they asked him about making a trade at the deadline. And he said, you have to earn the right to make those trades.
Right.
You've got to be, we talked about it yesterday. When the 49ers traded for Emmanuel Sanders, they had a deficiency at that position. And they knew they had a high-octane offense. They knew they had an elite defense. Nick Bosa had just been drafted. They had specialists there, your D Fords and whatnot. They were ready to go. Like you said, we thought we had a Super Bowl defense. And they needed weapons on offense. 2023, they needed help on defense because they were a Super Bowl offense. And they had the Offensive Player of the Year. And you had the performance of Brock. So they went out and they got Chase Young because he was available. They went out and they that offseason they tried to shore up that position at D end opposite Bosa, and they got Cleve Furl, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then when he went down, they didn't have an edge setter or anything like that. So when they viewed the team as a contender, they bought for that season.
Yes.
But to Kyle's point here, if you buy for this season and it affects you next year, then you're in the same boat next year and you need something. Do you have the ability to do it because you mortgage the future on a player this year? Now, a player like a Max Crosby, a player like a Trey Hendrickson.
Yeah.
Max Crosby's under contract. Hendrickson's not. Hendrickson would not preclude you from doing anything next offseason. And Tim Kawakami reported earlier this year, specific name on this one, that what he has heard within the organization for years is that if they were going to pull off a massive deal, it would be a player like a Crosby or a Hendrickson or a Myles Garrett. Those are the types of guys they would break the bank to go get. That's per Kawakami on his podcast earlier this year.
Okay.
So, again, this isn't to say that they're in on any of these guys, but it's like, to me, the best equivalent is Buster getting Devers. If that guy becomes available, it's like getting Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah.
Did they need him? Everybody needs him. It's Christian McCaffrey. Do you need Myles Garrett? Everybody needs Myles Garrett. He's the best at his position maybe in all of football.
Right.
So if that guy becomes available, or those types of players, and it's got to be a short list of those guys, but if those players become available and you can acquire them, why wouldn't you? If you're doing it just to replace Nick Bosa for this season, it's probably would behoove you to get a different type of player that's not going to bog you down financially like we're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I bring up Cam Jordan, because he's closer to retirement than Max Crosby is. You don't have to worry about the long haul with him. But yeah, I think that it's going to be very difficult for the 49ers to pull off a trade for Max Crosby or even Trey Hendrickson. But yeah, back in 2019, they were 8-0. They were, they were one of the best teams in all of football. So yes, if there's a way that you can improve the football team and Emmanuel Sanders, who Kyle knew from back in the day, yeah, go out and get him. Same thing with Christian McCaffrey. That was a no-brainer. We were all surprised when it went down, even though Tim Kawakami had the report, I think, the day of the trade. And then once that news was finalized during Thursday Night Football, we were like, wow, they actually pulled this off. When we didn't expect Kyle to do this because he gets the best out of, undrafted running backs like Raheem Mostert. And then the Chase Young trade, that made sense because they needed another pass rusher opposite Nick Bosa. So I think it all is contingent on how good this team is at the trade deadline. We'll see. The schedule is favorable.
And how they shop or don't. Again, this kind of the same thing with Buster Posey at the trade deadline. It will tell you what the executives and the coaches think about this team.
Exactly.
If they go in on somebody, you're like, wow, they believe that they're close. It kind of tells you how they treat the deadline, what they feel and what they think this team is capable of.
But I also think that the way they treat the offseason will be a factor as well, because it wasn't like they went out and spent a ton of money. They gave contracts to their mainstays on offense, obviously, with Brock Purdy and defense, but they have to change their whole philosophy of the offseason in order to pull off a high caliber trade at the trade deadline.
One more here from Kyle Shanahan. He was asked, has he thought about what he would say to players if they fumbled the ball before scoring? We're talking about Amari DeMarcado.
Yep.
We've seen this all over the NFL and college football. What would Kyle do? Would he get in his face like Jonathan Gannon did? What would Kyle do if a player dropped it before the end zone?
There's an epidemic in the league right now of players dropping the ball right before they cross the goal line. Have you talked about this with your players? Have you ever thought about how you would react if one of your players did that?
No, I don't think much about how I'd react. I'd always react pretty much the same, as upset as I could possibly be with trying to internalize it all. But yeah, we show stuff, guys. I mean, everyone does. When stuff happens around the league, most people do that. We didn't last week. We had a short week. We do around the league on Fridays. We didn't get a Friday. But yeah, you would think you don't need to show that. You would think Deshaun covered that like 20 years ago. But surprisingly, you need to cover it because it keeps happening. And I have a pretty good feeling people did see it last 2 weeks ago. So I have a feeling sometimes you cover things and it still happens. I'm so curious if that guy let it go before the goal line or not. Looked pretty damn close to me.
So DeMarcado?
I was wondering that too, because
You talking to DeMarcado?
yes, when you see the play with DeMarcado, he does kind of break the plane of the
His
end zone.
arm is out. Is the ball in his hand when he's letting it go? I don't know.
I mean, regardless, he pulled up way too quickly.
There's a guy with him on my fantasy team. I really
Yeah.
wanted to work.
Oh, believe me. Same situation with me.
Anyway, that's what Kyle had to say today. What's this? The powers of pickle juice? That's what we're getting into here?
Oh, you didn't see the article from Matt Barrows?
Are we talking about the grass?
Oh, yeah. Well, sorry, not the grass, but
What are we
like
talking about? No, I didn't see this.
we're talking about when you play in humidity and you are going to like Tampa Bay and you have to stay hydrated. And whether you eat 3 bananas or you drink some pickle juice, it's beneficial
Bananas aren't
for.
about that was more about the cramping, I think, for Mac.
Well, yeah, the potassium. But there's also apparently potassium in pickle juice, and that helps out with football players.
You're telling me that Matt Barrows wrote an article on the 49ers drinking lots of pickle juice when they're in Tampa?
Entirely of pickle juice.
And
yes.
we're going to do a whole segment on the power of the pickle juice.
Yes.
We'll do it next. It's Pickle Rick, Adam Copeland, T-Pop, Tim Webb with you. The power of the pickle juice and how the Niners are using it and going to ride it to victory on Sunday against the Buccaneers. We'll get to it next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The 49ers hit the practice field today. Of note, Brock Purdy, Jawan Jennings, and Ricky Pearsall did not practice, while Mac Jones was limited. Also sitting out was Yetur Gross-Matos and Alfred Collins. So, sweet. For all the latest 49ers news, keep it locked right here to the No Practice Leader.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging on the line because we've got tax questions all the time. Steve, things are constantly changing when it comes to the ERC. What should we know today?
There are listeners that have been waiting literally years to get their checks. What's going on with that? There's 3 different ways for us to hurry the government up, which is important because there's a big morass, a giant pile of paper returns just sitting there. And we want to do something now before the government does something like maybe decide to retroactively end the program and say no money for you even though you were qualified to buy. We don't want that to happen. Or you get a letter from the IRS that says you don't qualify, and the IRS has been accused of doing batch disallowances. What a batch disallowance is just like the name says, they disallow a batch of them, don't even know if you're qualified or not. We have to appeal those, or if you're being audited. That's the big 3. You didn't get your check, or you were told you don't qualify, or you're being audited. There's so much we want to tell you. We have a free consultation. We'll explain everything that we can do. And then if you want us to, we'll do everything for you. The only thing you have to do is pick up that phone and say, hey, Steve, I want my ERC money now.
Steve Moskowitz can help. Give him a call, 1-888-TAX-DEAL, or you can find him online at moskowitzllp.com.
Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty work on a Wednesday. You know what I haven't told you about?
What's that?
How you can qualify for KNBR's Hawaii getaway, our big Hawaii getaway.
Oh, yeah.
Tune in between 3 and 6 for your chance to qualify for one of the grand prize trips to the big island of Hawaii. If you win, you'll get round-trip airfare for 2 on Hawaiian Airlines and a 5-night stay at the Mauna Kea Beach Hotel. Yay! You get the rules at thesportsleader.com. I'll be there. Derek will be there. Tim will be there. John, Joe, Curly will be there. Murph and Marcus. And that's it. And then a bunch of you. A bunch of members of the Filth is my hope.
No salespeople?
No, dude, never. There's never a salesperson.
Oh, that's beautiful.
I know. Can you imagine?
That is beautiful. God, if Roger Gleason was on this trip, that would just ruin my time.
God, dude, he ain't pulling off deals like this. You kidding?
No.
This ain't his account.
Not a single salesperson on this trip.
No, dude, never. This will be my. I think this will be my third Hawaii trip, and no, I've never. By the way, first time I'll ever have a co-host with me on the trip.
Oh, it was just you solo dolo.
I've just been sitting there at a table, me and either Andrew Stern and his fit. I don't know, whatever he had on. And
Trying to put that clean.
Tim Webb, yeah. and then Tim.
You were searching for the words there.
I was going to say crack, but the thing about the engineers in media, it's kind of like they got that plumber thing going.
Oh, they do.
They got that butt crack thing going.
Well,
they're crawling around. They're on the ground a bunch.
Really only one.
Yeah.
I'd never seen our guy Josh Shepard with his crackdown.
No, Josh Shepard's just putting out fires. Is what that guy's doing.
Exactly.
Anyway, that's listen for the cue to call. Caller 10 is going to qualify for one of those grand prize trips, and they'll do the drawing in a couple of weeks. Furnished by Hawaiian Airlines and the Mauna Kea Beach Hotel. Okay, so tell me what's going on with this pickle juice stuff.
So Matt Barrows wrote a whole article this morning on how the 49ers will handle the heat in Tampa Bay. They have an arsenal of remedies, including bananas, sport drinks, IV bags, and pickle juice. The briny liquid has long been known as an excellent source of salt and potassium. That's basically like, they interviewed Evan Anderson, and he's saying no one wants to drink pickle juice during games, so they usually just drink Gatorade. But if you cramp up during a game, pickle juice is the way to go. So I just found it fascinating that Matt Barrows wrote a whole article.
I bet it can help you fast too, because I've been cramping up and eating a banana and then stopped cramping within minutes.
Really?
Oh yeah, banana loaded with potassium. I guess that would make sense with the pickle juice. I had a friend, Maria, who.
Hey Maria,
come
get over here.
Maria, who years ago trained for an Ironman.
Okay.
And it was in Kentucky. She's from the Bay, but she did it out in Kentucky. But when she was training and ramping up for it, she had never done anything like this. I found out all sorts of things marathon runners and people who do these big competitions, they eat sugar cubes and things while they're going. You lose so much liquid. They drink flat soda as part of it. You put it in your water bottle so you can drink flat. I forget exactly what the soda is, but it replenishes a lot of the fluids you're losing. And I want to say pickle juice was a big part of this too, that she did some of this in terms of what it gives you when you're cramping up. You ever drink pickle juice?
Oh, all the time.
Do you really?
I am a pickle fiend. I love pickle juices.
Okay, when you say all the time, just one more layer of Derek.
Yeah,
here.
I know.
One more layer we're peeling back. Ogas have layers. Derek has layers.
Yes.
Because you were thirsty?
No. Okay, so.
Because you can do it. I've had it as a pickleback. You take a shot of Jameson and a pickleback, dude.
Same, yeah.
One of the best backs you could have if you're taking a shot of whiskey.
So pickles are one of my favorite snacks, I guess. And half sour pickles are the best way to go.
Okay.
They gotta be really green. They gotta be what's the brand? Bod Tempe, I think is the name of the brand that has these pickles. But me and my little brother, my brother Andrew, on my mom's side, whenever we would finish the pickle jar, we would do pickle shots. And the person that could do the most pickle shots won. It's usually disgusting, but it was just a fun thing to do. I never knew that you could use.
You said I love pickle juice, but you said that was disgusting. You mean the leftover juice at the bottom of the jar?
Yes, the leftover juice at the bottom of the jar, and you get shot glasses. And it was fun. I usually beat my brother. But yeah, it was a ton of sodium, so you feel like crap after you drank it. But it was just fun. Pickle juice is not bad to drink. And
it's got probiotics and everything. Apparently it's all good for you.
And I remember when I was a kid, I was vindicated because my mom would always say, stop drinking the pickle juice. But I remember the Eagles and Cowboys playing week 1 of the 2000 season. And it was so hot in Dallas.
Dude, Derek remembers this. Dude, you were what, 10 years old?
I was 9. Deuce Staley rushed for over 100 yards or over 200 yards. And I remember the silent reporter just being like, Well, the key to this game, it's so humid outside that the Eagles players are drinking pickle juice. And then John Madden was like, "Oh, pickle juice! Oh, I love pickle juice." So yeah, I've always loved pickles, and I always thought I was weird for drinking pickle juice. And now it sounds like the 49ers will be drinking pickle juice this weekend.
Right. You are weird for drinking pickle juice because you're not a professional football player playing in the heat on Sunday afternoon.
Yeah, I guess that's
You're
true.
just saying, I love pickles. I love pickle juice. I like pickles too. I'm a big pickle guy. Not the sweet ones.
So what's your favorite?
Bread and butter pickle. I don't have a brand. Tim, you with me? Like I don't want the those like sweet pickle chips.
I don't want anything sweet. I like
bread and butter.
Yeah, bread and butter ones. And like I'm more of like a dill. Give me very salty, like a dill chips. They call them like the pickle chips. That
I like
you're
that.
gonna
You guys get down with some frickles?
Absolutely.
What's a
Little
frickle?
frickles and ranch.
Fried pickles.
I've actually never had a fried pickle.
Oh.
Yeah, it's just as I'm describing. Those little chip ones and everything. They just deep fry them.
Maybe I have. They
ranch.
deep fry them. Yeah, they're better. Maybe I have had some of those. Yeah, I'll be down with that. I like pickles.
No, they're really good.
They're
Great bar
polarizing.
snack, yeah.
What I would say is, what's the last time you've had pickle juice? Because you said you love it. You mean more like you eat pickles than you used to as a kid drink the juice.
Yeah, exactly.
You don't consistently do it.
No, I haven't had a pickle in quite some time. I guess the last time I had a pickle was at my mom's place in Florida.
You ever had a pickle and Kool-Aid?
Yeah, I did.
Did you do that with us?
Yeah.
With me and Marcus Thompson?
And I think Marcus was doing more as a joke. I was into it. But like the ones he got in the hood in Oakland, they're spicy. The flavor was not very
in
good.
the hood in Oakland.
That's the way that Marcus said it.
Yeah, he said, we out here in the hood.
Yeah.
He said, Copes ain't know nothing about these parts.
But the key was, you had to like dip it in Kool-Aid.
It was like the Kool-Aid powder. For those who don't remember, Marcus, when he filled in once a day on a Black Friday is what we call it.
Yep.
When Marcus is in. Marcus Thompson of The Athletic, of course. He said, he was bringing up how like they used to have the big jar of pickles at the liquor stores.
Right.
In convenience shops, on the counter where you pay. He goes, yeah, we used to go in after school, grab a pickle,
Spicy Mama.
Get one of those things. Yeah, but these were the individually wrapped pickles. These were different. He was talking about when they were on the jar. Or in
Right,
the
you have
jar.
no idea where they came from or how long they'd
They were
ever
just
been
sitting
there.
in
They
the
were just
jar
there.
on the counter. He was
Those
trying to
were
relive
nasty.
some of this
Yeah.
with us. He was saying they used to buy those with some Kool-Aid, dip the pickle into said Kool-Aid powder, and then eat it. He said it was good. When I tried to do the strawberry, it was gross. The cherry, whatever I did, was nasty. The lemon lime one wasn't bad. I kind of got. I
think I had the jalapeno one, which kind of fit with pickles.
But what I'm saying is like they were flavored pickles that he got.
Right.
I had a regular pickle.
Oh.
I didn't have a flavor.
So no
one.
flavor.
Well, no, because it was
all the Kool-Aid.
Well, it was all about eating because the ones that came in the jars on the counters at the convenience stores, they weren't flavored. He said he even messed up. He's like, I shouldn't have got these garlic,
you're right,
jalapeno. They were like different flavored pickles. Like and I don't know why you guys were dipping those. That sounded disgusting.
It was fun.
It wasn't fun. It wasn't
Experiment with food.
Here we go. What happens to your body when you drink pickle juice consistently? It soothes muscle cramps.
Yes.
Assists with hydration. Fights free radicals. I don't know what that means. It's like an antioxidant thing.
Free radicals, huh?
Yeah. Fermented pickle juice contains antioxidants like vitamin C, E, that combat free radical damage. Free radicals are unstable chemicals found inside the body and linked to diseases like cancer and heart disease.
Gotta watch out for those
Good
radicals.
for you. Yeah, dude. Sounds like a sick band.
Yeah, free radicals.
Dude. Yeah, right. It may support weight loss, can help control blood sugar.
See, it's good for you.
Boosts gut health, may treat low stomach acid levels. Pretty good.
All
Help you
right.
keep hydrated before or after a workout. But note that the high sodium content makes this drink unsuitable for those who are watching their sodium.
Yeah, a lot of sodium. But I think we should try this out. I think let's see who can drink the most pickle juice between the three of us.
I don't want to
Tim,
do
you
a
down?
contest. I told you I'm not an eating contest guy. I'll try things, but I can't. If it's about the magnitude of how much I could have of something, I'm not.
You know what we could do is we could try it at Jack's with our partita shots. And they got a pickle back and everything. See if it's good.
But a pickle back is something I'll do.
I love
I'm
a
just
pickle
talking
back.
about drinking pickle juice on the air.
Yeah, it's riveting radio.
Tim?
I mean, I'm more down for this than than some of the stuff we come up with. So
The hot sauce challenge a couple years ago.
yeah, we get like a water bottle full of pickle juice. See who finished it first.
Ooh,
maybe.
that's a lot.
Well, when you're saying shots, what are you thinking? How many shots could you do of pickle juice, and how frequently are we doing them?
I don't know. We'll have to think this one out. But yeah, pickle juice. It's pretty good.
510 says Free Radicals is a band. Tim, any knowledge on the Free Radicals?
I just know the new radicals.
The
You
New
get what you
Radicals,
give is
yes.
my knowledge.
Not to be confused with the band The New Radicals.
510 says, thanks for the Chat GPT pickle update, Copes. SMH. That was not a Chat GPT pickle update, I promise you. I went to a website that was written, verywellhealth.com, on pickle juice. Wrote a whole article on this.
How often do you use ChatGPT?
Daily.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I don't use it to give me information. I use it to display. I use it to like build rundowns for Stanford pregame.
Okay.
I use it to like build, like you can ask it to do things for you. And now my ChatGPT has gotten to know me a little bit.
Yeah.
So it like knows kind of what it'll ask you. Like, do you want me to build a worksheet for you? Like I've used it to assist in everyday life and things. Yeah.
I don't use any AI.
I'm telling you, you're missing out. It's not. People
I'm
think
not, I'm not saying it's like a
people think it
stance or
makes you,
anything.
people are like it makes you stupid or it makes you dumb. I was like, dude, not if you're using it the correct way. I use that now more than I use Google.
Really?
Because Google half the time just gives you that stupid Google AI blurb at the
Yeah.
top anyway, which
And
is
I usually rely on that.
which is frequently inaccurate.
Right.
It's frequently inaccurate, and it's sourcing things from a bunch of different places. But I can ask things to ChatGPT to give me categories of certain things. I can break down into worksheets. I've used PDFs from there for certain things. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay.
I use it all the time.
All right, maybe I need to consider it because our guy Josh Shepard made a whole song about Mac Jones, a rap song, just using AI.
Well, see, I'm not using. What I'm saying is, I'm not using it to create things like that.
Right,
I'm not using it for audio, or not using it for. I haven't done like stupid imagey.
No, yeah, I know.
nothing like that. I'm saying I use it for like preparation for things. Even in your everyday life, you can use it for stuff.
Okay. Well, I may have to use it for a rundown then, so we don't have this pickle segment.
Well, you could. I mean, you could ask it things like, if you were going to build a rundown for a radio show, for a 4-hour radio show.
I've done that before.
Based on this, and then here's the thing: taking any one thing that it gives you, you have to go deeper and deeper and deeper.
Of course.
You have to use it as an assistant to you, not as your brain.
I tried it out one day, and it gave me like a very generic thing, but
How specific? I mean, you can ask it very specific things.
yeah, kind of scares me though,
Why?
because these robots will take over.
They already have. Everything in your life. Anybody who's like, dude, I don't use this because I don't want them knowing what's going on here. Like, I'm like, dude, you carry around a phone every day.
Yeah, that's true.
What are you talking about?
But we're this much closer to Skynet,
What's that?
Terminator 2.
Oh,
Judgment
yeah,
Day.
yeah. Well, it's all coming. It's
Yeah,
all coming.
it is.
Can't stop it. May as well lean into it. War of the Rise of the Machines. All right, we'll take a quick break. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Steve Young on the QB controversy. Does Steve know about a QB controversy?
Oh, he does.
He's familiar?
Yes.
We'll get into it next. He joined the morning show earlier today. We'll hear from Steve Young next. Actually, we're going to hear from him on the show next Wednesday, but we'll play you some of what he said about Brock and Mac earlier
dirty
this
work.
morning. Dirty Work, the greatest show in America on the Sports Leader.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
New Radicals? What was the other one called? What the Free Radicals, what we're saying is the...
No, the New Radicals.
The Free Radicals are what are in your
This
are in
was
your gut.
in pretty much every 90s movie trailer. Or at the end of the movie.
Can you give me a specific one?
I want to say Notting Hill.
Pretty much every. Or at the end. Notting Hill. You ever seen Notting Hill?
Oh, yeah. A lot of good scenes with Julia Roberts in that movie.
Is that her and Hugh
Grant?
Hugh Grant?
Yes.
Yeah. I'm not a big Notting Hill guy. People like that one. I'm not big on Notting Hill.
I don't know why. Yeah.
Hard pass.
I'm a rom-com
Hard
guy.
pass?
I'm a rom-com guy, but not big on that. Hard pass, huh?
I don't know why I'd waste my time watching Hugh Grant in anything, honestly.
Oh, you don't like Mickey
You hate
Blue
Notting-
Eyes?
Yeah, what's wrong with Hugh Grant?
Wow, okay, about romantic lead Hugh Grant. No interest.
4 weddings and a funeral?
Yeah, dude. Beautiful. Can I,
4 empty chairs, right?
Tim,
Okay.
I didn't know Tim had Hugh Grant disdain.
Tim hates a lot of things. He hates Breakfast at Tiffany's.
But
Not
if
the
you,
movie.
if you press him on it, though, sometimes he just kind of wilts on it, though. He doesn't really have, like, what's your read? You're like, God, I don't want him in a romantic lead. Who do you like to see in a romantic lead,
Not
then,
wasting
Tim?
a lot of time watching rom-com. Sorry,
No,
I
guys.
didn't
Well,
know
that's fair.
rom-coms were a waste of time, Tim. Sorry.
Whoa.
I'm into rom-coms. I'm down.
Hey, you do you,
It's a
buddy.
good
I'm not here to
formula.
yuck your yum.
But you started by saying you didn't want to see him in a romantic lead. So who do you like seeing in a romantic lead, Tim?
Tom Hanks.
Sure. Arnold?
Arnold's never the romantic
What?
lead.
What?
Who
And what do
else?
and Tom Hanks, by the way, like he's not playing he's on rom-coms a whole bunch.
You've got Mail, Sleepless in Seattle.
Those two, right. Sleepless in Seattle, by the way, psychopath in that movie.
Is he?
No, what's her name? Meg Ryan.
Oh, is she?
I mean, dude, she's listening to a national radio show from across the country, and she tracks him down in Seattle. And it's like, I think I'm the woman for you. When he's like crying on the radio show because his kid called in and was like, I miss my mom. I don't have a mom.
I got to see this movie.
You've never seen Sleepless in Seattle?
I haven't. I've seen You've Got Mail, mainly for Dave Chappelle as the best friend.
Yeah, which is kind of wild. He's not in it very much.
No, he's not.
Yeah.
He's Tom Hanks' best friend in that movie.
Yeah, it's sort of bizarre. I'll give you Hugh Grant in a Love Actually.
Never seen Love Actually.
Solid. I'm a Love Actually. I'm down with that. Notting Hill, probably one of his. Bridget Jones' Diary.
I have to admit, I think the only rom-com I've seen is probably Notting Hill and You've Got Mail.
The only rom-coms you've ever seen?
Yeah.
Along Came Polly is a rom-com, brother.
Okay, yeah. Okay, I've seen
I
that.
think you've seen a lot more rom-coms than you think.
Would you count like
Tim,
Knocked Up?
do you like Along Came Polly, or is that a waste of your time because it's a rom-com?
It's got Philip Seymour Hoffman in it in an iconic role.
It's
so I'm a Polly
it's
guy.
a rom-com. So you're like, I don't like rom-coms. I'm like, you're generalizing these movies that you very much do like.
Just saying I don't prefer it. That's all.
Would you? Okay,
You can bully me if you
I'm
want.
not trying to bully you. I'm saying you're going to come with a take on this. I'd like you to defend yourself.
Said I didn't prefer it.
Yeah, and I'm saying if you're going to say don't want him in a lead role, then give me who you want.
Just never really sought out a Hugh Grant. I'm sorry. I'm going to go to
No,
the
that's
old
fair.
Blockbuster and go,
All
where's
I
the
said
Hugh
was- all I
Grant
said was,
section?
didn't know Tim had disdain for Hugh Grant, and then it became I don't like rom-coms, and I've just debunked that. So
I just don't waste a lot of time doing it. That's all.
Would you count a lot of the Apatow movies as rom-coms, like Knocked Up or 40-Year-Old Virgin?
Those are more true comedies. Those are
Yeah.
straight comedies, I feel like.
and they're
'Cause, like,
more men-oriented.
Here's what I would say. Rom-coms have a very specific formula in my mind.
Okay.
A rom-com is two people, this is generally how it starts. Two people don't know each other. They meet each other. They get together. Something keeps them from being together. And then they get back together at the end. That's generally the formula.
Okay.
Meet cute, can't get together. Something causes them to not be together. And then something brings them back together.
wait a minute.
But every rom-com has got to have a twist, which is what
Yeah.
makes it fun or interesting. Along Came Polly's twist is like he's
uptight.
He's the risk assessor.
Yeah.
And he's known her since high school. Like, there's that angle to it. Plus, you've got the side stories. Like,
Right,
of course, it's deeper than that, or there's more levels to it than that, layers to it.
Right.
But yeah, that's pretty much it in a nutshell.
Okay, how could I forget the best rom-com of all time? Have you seen the parody movie of a bunch of rom-coms called They Came Together?
No, I don't think I have.
Paul Rudd, Amy Poehler, Bill Hader. There's a ton of comedic stars in this movie. It's a parody of like You've Got Mail and Sleepless in Seattle. It's from David Wayne, who made Wet Hot American Summer. It's a hilarious film. It just makes fun of rom-coms.
I would say that, like you were asking about like Apatow and those.
Yeah.
The closest one for me would be 50 First Dates. could be considered a rom-com.
Okay, I've seen that one as well.
Because it is based around him getting with somebody, right?
Right.
How about She's Out of My League? I like that movie. Jay Baruchel.
Yeah, yeah.
I actually never saw that one.
Yeah, I feel like that one's more straight comedy, but I'm with you. That one does work.
Keegan Miller is a character named Stainer.
Dude, yeah, that guy's funny. Stainer, dude.
Forgetting Sarah Marshall?
Oh, absolutely.
That's what I just said, yeah.
Oh, my bad.
I love that
I
movie.
said
Okay,
if I were going to go Apatow theme, Forgetting Sarah Marshall
My bad.
fits that mold. 50 First Dates, I'd say, is a rom-com.
Yeah.
Wedding Singer is a rom-com.
Okay.
But Tim
All right.
hates Tim doesn't
You know
like
what? You
rom-coms.
made me
though.
wilt. Yeah, when you
That's
got
what
me
I'm
with
saying, dude. I'm
Forgetting
like,
Sarah Marshall, I
You
do love
guys
that
are,
movie.
you can't go blanket on these things. You know what I mean? Like there's a lot of good ones out there.
I'll just blanket my hate for our guy Hugh Grant. Okay.
I would say, yeah, okay, that's fine. You don't have to be a big.
By the way,
Grant
707 saying they came together could be a porno title. That's the joke.
It's kind of. I think that was the point.
That's the point.
Can I offer you a hitch, Tim? You know the hitch.
I don't need Kevin James.
I'm not a
dancing
hitch
around.
guy.
I didn't think either
I'm
of you
not-
guys.
I'm not a
I don't
hitch
think either of you
guy.
guys were going to be hitch types. I think my favorite rom-com, one of my favorites ever. Just I'm big on time travel. The movie About Time. Rachel McAdams.
Oh, I know of it, yeah.
Dude, it's honestly a solid movie. It's a movie where
The British dude?
The British dude. Yeah, the premise is he's the new guy in the show The Paper, which is the Office spinoff.
Yeah.
The premise of the movie is when you turn in his family, his dad tells him when you turn 18, all the men in our family have a
Yes.
superpower where you can go back in time.
I remember the
But
trailer.
you can only go back in time to places where you've actually been.
Right.
So he can go back to like New Year's last year or whatever. He has to close. He can't just go somewhere else in time wherever he wants, but he can only go places that he's been before. So he, of course, uses this to make Rachel McAdams fall in love with him. It's a solid movie. I enjoy that movie.
Okay.
It's a
Would you
good
count
one.
would you count there's something about Mary?
No, that's more straight comedy.
There's a love interest there.
Yeah, but just love interest doesn't make it a rom-com.
Okay. What
That
about
one, that one I would say more straight comedy. I would say like When Harry Met Sally is like the classic traditional.
great movie,
One
great
of the
movie.
first like major rom-coms, I
Yeah.
would say.
No, that's a solid flick.
Yeah. Friends with Benefits. You ever seen that one?
You mean
Mila Kunis and
No Strings
Justin
Attached?
Timberlake. That's the one with Ashton Kutcher and Jennifer Garner, I believe. Which is
No.
like,
Come
Not
on,
Jennifer
man.
Garner,
Natalie Portman.
Natalie Portman. Sorry, I didn't mean that. Yeah.
Natalie Portman. Love Natalie Portman.
Okay. Didn't know we hit a chord with Portman, dude.
All-time crush.
So you like that one then? No Strings Attached.
I haven't seen it. But it's basically the same movie as Friends with Benefits, right?
They came out like almost around the same
Yes.
time. It's like when they did that movie Olympus Has Fallen and White House Down. I was like,
Yes,
it's the same movie, dude.
It's
I was like,
basically
what
Bugs Life and Ants.
coming out like the same time.
It's like Deep Impact and Armageddon.
Yeah,
It's sort of the same deal.
Dude,
Like, what are we
nailed
doing?
it. Exactly.
Finding Nemo Shark Tale.
No, that's a little different, isn't it?
Oh, it's just the same
How
premise,
about
really.
Tombstone and Wyatt Earp
Yes.
coming out in like within a year of
Yes.
each other? It's like, this is the same story.
It's the same movie, dude. It's the exact same thing.
Yeah.
All right. We nailed some. How about Crazy Stupid Love? You ever seen that one?
I have not seen that movie.
That's a solid one, too. I like that one, too.
right.
Dude, I'm a rom-com guy. I'll get into a rom-com.
Okay.
You know why? Mostly, too? They're simple. They're usually pretty funny. If you get a good one. You get some really bad ones, too.
How about Annie Hall?
How about stop recommending anything Woody Allen?
I knew you were going to do that.
Yeah.
It's a solid movie.
And
though.
No, it's
would.
not. No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Nope. No.
And Hugh Grant sucks.
All right.
What are you going to request? Some R. Kelly next, too? Some of that coming back?
He's got some hits.
Come on, dude. We can't be doing that. Can't be doing that.
I wouldn't recommend it.
I'll ride the bid out different than I will like Jeter wouldn't ride that Schlittler
dude.
bid out. Yeah.
Come on, man. Killjoy.
Come on, Jeter. Get have some fun, dude.
Yeah.
650 says Wedding Crashers. Yeah, I think Wedding Crashers might qualify as a rom-com.
Yeah, a little bit.
Tim?
Feels like a com-com to me.
It does, but
It's
it
a
fits,
com-com.
It fits all of the premise that I'm pointing out. Find love, can't be together. Want to be together, can't be together, then get
Okay,
together.
I retract my take
Kinda
to
fits
just I just hate Hugh Grant. How about that?
That's
That's
good.
fair.
I'm
That's
down.
fair.
I'm down with hating Hugh Grant. That's good. All right. 415 says,
Elizabeth Hurley, what are you doing, man?
415 says, I love you, man. I don't know if I love you, man is.
That's a buddy comedy.
It's a buddy comedy.
Yeah.
Well said.
Yes.
Yeah. Kind of like the new one that just came out too with Paul Rudd and
Same kind of movie.
what's that? What's his
Tim
name?
Robinson.
Tim
Friendship.
Robinson. Yeah, Friendship.
God, that movie's so cringy, but it's hilarious.
650 just says, call me
Kitty Cat.
Kitty Cat.
She's still in the house.
Now people are just saying movies. 925 Dodgeball. No, it's not a rom. Dodgeball's not a
Well, Peter
rom-com.
LaFleur ends up with Ben Stiller's wife.
Come on, dude. 408, by the way, great knowledge. Says Derek, it's like when Hotel Rwanda and Hotel for Dogs came out. Basically the same movie.
Basically the
and
same
Cheadle's
movie.
in both. You know what I mean? Okay. We'll take
I
a
have a
break.
whole sketch about that.
We figured nothing out, by the way, in terms of QB Steve Young's quarterback controversy before Phil Simms is going to join
Yeah,
us. here.
let's just say this, that Steve Young is well versed in quarterback controversies, and there'll be creative tension between Mac Jones and Brock Purdy for the better. There you go.
Okay.
I summed it up for you.
All right, there you go. Perfect. All right, Phil
Covered
Simms.
a lot of ground there.
Phil Simms, former Giants quarterback, is going to join us talking about QB controversies here. We'll do that with him next. And we can whip around the league with Phil Simms a little bit as well, talk about what's going on across the NFL. It's dirty work. Tim, don't be blanketing yourself, man. You like rom-coms.
I hate Hugh Grant.
Some- don't like
some of
Hugh
these
Grant.
movie recommendations now on the text line. Have you guys seen Drowning Mona? It's a great movie.
Watched it recently. Great cast, they said. I'm not-
Drowning Mona.
What was
the
it?
Danny DeVito movie?
I'm Mona, man.
Have you guys seen Space Cowboys?
Dude, yeah, no, I don't want to watch Space Cowboys. Did somebody say that?
No, I'm thinking like blockbuster movies from
dude,
back in the day.
Space Cowboys, bro. Is that with
Clint Eastwood, Tommy Lee
Tommy
Jones.
Lee Jones, dude? Yeah. Oh, come on, man. Jesus. No. You, me, and Dupree, 415. Okay, we'll take a quick
We're
break.
just recommending movies
We're just
now.
saying the names of movies now. When we come on back,
That was a film.
Phil Simms. We'll find out if he's a rom-com guy next. That's dirty work on the
I know Thiesman is.
the Hugh Grant leader.
It sound right, boy. It sound right, boy.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
If you're getting your overnight oats ready and setting your alarm clock for tomorrow, don't forget to catch John Lynch with the Morning Show Bonanza tomorrow at 8 a.m. with all the latest out of 49er land. That's 8 a.m., alarms, overnight oats, and the sports leader.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Tony's Pizza Napolitana. I love talking pie. I love talking pizza with you guys. I love talking Tony's Pizza, especially Tony's Pizza in North Beach. It's the gold standard. Been talking about this with you guys for a few weeks now because I've been eating Tony's Pizza since I was like 9 years old. Not a joke. Back in the East Bay, used to go to his spot Paisanos out there in the East Bay. Then now he's thriving in North Beach and all over the Bay Area with pizzas in every style. Everything they do is spot on. Neapolitan, New York, Detroit, Sicilian, grandma style. Whatever you're into, they've got it, and they do it to perfection. I'm a sucker for the New Yorker, big, bold, and cheesy. The Diavola pizza, when I want that spicy kick and don't sleep. On the other menu items, the penne alla vodka pasta, they've got Nona's famous wings, or the honey fried chicken sandwich. It's all phenomenal stuff. Here's the best part. You don't have to be in North Beach to get it. Tony's has a location now inside SFO, so you can grab a world-class slice before you fly or on the way back, or hit up Slice House. They're all over the Bay, including Chase Center and Levi Stadium. If you've never been, make it happen. I promise you'll enjoy it. Tony's Pizza Napolitana. Go hungry. Trust me, you're going to leave happy. It's Tony's Pizza Napolitana.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Wednesday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop with you. We have made the connection with our guy Phil Simms.
All right.
Longtime quarterback in the NFL and a guy who knows a lot about what we're going to talk about here with a little bit of a quarterback controversy. Phil joins us on the UMA guest line. What's going on, Phil? How you doing, man?
Hey, Phil.
Hey, guys. How you doing? I'm doing well. 49ers are trying to keep you guys happy. They're pulling out victories right and left, which honestly I like seeing. So quarterback controversy. Oh, my God, but go ahead.
Well, it's funny. We had Steve Berline on a little while ago. We talked to him about what happened in 91 where Troy Aikman went down with an injury, and he stepped in and ended up playing into the playoffs for the Cowboys before they were eliminated. Wanted to talk to you on the other side of things. I mean, Jeff Hostetler steps in for you at some point and wins a Super Bowl there, and we're looking at Mac Jones, who was a first-round draft pick and ties to Kyle Shanahan previously. Now, the last pick of the draft, Brock Purdy, gets paid. He's out. There's not really a controversy now because there's only one healthy quarterback. But you see anything linear here, anything similar between that situation and what you dealt with?
No, me, I was hurt and out for the year, and it was late in the year. It wasn't as early as this, which I think, puts a little something on it. I don't know what is Brock Purdy's status right now. He's definitely out for this coming week.
He hasn't practiced. Yeah, he's not this week practice, and there's some reports that there's been a setback, and he's still working through the turf toe.
Oh, well, that happens. Sometimes when you're hurt and there's a setback because you just rehab too hard. You're trying, doing everything you can to get back on the field. So when I hear these things, I'm never surprised because that's why they're where they're at. That's the reason why. They're tough. They want to get out there and play. But I would just say this, no. I knew when I was watching the game the other night, I went, oh, man, if he pulls this out, there's going to be quarterback talk out there.
Yeah.
But, it's good talk. It's good radio for you guys, and the fans love it because they know more than the coaches. But, Mike, let me say this. Damn, I've always liked him. I thought he had a really good rookie year up in New England. He made the Pro Bowl, for real. Played well in the playoff game up in Buffalo against the Bills. The stats were terrible, but the team was terrible. They did not help him. He played well. But what they got there is a great insurance card. That's what it is. And, man, Kyle Shanahan knows him, and I was not shocked that they signed Mac Jones during the offseason because Kyle Shanahan can design an offense that fits him pretty easily, just like he did one for Brock Purdy. And we saw that offense. Catch the ball, make the right read, get rid of it. And he did a wonderful job of that. And let's be honest, too. Towards the end of the game, I was laughing. I think maybe they even were talking about it on TV a little. His damn uniform was everywhere. His pants are halfway down. I mean, he looked like he took a beating from hell. But he's tough. Listen, he's tough as hell. He did play for Nick Saban and Bill Belichick. So right there, he's pretty toughened up or whatever. And again, Kyle Shanahan's no walk in the park either. But what a good job they did with the offense to design his decision-making. That's what you always want to try to do when you lose your starting quarterback.
Talking to Phil Simms on the UMA guest line. Yeah, Phil, we're in agreement with you. There is no quarterback controversy. The truth is that they're going to play Mac Jones until Brock Purdy's 100%. But we're talking about this as a long-term thing because Mac Jones is under contract for the next 2 seasons. So we know about 1990. You were hurt, and Jeff Hostetler filled in and won the Super Bowl. But what was 1991 like, where you both were healthy, Bill Parcells was gone, and you both were competing for the starting job?
Yeah, it was okay. It wasn't rough or whatever. We both had chances. I can't remember why I actually started playing. Maybe Jeff got hurt. I played pretty well. I remember throwing the ball, and we threw it more, and I was like, well, this is pretty cool. And but yeah, it's rough in a certain sense, especially when he was part of a winning Super Bowl team, and so was I. So that decision becomes a lot tougher than most quarterback little things we see around the league. Now, you got 2 quarterbacks that won the Super Bowl, played well in the playoffs, all that stuff. Yeah, there's going to be a little animosity by certain groups, and you just live through it.
What else can you say?
From a coaching or like a GM standpoint for John Lynch, they have to look at this. You mentioned it as an insurance policy, but we've been discussing when you have this kind of value in a quarterback in the way they have now with Mac Jones and the way he's played, you look around the league, and now Kyle could get a reputation for this. I mean, Sam Darnold left and found success elsewhere and is now a starting quarterback in the league. I wouldn't be surprised if the same thing happened with Mac Jones. Is he more valuable to them as a trade piece, you think, or an insurance policy beyond this season?
Oh, no, there's no doubt. It's insurance policy. I would not trade him. I don't know what he's making the next 2 years. I doubt if it's like big time.
It's
money.
not. It's pretty small.
But,
yeah.
Yeah. So, hey, if anything, keep playing well. They'll bump up your pay, for the next 2 years. Who knows? But, yeah, I think it is just a really good situation. I look at it and I kind of laugh about it, not laugh, but go, I know this is going to come up. Brock Purdy, I'm pretty sold on him. He's got good movement. The guy's quicker and faster than everybody gives him credit for. And he's, overall, he's a good decision maker and a good thrower. So don't try to mess with it and play with anybody's minds. When it's his turn and he's healthy to go, get out there and show everybody that you've done before, and you'll do it again.
You mentioned that you like what you've seen from Mac Jones this season. You were a first-round pick just like Mac Jones, and it took you a couple seasons to figure things out. How long did it take you to feel comfortable as an NFL starting quarterback?
Not long, couple games. It's not what. Yeah, it was hard to figure out because we weren't any good.
Yeah,
and that has a lot. I laugh about this all the time about everything in this situation. Oh, we need to get another quarterback. Get the quarterback, and then look at the quarterbacks we say that about, and what happens? Oh, Sam Darnold. Oh no, we got Daniel Jones. How's that working out?
Yeah.
Baker Mayfield. Oh, they can't do it, and we see now. It comes down to this. If the quarterback has the talent, if he's tough enough, and it means so much to him, if he's in the right situation, and what I mean by that is the coach, the system, and the players around him. If they give him a chance, they will get it done. But we don't do that. I mean, every day I turn on the damn TV in the morning, and I really want to throw something at him. Well, the quarterback week was, 97 instead of me. And he threw 4 touchdowns, but he did throw an interception. And I just wow. I need to be on one of these shows to be the guy that sits over and just every time goes, let me throw a flag on that. That is the dumbest damn thing I've ever heard.
Talking to Phil.
Let's be honest.
Yeah, I'm with you.
We agree.
It's true. What's that?
Just saying we agree. Yeah, like all those shows, talking head shows, all the debate shows, they just focus on what was the end result and not the actual good quarterback play.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm really anxious to see the game this week, playing the game's in Tampa,
it's
right?
in Tampa, yes.
Yeah, so that's, I think, always a big plus for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. But I'll just say this about Baker Mayfield. I've always liked him. Of course, Cleveland decided they're going to screw up every quarterback situation that's been in the NFL, and it's hard to listen to and watch or whatever. But it didn't work there. But Todd Bowles was asked this question. Can you explain to us Baker Mayfield? And he goes, yes. I could say to Baker Mayfield to walk across the room and stick his face into that fan, and he wouldn't even ask a question. He'd go do it. And I said, well, that's pretty funny. But that shows you who he is, why his teammates don't like him. They love him.
Right.
And they should. One, he's got the personality of a quarterback that you want. It's aggressive, and he knows how to use it. And his arm, he is a tremendous thrower of the football, and he's a lot more mobile than anybody thinks too. I mean, I think he's playing as good as any quarterback in the NFL, and he has been. So we'll see what Mac Jones does against that team. Todd Bowles is not afraid to do a little bit of everything, so it won't be an easy week once again. But the one thing we learned really last week too, watching Mac Jones, he can take a hit, and that's a big thing, too, to be a starting quarterback in the NFL.
Talking to Super Bowl winning quarterback Phil Simms on the UMA guest line. So how would you evaluate the 4-1 division leaders right now in the NFC? You got the Lions, you got the Eagles, the Bucs, and the 49ers. How do you see these 4 teams right now?
Wow. The Lions, the Eagles. Well, the Eagles, I just go, I don't know how you can mess this up, but they're trying. They had a meeting today for 2 hours or yesterday.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. There's worse than when I hear, team meeting or this or whatever. Oh, I just go, oh, please stop it. Just come on. What the hell are you going to get done in there? Nothing. Oh, yeah, we figured everything out. No.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I look at the Eagles going in a rough spot. It's hard to say that when you're 4-1. But it's because they got some guys beat up like everybody does in the league. And it's just not clicking right now. Saquon's not getting the holes to run in that he did. And, so that's the Detroit Lions, their energy, their play on offense once again, man. And the head coach, and here's the other one. I'm embarrassed to say this, but Jared Goff is one of the best damn quarterbacks in the NFL. And I remember him in L.A. when he was playing. I go, he's never going to make it. He can't throw the football well enough. Well, he answered the bell and told me to shut up and a lot of other people to shut up. And, I mean, he is damn good week in and week out. His bad weeks are – I would jump up for joy if I put up some of the numbers he does in a bad week. So, yeah, they really catch me. And, of course, I still believe the Philadelphia Eagles have a tremendous amount of talent. And those are two – and, of course, the 49ers, I put them in there. But, man, they're doing it with – this just shows you how tough they are. And they got the grit and all that to be beat up and still come out and perform the way they did. And that's going to be a really good game down in Tampa this weekend.
Absolutely.
Talking to Phil Simms here on the Yuma guest line. Thought on the trade that went down yesterday, Joe Flacco going from the Browns to the Bengals. How about that in-division trade? They're saying he's going to start this weekend, Phil. I mean, the guy's incredible what he's been doing over the last couple of years, getting off his couch, coming over mid-season now to a new team. I mean, how hard is it what they're asking him to do to keep them afloat?
Man, what they're trying to do is to keep this team, win some games, and somehow get later in the year, and they think Joe Burrow, if he's back, he can carry us through and get to the playoffs. And, my first guess is I can't imagine this is going to happen that way.
Yeah.
Joe Flacco, to me, I thought about this a few minutes ago, just talking about the whole situation. You remember the loss, let's see, they were the Oakland Raiders at the time.
Yeah.
You remember George Blanda?
Yep.
That would come into the game, it seemed like every week, that 4 o'clock game, there they are. They're 10 points down. He drives them for the touchdown. He drives them for another one. They win the game. Or he kicked the winning field goal.
Yeah, right.
And why I picked that up, it was true. But what makes me think about it is that Joe Flacco coming off the bench can give you instant energy because the guy does still have a really good throwing arm. And to get him in there, it kind of sparks the team. And that's the way I look at it. Instead of starting him and letting him play from the beginning. I thought maybe the Bengals would bring him there, let him be the backup, see if Jake Browning could really get it back together like he did 2 years ago. So they're going to start him. I just say to that, good luck. Can you stop somebody on the defensive side just one time in a game? That would be great. And can you protect the quarterback better, which I second guess too. And, oh, yeah, that's right. They let the defensive coordinator go to the to the Indianapolis Colts. How's that working out? Pretty good for him, that's for sure.
No, definitely. A couple more minutes with Phil Simms on the Yuma guest line. Your son Chris Simms and Kyle Shanahan have a very close relationship going back to their Texas days. What have you made of the coach and offensive play caller that Kyle Shanahan has turned into?
Oh, hell, I don't know. I don't think I'm surprised. He's like his dad. Been around his dad his whole life.
Yeah.
Mike was a tremendous play caller and designer and whatever. I mean, it was like what I loved going out there and watching them practice. I'll never forget one of the first practices I went to after I retired. I go, yeah, John Elway's got a good arm. Okay, I got a pretty damn good arm myself. Okay, or I did. And so I'm standing behind them in practice. They bring me up, let me stand right behind them, listen to the play calls in the huddle. They got like 30 words to every play, which I couldn't even think about trying to do. But after about 20 minutes, I go, yeah, Elway does pretty damn good. And that was the end of that. Seeing it in person is one thing, but, when you compete against other guys and other quarterbacks, you don't care. You think you're better than them and you don't like them. And when you win, you go ahead, you cross the field, shake their hand and go, how'd you like that? And you move on. So that part is fun.
No, definitely. Okay, last one for you, Phil. I don't know if you've seen this clip. Another Super Bowl winning quarterback for the New York Giants. Eli Manning was doing an interview, and he was talking about when Jackson Dart got drafted for the New York Giants. He told him, if you need anything, just give me a call and I'll help you out with playing quarterback. and Jackson Dart called him and said, "Hey, can you help me out with getting reservations in New York?" So,
I did.
did you think it was a big no-no for Eli Manning or Jackson Dart? And has ever a young quarterback done that to you?
No. Quarterback ever did that to me. No, I never had well, I guess I did. I was going to say a first-round quarterback drafted behind me, but I did in Dave Brown from Duke. But no, Dave was a good dude. But no, they didn't ask me for reservations or people. In fact, I wouldn't know any of those people in New York anyway. I stay in New Jersey. And first off, the food here in New Jersey is better than New York, and it's a little cheaper, but not a lot.
Yeah, right. I got you. I think when Eli, I think Eli told him, "Hey, you got to earn your own name to do that, man. I'm not doing that for you. I'll help you.
Yeah.
I'll help you in the league, but that's as far as it goes."
I'll say this about Jackson Dart. I watched him practice all during the summer, did some of the preseason games, had fun. And, he was good every single day. And I think two things. One, he just would let it go. He threw the ball really well all preseason, even in the games they played. But what caught me really late before the draft, I was kind of looking at the quarterbacks again, and I put him on last because I knew the Giants really liked him. And all of a sudden I went, oh, my gosh, I don't know why. Why wasn't I giving him more credit for his running? Because he is a sneaky, really good runner of the football. And his arm is definitely NFL caliber. He's accurate and all that, tough. He's got a really good personality, all the things you want in a quarterback. Now, to me, it's not about is he going to be able to do well. To me, it's can the players around him and the coaches put him in situations where if you give him the right ones, he's going to make the play. So we'll see how it goes. I'm going to the game tomorrow night. They're playing the Eagles.
Nice.
Yeah, nice. It is fun, and I hope there's not just too many damn Eagle fans in the stands.
I was going to say, you're not a big Eagles guy, I figure, huh? No, I just didn't think you were.
Oh, man. The Eagles, listen, I wish we had more time.
Yeah.
But when I would play against the Eagles down there, I would sit in the visitors' locker room before the game. And, usually you're studying the plays, going over your checks and all this other stuff. And I'm sitting there rocking back and forth going, okay, now hang in there. Got to hang in there. It's going to be rough. And I would try to talk myself into being tough because Reggie White and Jerome Brown and all those other damn people over there. I mean, that was rough. They were the roughest team I ever played against. So, and that's kind of carried over to this team now. They're pretty tough too when they get it going.
It's a tough line. Phil Simms, the voice you hear, Super Bowl winning quarterback for the New York Giants. And just on the way out, our guy Todd Husak, who played quarterback at Stanford and then at Washington, he texted me during the interview and he said, dude, I'm a huge Phil Simms guy. He said, I doesn't know if you remember him, but he said, you called the game one time that he played in. He said he had to come meet you. Wore number 11 in high school. Said you were the only guy's jersey he ever had. And we work with him now at Niners pre- and post-game. So a hello from Todd Husak, and we appreciate the time, Phil.
Thank you, Phil.
Yeah. Well, listen, thank you. Tell him I said hi and all that stuff. It's great to hear that. And, man, somebody out there likes me. If I finally found who it is.
Yes, somebody out here. Phil, we appreciate
Bill
it.
Parcells.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I got to say, hold it. Bill Parcells said to me once, what year it was, I can't remember. He goes, listen, Simms, when you're gone, they're going to like you. And I go, is that supposed to make me feel better or what? He goes,
you're gonna miss,
it's good. It is good. Love living up here. You guys follow the 49ers close, of course, because of Kyle Shanahan. He's doing an unbelievable job. And this is the last thing I swear. When they lost the Super Bowl to the New England Patriots, when he was with the Atlanta Falcons and calling the plays, everybody's, well, he should have ran the ball and all that.
Yeah.
No, that's not Kyle's job. It's the head coach that managed the game. That's who manages the game, not the coordinator. So I get sick of hearing that. Well, he lost them the Super Bowl if he just ran the ball. No, Dan Quinn lost the Super Bowl for him. I don't mean to be mean to Dan Quinn or nothing like that, but it's up to the coaches to manage the game. And if something goes wrong, it's their fault. So there you go.
Agreed.
We're with you, Phil Simms. We appreciate the time, man. We'll do it again sometime down the road. Appreciate you, Phil.
Thank you, Phil.
Okay, guys. Thank you.
There you go. Phil Simms, former New York Giants
That was
quarterback,
awesome.
Super Bowl winning quarterback. I mean, again, there's a lot of Niner fans out there from a certain generation that were not happy to hear him.
I know, but
I enjoyed that, man. Because for me, I just grew up watching Phil Simms.
Oh, dude. I mean, that
on TV.
That 1986 America's game is must-see TV, where it's it's Phil Simms and Bill Parcells going at each other. Like you see the old highlights of them screaming at each other, and yeah, I know he's talking about with the Philadelphia Eagles. I've seen the highlights where Reggie White, his first game as a Philadelphia Eagle, he sacks Phil Simms, I think, like twice, and then Phil's like going to Bill Parcells, being like, "Who the hell's this guy?" And Bill Parcells like, "Oh, that's that guy from the USFL." Reggie White, he's like, USFL, Jesus, he's incredible. Yeah, no, I grew up watching Phil Simms. He was the original guy in the booth with Jim Nantz back in the day. Now Tony Romo taking over. That was awesome to hear from Phil Simms.
Yeah, dude, I'm looking at just the sack numbers. Dude, this guy got the crap.
Yeah, he did,
bro. His rookie season, 39. Dude, he never had a year that he didn't get sacked at least 35 times.
Oh my God.
Until his until he was 35 years old.
Yeah.
39, 36, 38, 55, 52, 45, 35, 53, 40.
My God.
With the number of sacks. Then you go 20 and 14, but he only played like partial seasons those years. Then his final season, he made a Pro Bowl, 16 games played, 37 sacks. He got sacked in his career 477 times.
And his completion percentage in Super Bowl, I don't know the number, but 1986, where they beat the Denver Broncos 39-20, he was unstoppable in that game. I think it was 4 touchdown passes and only 3 incompletions. It's just funny to me, like guys like, Phil Simms and Boomer Esiason, they play to the New York market, and then when they go into media, they sound like New York media guys. Like Phil Simms, like, I got to take about Dan Quinn and Kyle Shanahan.
But he's also got that, like, southern twang,
yeah,
too,
he does.
Which is kind of funny.
But
hell, these gosh darn guys over there.
I know, but like Boomer Esiason grew up as like, a Maryland guy, and then he goes to New York with the New York Jets.
Boomer Esiason.
Exactly. And now he gives these takes, and he's calling out people. Like, it's funny to me that New York quarterbacks, they're like even keel for their time playing, but then when they go into the media, they become like Mike Francesa or Mike the Mad Dog, where they have these takes now.
Well, Esiason, isn't he more known for Cincy?
Yeah, but he was with the Jets for a long time. He's done New York radio for a good deal of time.
He was with the Jets for 3 seasons.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's done New York. He's been in New York.
He's a New York guy.
Yeah.
He's from New York. Yeah, he played with the Jets. Had that, the fake spike game against Dan Marino.
Right, yeah.
But yeah, Boomer Esiason's definitely known.
Slip, New York.
He was an MVP quarterback for the Cincinnati Bengals, but yeah, he's aligned with New York media.
Our guy Todd Husak was loving that. He was all fired up.
Nice.
He's like, dude, he was my favorite quarterback as a kid. Husak, big fan of
awesome
of Phil Simms. Unlike Paulie Mack, who was not.
All
right,
I get that.
We will take a break. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you.
Paulie, hi. Phil Simms here.
so we checked in here too. By the way, 916 on the text line says, dude, what's Phil Simms' favorite rom-com?
Oh, I don't know. Hell.
He's like, oh, hell, I don't know.
When Harry Met Sally, that was on during the day.
He's like, I don't know, man. I'm more of a Hugh Grant guy.
Actually, you know what? I'm in When Harry Met Sally because Billy Crystal's having a conversation at Giant Stadium.
That's incredible. It'd be funny if he's in it, dude. That's great. He is
in it.
He's at the game that's being played in front of him. Yeah, that's great. He's like, I'll have what she's having, huh? Yeah. Phil riffing on it. Oh, man. The 831 says, I now have a better opinion of Phil Simms after hearing that. How about that?
See, sometimes when you get to know people, it's a little bit better.
408 says Simms crushing this interview.
There
it was
you go.
pretty fun. It was fun to talk to him.
That was fun.
Good booking today, man. I don't pat you on the back all that much for this stuff, but Berline and Simms, good gets.
I try.
I enjoyed that. We're still going to catch up, by the way, with our guy, T-Rock.
T-Rock just confirmed he's good to go, 450, bro.
450.
Nothing wrong with that groin.
We'll check in with him at 450. Coming up next, one of our favorite segments of the week. When coaches talk, we listen. College and pro. It's this week's edition of Coach Speak featuring, how about Bill Belichick? Shows up in some Coach Speak.
There's some news about Belichick
so does
right
Mike
now.
McDaniel, Jonathan Gannon, Pete Carroll, and Steve Sarkisian. It's a pretty loaded Coach Speak. We'll get into this next over here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Hey, Paulie. Hi. Phil Simms here.
Number 8, Steve Young joined Murph and Marcus this morning, giving a detailed explanation of the difference between Mac Jones and Brock Purdy, and spoke to the success of Baker Mayfield after finding a home in Tampa Bay. For that podcast and all of our podcasts, head to thesportsleader.com and on our app. I mean, why risk upsetting Steve?
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for O'Donnell Financial Group. You know, making the transition from work life to retirement can be jarring and disorienting, but it doesn't have to be. Greg O'Donnell and the team at O'Donnell Financial Group are dedicated to achieving a smooth transition for you into retirement life, and they can help you prepare to retire at a time that works best for you sooner than you think. You may have an entirely different lifestyle, but it doesn't have to be in one giant leap. The experts at O'Donnell Financial Group will help you craft a plan tailored to your desired timeline. You can transition into retirement confidently, and you can do so on your own terms. So don't wait. Contact Greg O'Donnell, the CEO and founder of O'Donnell Financial Group, for a complimentary review of your financial situation today. The number to call is 866-496-2300. Again, 866-496-2300. Or you can visit online at odfigroup.com. That's odfigroup.com. If you're a licensed financial professional, please consult your compliance department prior to giving any specific advice. All information included herein is confidential and proprietary to Lone Beacon. All associated content or any portion thereof may not be reproduced or used in any manner whatsoever without the express written permission of Lone Beacon.
dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty work on a Wednesday. Our guy Tim Ryan's going to join us at about 4:50 talking some 49er football.
That blows.
No, it doesn't. That's exciting. It's good we get to talk to Tim Ryan.
I'm looking forward to it.
The update today is that Brock Purdy did not practice, nor did a number of other 49ers. No Ricky Pearsall, no Juwan Jennings, no Robert Beal, no Yetur Gross-Matos, no. There's a handful of, I got to find the rest of that list that I just had here.
But yeah, the big ones.
Alfred Collins.
Alfred Collins is the other one I do. Here it is. It's no Purdy, Pearsall, Jennings, Watkins, Collins, Gross-Matos, Beal at practice today. Williams and McCaffrey were both rested. Limited was Mac Jones with a PCL. C.J. West, Upton Stout, Kevin Givens, and Kalia Davis were all limited at practice.
You hope that with Ricky Pearsall and Juwan Jennings, it's a little cautionary thing, but I don't know. I don't like the fact that it's been 10 days since their last game and they're not practicing. But we'll see. If they have to go in with just Kendrick Bourne again and others, then, we'll see how it goes.
We'll see how it goes. It's going to be a tough uphill battle against Baker Mayfield and the 4-1 Tampa Bay Buccaneers. All right, we do it every week because they're the wackiest characters in North American pro sports.
A little zany.
It's head football coaches in a segment we like to call Coach Speak.
When NFL coaches speak, we listen.
And I just think it's difficult to box without sparring.
I couldn't get free coffee?
It's football season. Most players play football in football season.
This is Coach Speak with
Adam, Derek, and Tim.
on the Sports Leader.
All right, here we go. Coach Speak starts today with Bill Belichick. And by the way,
Yeah.
there's some Belichick news out there. A report from earlier today, a guy named Ollie Connolly.
He knows UNC football.
Is he covers them, right?
He broke the news that Belichick is coming to North Carolina.
So Ollie Connolly, writer for The Guardian U.S., previously he was with the NFL and Canadian football. He was a scout and a recruiting analyst. He's got a source today. He says, per sources, Bill Belichick has discussed buyout options with North Carolina's hierarchy. Belichick has signaled a willingness to trigger his own $1 million buyout if he can find a soft landing with another team or in the media. He goes on to say members of Belichick's coaching staff have already spoken to other schools that are expected to be in CFB playoff contention about taking on roles during the postseason. From one coach, quote, the rats are leaving the ship. Some staffers believe a change will come within the next 2 weeks.
Holy crap.
At North Carolina.
It's that bad right now?
It carries on. Per Ollie Connolly, reports of serious recruiting violations remain under investigation at UNC. Recruiting and practice violations have already been proven by the school, according to multiple sources. Using recruit violations to knock down coaches' buyouts has become a standard practice. If Belichick cannot find a landing spot to trigger his own buyout, he's expected to accept a greatly reduced compensated rate.
Holy crap. I never thought it would be this bad. I thought that maybe he would lose some games.
You want some more?
Sure.
Belichick's communication with his staff in the past 2 weeks has been described as, quote, weird and distant by multiple members of the coaching staff. Multiple coaches were unable to get a hold of him during UNC's bye week.
Dude, he's not a college coach.
From one UNC defensive assistant, quote, what we've done to these kids is effed up. Only he didn't say effed.
Wow. And he's not going back to the NFL. I don't think owners want to deal with him. Wow. I can't say I'm shocked, but when I saw the news that Bill Belichick was taking on this job, I thought it was a passion project. I thought that he would be into this. I thought that maybe he would leave after one season so his son could take over. But now it sounds like...
Why wait a full season?
Yeah, I know. UNC, it kind of sounds like also they're not happy with the way that he's gone about things with Jordan Hudson and maybe even the scouting stuff with not allowing New England Patriots staffers to come visit practice. Yeah, this is a mess right now. Holy crap.
I don't know, man. This whole thing is weird. The whole thing is strange. Just spent a lot of money to get him there. A lot of weird stuff with the contract. Got full control and all that. Now,
I know. It's so exciting.
A change is expected in the next 2 weeks. Well,
holy crap.
Let's get the Belichick sound while we can. Here's Bill Belichick. He's on College Game Day. By the way, he's like roaming the sidelines doing an interview.
This is a weird new thing now where they get these they get these coaches before their games where they're just doing it when they're on the field.
So they asked Bill Belichick on College Game Day, they asked him what he learned coaching alongside Nick Saban when they were both in Cleveland years ago, right?
Yep.
Here we go. Here's Bill Belichick.
Well, I learned an awful lot from Coach Saban. We came from different defensive systems, and we merged them together in Cleveland. And, I learned a lot from him about man-to-man coverage, which we didn't play a lot of at New York. And, the 4-3 defense, which, he played at Michigan State and Toledo. So, it's a great experience, watching Nick handle the free agents and recruit and build a program at Alabama. I'm very grateful for the relationship that I have with him and all the things that I've learned from him. He's the best that's ever done it. And like I said, it's a real honor for me to just be with him for, those 4 years and to have our relationship and friendship that be almost, lifelong in this career.
Yeah, well, I never thought, and all the time we've been friends, that I'd ever say that you're full of shit. But I learned a lot more. I learned a lot more from you than you ever learned from me.
That's not true. That is simply not true.
Nick Saban is loose on College Game Day. He lets it fly sometimes.
Yeah.
Not like Lee Corso with some of his things back in the day, but man, yeah, Nick Saban, those two should just do a podcast together. Not like a podcast in the way that like I do one or like most people do one, but like just get those guys in a room together, watch football and break it down, like have their own Manning cast.
Yeah, I mean, the stories between those guys have got to be legendary. One of my favorite things to watch now is the, I always forget the name of it, the Julian Edelman podcast.
Oh, Games with Names.
Dude, it is so fun. All he does is talk to comedians and football players and former teammates. And when they get into telling stories about Belichick or about behind-the-scenes stuff, dude, there's so much good stuff.
Yeah.
The Matt Light stories.
Tungus.
Matt Light is the funniest dude. What do you mean, Tungus?
You said so much good stuff.
Oh, thank you. Matt Light is a riot, dude. The former tackle, all-pro tackle for New England, and was like a big member of the Players Association. Apparently, he was like the all-time prankster. Ornberger, they always say those guys are like the best. Bill O'Brien, Billy O, they call him. He gets in there all the time.
Have you heard the one with Dan Soder yet, the comedian?
I saw some of it last week. I didn't finish it.
Apparently, he's a huge KNBR head.
Is he?
Oh, well, back in the day, he would listen to
He's
Ralph and
apparently
Tom.
a huge Niner fan.
Yes, he is.
We got to get Soder on. I like Soder.
I've been trying.
Are you trying?
I'm trying.
Let's get him on, yeah. He's the man.
Definitely a friend of the program. We've had him on before.
Have you?
Yeah.
With Tom?
Years ago. He was big. Him and Rod hit it up.
That's right, yes, because he was on Billions.
Oh, that's right. He was,
Yes.
Good deal.
Yes.
I saw Rod's getting on his Quality Hang show.
I saw.
Roy Wood Jr.?
Yeah, that's a good get.
Good get. I'm a
Also
fan.
a friend of the station.
Is he? Roy Wood Jr., a friend of the station, too?
Yeah.
Nice.
No clue. When was that?
I've been here a long time, guys.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, but
20 years.
Yeah, but Roy Wood
Did
Roy Wood Jr. wasn't taking off like that's the last 10 years. He took off
Daily Show.
in the last 10 years.
In the last 10
He
years.
was with Trevor Noah. He was a correspondent for Trevor Noah. And Noah was only the host of the Daily Show for like 7 or 8 years.
All right, then.
Okay, thanks for the help. I was asking when, Tim. I was like, when was it?
Man, pre-pandemic for sure.
Okay, all right. Mike McDaniel, head coach of the Miami Dolphins.
Sorry.
I was like, when was it? And everybody's like, yeah.
I don't know.
McDaniel, head
I
coach
don't
of the
know.
Dolphins. He was asked about how the owner felt. This is tough.
Another guy that might lose his job
They asked
here.
me, might. I said, wow, this is leader in the clubhouse for me still. First guy out. McDaniel was asked about how his owner felt about losing to the Panthers. It's a funny thing to ask. Here's Mike McDaniel.
He was really frustrated at the, just like he's as I was, and we talked about the challenge ahead to get ready for the Chargers, and that was kind of the extent of it.
Oh, Mike.
Oh, dude. Can we hear that?
Yeah,
Can we hear that?
long for
Can we hear that one more time, Tim? Can I get that one more?
Count the
I want to hear it with just one more from him because he didn't even say a sentence.
No.
He was really frustrated at the, just like he's as I was, and we talked about the challenge ahead to get ready for the Chargers, and that was kind of the extent of it.
I feel bad, man.
Sounds like a Lasky phone call.
What is he doing? Oh, Mike.
Yeah, I
Poor
mean,
guy.
his quirky nature is funny when they're winning games, and he was the offensive coordinator for the 49ers. Not so funny anymore, and he's not really a leader of men. I would assume that he's going to get axed here pretty soon.
That's a tough deal, bro.
And then probably go be an offensive coordinator for a defensive-minded coach.
510 is Dan Soder's childhood best friends with Mike McDaniel.
Yeah, he is. He is.
Wow. How about
Yep.
that? 209 says Bill Belichick's into one thing and one thing only, young babes. LOL.
Young babes.
And then 916
Babes.
checks in. It's our guy CHP Joe. He says, if you had a hot girlfriend who's 50 years younger than you, you might want to buy out as well.
It's not
pretty,
bad.
Pretty apt response.
Why did you get into it in the first place then?
But also from the 510, Bill is supposed to be in Berkeley on Friday, October 17th for that Cal-UNC game. I hope he's still there. That's where we're all going.
Imagine he's not there.
I know.
There.
The morning show's out there. Middays are out there. I'm out there.
Again, I don't think that makes much sense anyway. But again, I'm not going to keep tearing down what they're doing, but I like it. I'm thrilled we're going to be at Jack's Restaurant for a tailgate show, and I don't really know what the point is of being at Berkeley at 6 a.m. You know what I mean?
If Bill Belichick's not coaching that game, I may call an audible.
Yeah, I don't know why you'd go anyway.
Yeah, Cal's pretty interesting.
Well, now it's the car crash factor. You just want to see UNC faceplant, right?
Will Bill Belichick be the coach 9 days from now when they come to Cal?
You would say yes until that last little text exchange.
According to
I'm going to say yes. I'm going to say yes.
They're saying a change could come in the next 2 weeks.
Well, it's less than 2 weeks.
That's within 2 weeks, though. I mean,
It's
they're
in
going
the
to
window.
What I'm saying is, if they
The
lose,
window?
It's like, what if they get blown out this weekend?
Who are they playing? I mean, so far they've lost to TCU, UCF, and Clemson. Well, teams that are better than North Carolina.
Oh, it looks like maybe they don't play again until next week.
Well, there you go.
So he won't, I mean, yeah.
He's definitely coaching
But
against
apparently,
Cal.
so they're on their bye right now, and nobody can get a hold of them. They're like, we can barely get a hold of them.
That's bad.
Doesn't sound like Belichick. They lost 38-10 to Clemson. They lost 34-9 to UCF.
Yeah. And then
they beat Richmond. They beat Charlotte.
But the
and
UC,
they lost to TCU.
TCU was like 48-14.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a loss that Hulu duck.
Yes.
Well, dude, now that looks a little bit more telling.
Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit.
If they're like, we're not doing this anymore, maybe that's indicative of them saying this is not going to be a thing.
Yeah. No, that's fair.
We need to pull out of this documentary.
My first thought immediately was like,
it's not going to be a thing here. I just thought it wasn't going to be a good enough story. They were like, this is too much of a distraction, but it seems like now maybe there's some other powers at work here.
Yeah,
how much access?
I was going to say, it went from the team being bad to now this is a disaster.
Yeah, that's no good. How about Jonathan Gannon, head coach of the Arizona Cardinals? Did he put hands on Amari DiMercato?
Fined $100,000 from the team, not the NFL.
The team fined him $100,000 for his sideline exchange with Amari DiMercato. Jonathan Gannon, what do you have to say for yourself?
I woke up this morning and didn't feel great about it, honestly. And so in the team meeting, I addressed it. I apologized to Omari, apologized to the team. And I just told him I kind of let the moment of what happened get the better of me there. Obviously, like I try to be emotionally stable and calm because my job is to solve problems when during a game and kind of lead the charge on that. So it's not really who I am, who I want to be, and I told the guys that today. So it's a mistake by me, and it's just like everybody in there. Everybody made some type of mistake yesterday, which is, culminates to why we didn't win the game. And we can't let it happen moving forward.
That's the ultimate coach speak where he just say, yeah, I was pissed. The guy fumbled the ball before he scored. Had he scored, we would have won the game 28-9. Should I have touched him? Probably not. But I'm pissed off. You can understand why he hit his pads.
Again, it's not quite Urban Meyer kicking Josh Lambo.
No.
When he was stretching.
Hey, D-head, I'm allowed to kick you. Wasn't that the quote?
Lambo says, I'm in the lunge position. Quote, I'm in the lunge position, left leg forward, right leg back. Urban Meyer, while I'm in that stretch position, come up and says, hey, dip ass, make your effing kicks. And he kicked me in the leg.
God, Urban Meyer.
Where were you on that one, dip ass?
Yeah.
Hey, dip ass, make your effing kicks.
Jesus.
Pretty incredible. That is coach speak for Wednesday, October 8th, 2025. When we come on back, is Max Crosby a legitimate option for the 49ers?
No, they're not.
Derek's going to tell you why not. Why Max Crosby's not coming to San Francisco.
He's not coming to San Francisco.
We'll do that next, and Tim Ryan joins us at 4:50. Dirty Work rolls on, only here on The Sports Leader.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
He was really frustrated at the, just like he's as I was, and we talked about the challenge ahead, to get ready for the Chargers.
He wants to go so bad.
That's so painful to hear.
I know.
Bad.
I feel bad.
It's Mike McDaniel there. We just played him in Coach Speak. Dirty Work on a Wednesday. Tim Ryan's going to join us in about 10 minutes for his weekly conversation, breaking down some Niners and some Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Buccos, baby.
You're not buying the
okay
that the Niners have called on Max Crosby.
I'm sure they inquired, but it makes no sense. And look, I'm not
It
doing
makes no sense for the Raiders.
It makes no sense for the 49ers either.
Yeah, it does.
Financially, they can't pull this off. Look, I get it. I know I'm the
Count their money.
I'm the Raider fan that's talking on the Niners station. I just think that there's more feasible trade opportunities for the 49ers at the deadline. I don't think that Max Crosby's feasible whatsoever. They just gave him, the Raiders, a 3-year, $106 million contract with $91.5 guaranteed, an average salary of $35 a year. He makes more annually than Nick Bosa right now. I don't think the Niners are in the market right now to pay 2 defensive ends over $30 million a year. And this is not like a quick fix for the rest of this season. You're inheriting his contract for the next, 2 more years after this.
Yeah.
So I understand that it's good hot take stuff to post online and all the aggregators are running with this thing. I don't think it's legitimate whatsoever. I'm sure the Niners have called up John Spytek and said, "What would you willing to pick up the salary a little bit?" And they're like, "No, of course not." So,
who knows what they ask about? But just calling to contact is simply, are you looking to move him? Is there a price tag right now? Is he off limits? Are you, like saying, "Will you take money?" You're talking way deeper into what negotiations would be about making a trade actually happen. Picking up the phone and talking about the availability of a guy when you have a deficiency or somebody who's gone down like Bosa, I think it's something we've seen John Lynch do every year basically since he's been the GM, which is why it doesn't surprise me that he did that. He called Bill Belichick and said, "What do you want for Tom Brady?"
Yeah.
So it doesn't surprise me at all, or wouldn't surprise me if, in fact, this were true, especially if you pair that with what Tim Kawakami said a couple of months back.
I'm not questioning.
Weeks back.
I'm not questioning that they picked up the phone and inquired about it. I just don't think it's legitimate. I don't think that you could come up with a trade that's beneficial for the 49ers in the long haul. You have to give up a first-round pick, multiple first-round picks for this guy. If Micah Parsons going for 2 firsts and Kenny Clark, who are you giving up on the 49ers that the Raiders want instantly? Like, it's just not that simple. I get that you see the Raiders suck right now. They're 1-4. It's easy to trade him because he's such a great player. But the Raiders really value him. Like, I know that he's wasting away on that team. Believe me, it's frustrating to watch where he's having these all-time performances where he's tipping the ball up like J.J. Watt and picking it off. And he's one of the better defensive ends in all of football. You make the argument he's better than Nick Bosa right now. But I just don't think it's feasible that the Niners could pull it off. And I will say this, and I've said it before. The Raiders will never do a deal with the 49ers. And I know that some Niner fans will be like, "Please stop, Derek." It's true. There was a deal on the table from John Lynch for Khalil Mack that was better than what the Chicago Bears were offering, and the Raiders told them, "No, thank you." I don't think it's right, but the mentality the Raiders have is, you guys pushed us out of the Bay Area, so why would we do a deal with you? You made it so we couldn't work out there. And I'm sure that Mark Davis, is like, we're much happier in Las Vegas, but it's true. They do not want to do a deal with their former crosstown rivals. It's the same deal where the A's are reluctant to do deals with the Giants. It's little brother syndrome. It's what the Raiders are suffering through right now. So I think that Cam Jordan's more feasible. Hell, I'll entertain the idea of Trey Hendrickson, but I do think the Bengals are trying to win with going after Joe Flacco right now. So I don't think that Max Crosby's happening. I think that you need to set your sights on maybe Cam Jordan as the most feasible option. All these other guys on the Saints, or maybe some other guys that have expiring contracts on some crappy teams, but I don't think Max Crosby's coming to the 49ers.
I'm with you. I don't think it's happening either. I'm just not I don't think it's ridiculous that they picked up the phone and asked about it. If that were true.
Yeah.
Because we've seen John Lynch do this. Again,
you have to do your due diligence, yes.
You got McCaffrey and you got Trent Williams.
Yes.
If you were telling me I had to give up first rounders to get Max Crosby, why is that ridiculous?
Because
you're like, that's not good for them. I'm like, why wouldn't that be good for them? That would be great for them. That'd be better than any first rounder they've had in the last however many years.
I know, but the way that Kyle Shanahan was talking about, you want to do a deal that's beneficial for this season and not hurt you next season.
Agreed. But that's, again, this is a type of player that doesn't fit any of what he's talking about to me. This is a type of player that is above and beyond. Again, Rafael Devers, you make that trade no matter what.
I know.
Because he's a player that's beyond that. Does it hurt you down the road? Does it preclude you from getting something else later? Yeah. But you got one of the best players in the game at his position and something you didn't have. What I'm saying is, if you could pull that off, of course you do that. Because it's an outlier player. A Bosa, a Crosby, a Myles Garrett, a TJ Watt. Like, those guys are above just odd. Like, if you can get them, why wouldn't you get them? Same as McCaffrey. They were finding success at running back anyway. But if you can get an elite player there, you say, we'll have to renegotiate or restructure things down the road. But we're doing it because this is worth it for this player.
But you would have to restructure a ton.
I think he's an exception.
I think that the Packers were able to do the deal with Micah Parsons because they're only paying Jordan Love. They're not paying any other wide receivers. All those guys are on rookie contracts. The 49ers just paid Brock Purdy. They paid Fred Warner. They paid George Kittle. They have these other guys, Christian McCaffrey under contract. They have Nick Bosa still under contract. There's a reason why this offseason they let so many guys leave and had to cut a lot of guys.
Yeah.
They're not in the market anymore to be trading for a Max Crosby. That's the truth. There is a salary cap in this league, and sometimes you have to reset it.
Yeah, I don't totally agree with you. I think that if they could get Max Crosby, they would move heaven and earth to do it. I think they would make the appropriate adjustments to get a player like that.
I think it'd be very difficult.
I'm not saying it wouldn't. But you're saying, they wouldn't do it because they just don't know. I'm like, no, dude, if the Raiders were like, you have enough to get it from us and we're willing to do it, they'd be like, cool, let's figure it out. That's what I'm saying. I don't know why. Like, I don't know why they wouldn't if they could. I agree that I don't think it's happening this year, but I don't agree that it's not happening. It's not going to happen, I don't think, because of what you're saying about the Raiders, too. The Raiders, I don't think, are going to give them up to the Niners. And I also think it would be a heavy asking price. I don't know how much it changes the fortunes of this season. And there's probably cheaper things you can get that can help you in that Bosa absence.
Right.
But I don't think that, like, the finances of it are what they're like, I don't think so.
I think that it would get in the way a little bit. I think when you have a generational player like Max Crosby, you're like, okay, what could we do here?
How close are you to the end of Trent Williams? How close are you? I mean, there's a lot of guys. There's money's going to come off the books.
They're still paying those guys. If they were in a situation like, let's say it's the offseason and this is on the table, then yes, okay, we have to cut Trent Williams. We have to cut Brandon Ayuk. We have to make adjustments here. Okay, that's feasible to me. But as a trade deadline move, no, I don't see it happening. And I don't see the Raiders doing it. I think it made more sense a year ago when the Lions potentially were offering a 2 first-round picks because Aiden Hutchinson went down. Because the Raiders gave him a new contract, that screws things up. So I don't think it can be done at the trade deadline. I don't think the Raiders are going to be willing to do that right now. If we're having the same conversation and we're hearing rumblings that the Raiders could trade Max Crosby, then yes, you make this,
There's been no legit rumblings of
exactly.
This, by the way. Which is why I don't believe it's happening. But for the sake of argument, I'm like, if the Niners, if he were available, we know John Lynch is calling. They called on Khalil Mack. They called on, and by the way, Gruden was going to do that deal.
Which one?
The Khalil Mack deal to the Niners. But he thought the Chargers were going to be a worse pick, wherever they moved him. The Bears, excuse me.
The Bears, yes.
The Bears were going to have a worse draft pick. They didn't.
Yeah, but Mark Davis came in, too, and said, I don't want him going to the Niners. It's a thing. It is a legitimate thing with the Raiders.
I'm not disputing that.
I hear you. I just don't think that it can be done during the trade deadline. I think that they would have to say goodbye to a lot of more players to make
it happen.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't,
Max Crosby.
Again, I don't think it's happening either. 510 says, I don't know what's more delusional. Raider fans thinking their team's going to turn around every year, and Niner fans thinking that they're going to get Max Crosby.
Exactly.
Not happening. Another guy checks in here. Another texter checks in and says Niners have a better chance of losing another Super Bowl than they do of landing Max Crosby. 530 checks in and says, dudes, and we saw this earlier. Our guy Beak tweeted at us from up in Seattle.
Yeah.
Says our long national nightmare is over. The last New Orleans jailbreak escapee was caught after 5 months on the run. Did you see this? I was of the impression that they'd already caught all 10. When we were talking about the New Orleans jailbreak 5 months ago.
We were literally lulled into thinking that he had been caught.
Yeah, we were at the old building still. Remember we were asking what happens first? Do we move to Daly City as a station or do they catch all 10 of the New Orleans jailbreak guys? This guy was out there for 145 days on the run.
I know. It was incredible to watch.
Found in a crawl space under a house in Atlanta.
How long was that? That whole thing?
It's been 5 months, over 5 months.
5 months, wow.
145 days this guy was on the run.
That's insane.
least he got to Atlanta. All the other guys were caught like in the French Quarter. You know, like, what are you doing?
I know.
Get out of
Bourbon
New Orleans.
Street.
What are you doing in the U.S. still? Get out of Dodge if you're doing that.
Seriously.
Not that I've ever escaped a penitentiary myself,
Hmm.
but if I were gonna, get out of the way. Get out of here. 510 says there's absolutely no way that we're getting Crosby. This is a wasted conversation. Well, there was a report out there that the Niners had called on it, so we brought it up.
I'm sure that John Lynch calls on a lot of things, but yeah, I don't see that Max Crosby's getting dealt at the trade deadline.
Yeah, I'm with you. 415 says, I sent you guys a text the day after Bosa's injury, and you totally clowned on me on this take. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but you guys owe me an apology. LOL, there's chatter. I have to apologize to you because you said...
Because we're entertaining a topic?
By the way, I scrolled up and I found your text, and your text was simply, hey, we could swing a trade for Crosby. No, you deserve the clowning, and I'm not apologizing.
You get validation for that?
You get validation just for
Stop. Hey, it's a topic. Stop.
Yeah. That's it. We'll take a quick break. How about our guy Tim Ryan's going to join us when we come on back. Tim Ryan will be on the call on Sunday from Tampa for the Niners and the Buccaneers, and we'll have it all for you right here on The Sports Leader. Tim Ryan next, only here on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The 49ers hit the practice field today. Of note, Brock Purdy, Jawan Jennings, and Ricky Pearsall did not practice, while Mac Jones was limited. Also sitting out was Yetur Gross-Matos and Alfred Collins. So, sweet. For all the latest 49ers news, keep it logged right here to the No Practice Leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty work. Dirty work.
Dirty Work on a Wednesday. Tim Ryan joins us courtesy of the Yuma Guest Line. Tim is sponsored by Dignity Health, the official healthcare partner of the San Francisco 49ers and Levi Stadium. Tim, what's going on, bro? After 10 days off, getting ready for some action.
Well rested, but still dirty.
Attaboy, living in the filth, bro. Getting after it this week. Hey, man, so returning to the practice field. Still no Brock, and a lot of these other guys working their way back. Mac is banged up. I mean, Baker Mayfield is a guy who has grown on me a lot. I mean, he's been really impressive. It's going to be a tough game going out to Tampa against a high-powered offense and Todd Bowles.
Yeah, no doubt on both sides of the ball, though, and special teams as well. They got a good returner, and that rookie seventh-rounder, Tez Johnson, he gets after it. So it'll be a handful. I mean, it seems like, God, I think they've played Tampa 4 or 5 years straight. So the way the schedule is laid out, and them being division winners the last several years, the 49ers have played them, and then playing the NFC South, the whole division got them again. So it'll come down to the end. I mean, this 49ers team, 4-1, thank God. They've made plays. Defensively has been outstanding. But remember last year's game in Tampa the same way. I mean, 49ers could be 4-1. They could be 0-5. You could say the same for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. All 4 of their wins come from behind wins, all by 3 points or less. And Baker Mayfield making plays at the end of games. And defensively, Levante David with a big interception last week. So Bowles is going to bring the blitz. They're going to challenge the run game with a absolutely loaded box. Very aggressive at the line of scrimmage with their D-line. They're good down the middle. When you look at their defense as a whole, and a lot of veterans out there, Vita Vea right in the middle, right here from the South Bay. Levante David in year 14 is still rolling. Antoine Winfield Jr. on the back end at safety is as good as there is in pro football as a safety. So they're good down the middle. They ask a lot out of their corners now with all that blitz pressure and a lot of cover 3 when you watch the tape, 3 deep, deep middle safety and 2 corners. They're out on the island a lot. So the 49ers have to, be able to take advantage of the perimeter game when they can. So hopefully JJ is ready. If not, KB and D-Rob have obviously were solid last Thursday night. So well rested. Game will come down to the end, probably come down to a kick. And then offensively, somehow, some way being able to slow down Baker Mayfield and his receivers, especially the rookie Ibuka and what he's been able to do. I'm so impressed, you guys, watching him on tape because, I mean, you look at his numbers in a first-round pick out of Ohio State. Obviously, he's fast and he's talented and he's very gifted, but he is a smooth route runner. He gets the timing of the passing game. He's got a lot of savviness to his game and finding the holes, knowing when to sit down, knowing when to keep running. And I'm with you. I mean, I wasn't a huge fan of Baker Mayfield when it was the flag planting Baker. But ever since the Rams got a hold of him at the end of the season a few years back for a few games, and then obviously what he did in Tampa last year and has picked up right where he left off with a new offensive coordinator, he rips it, man. He's unbelievably decisive. He is an improv gunslinger and he's a straight baller. So you gotta respect him. And being able to get pressure obviously has been a challenge with the 4-man rush over the last couple of games. Their offensive line has had some challenges. They've lost their right guard, who was a very good player. They've lost their right tackle. Both of those guys dealing with injuries. So hopefully the pass rush can take advantage of that. And then when you get to him, you got to get him down. Ask Bosa last year when he couldn't get that arm, rip him down to the ground, and Baker made a play. So should be a fun game. Should be a huge challenge for the 49ers.
Talking to Tim Ryan on the Uma Guest Line. Yeah, T-Rock, you were mentioning the 10 days off for the 49ers, and they were fine last week with Kendrick Bourne and Demarcus Robinson, but how concerned are you with Ricky Pearsall being out of practice once again?
Well, I mean, anytime you got a PCL, which he had, a couple of weeks ago, you got to be concerned. So I know he's doing all he can to get himself on the field. I know it's killing him. We'll have to wait and see what happens in the next couple of days if he can get out there and get some reps before the long trip to Tampa. But again, I think when you look at Mac and you look at, Demarcus Robinson is a very underrated receiver, and believe me, is going to continue to be a bigger part of this offense until, if and when those guys get back, and hopefully sooner rather than later. KB is KB. I mean, we saw what he could do last week. He's got great chemistry. I'll tell you the guy who's got to shine, in my opinion, and he's certainly gotten better and better with his 3 touchdowns and had another one last Thursday night is Jake Tonjes. Watching that Seattle tape, and Darnold threw it all over the place. But A.J. Barner is a pretty damn good tight end, and you saw that on tape. And there's going to be a lot of opportunities now the way they play defense to get those matchups, and one-on-one opportunities. So the receivers, the tight end, CMC at running back, they're going to have to beat man coverage, and certainly CMC's got the ability to do that. Hopefully those other guys can get in the mix.
Tim, what happens when Malik Mustafa comes back? How do they navigate the secondary back there? Like, who goes to the bench?
I'm not sure. His window's open, so I know they'll take a good hard look at him all week in practice. He was out there flying around today. I think he is going to be awesome in this scheme with what Robert Saleh is going to be able to utilize him as a major weapon in his tool bag. One thing people don't know about Malik is how intelligent he is, how smart he is, how fast he processes. So I don't know if either way, when he's ready, he will be a starter. I don't know if it'll be for Siegel, or I don't know if it'll be for Pinnock. But if you made me flip a coin, I'd probably say Siegel right now, who would be the guy. And then again, there's still opportunities for Jair to get out there with Malik as well. So I don't know how they're going to shake it up as the 2 starting safeties, or how they'll operate with the big nickel. We've seen a lot of that this year with the 3 safety look on the field, but can't wait till Malik gets back out there doing his thing.
Talking to Tim Ryan on the UMA guest line. Yeah, Kyle was talking today about the running game struggles and how they just need to push forward. But you were mentioning Villa and this Buccaneers defensive front. Just do you think they can run on this team? Any chance?
I do.
And then, but as far as the pass defense, like you see last weekend with Sam Darnold going for over 300 yards, I think it's going to be more through the air, or you think there's a way they can be effective through the running game as well?
Yeah, I think you got to be balanced against this defense. I do, watching them on tape, because if you are one-dimensional in the passing game, Todd Bowles is going to figure it out in terms of how to get some pressure and get some heat. And we know what happens when the heat's coming. Opportunities for takeaways. That's an area where they have not thrived. They've only got 4 in their 5 games on defense. So I think you got to stay balanced against them. You watch them play run defense, and as I said earlier, they're so aggressive. And you're not moving the moving fire hydrant out of the way in the 350-pound Vita Vea. I think it's the same plan they have every year when they play him. Try to get the stretch game going and get him breathing hard. And he will breathe hard after a few plays. And then there's opportunities for some cutback lanes and some cracks. Everybody has played the 49ers most of the time with the run defense this year with the 2 deep safeties, which has been a challenge. When you got 2 guys deep, it's harder to get the big pop runs. That's obvious. So there's going to be opportunities to get a hat on a hat and get them blocked. And again, easier said than done. And it comes to, better blocking up front and at times better vision by the backs. And the receivers got to block well. Again, as much as they ask out of their corners, those receivers are going to have to get in there at times and block those safeties who are really good players in Winfield and Tyke Smith. But when they're in the 3 deep look and they're challenging the line, if you can execute and just win your one-on-ones and win your battles. And what I saw, Seattle had a hell of a day running the football. And there are a lot of the same runs the 49ers run. Now, Kenneth Walker is a different animal, obviously, in kind of the way he runs and bounce and everything. And he's going to find some cracks that, some of the more conventional runners like CMC are hitting it on the spot and hitting the landmark and taking all the grass in front of them. But the explosive run's coming. I'm telling you, sooner rather than later, you're going to see the 49er run game take off. And if they can get it going this week, it'll take a lot of pressure off the passer in terms of all the stuff Bowles will be able to do and send. And, these guys are like, I don't know, they got to just running the numbers and looking at them. They got to be a quarter, at least 25% of blitz with man coverage. And then they'll sprinkle in a lot of the fire zones, which is, sending 5 and dropping defensive linemen or sending different guys and try to catch the protection by surprise. So the plan's going to have to be good in terms of the protection.
Talking to Tim Ryan here on the Uma guest line. Tim, how much pickle juice have you put away during one game to avoid those cramps, man? That's all we're hearing about is the pickle juice this week.
Yeah, I was never a big pickle juice guy. When you got 20% body fat, Copes, you don't cramp up nearly as much. I guess, unless you're Mac Jones.
Yeah, right, yeah.
No, man, I certainly did a lot of IVs and stuff pregame and different things to stay hydrated. Hydration starts a few days before, so I don't know what the weather's calling for. I anticipate it'll be warm in Tampa, so hydrating certainly started today for these guys.
A couple more minutes with Tim Ryan on the Uma guest line. You mentioned Emeka Ibuka, their great rookie wide receiver. Who do you think gets the assignment this week to cover him on Sunday?
I think it's going to be a little bit of everybody. They multi-align him. They move him around. He'll be out wide. He'll be in the slot. So I don't think anybody's going to shadow him. The 49ers really haven't done any of that since last year with DK Metcalf. So I'm not sure if that's in the plan for Robert Saleh or not, but I think everybody's going to have to cover him, and it'll be a challenge for everybody out there. I don't know if Mike Evans is going to go. It sounds like he's still going to be on the shelf with the hamstring.
Yeah.
I'm hoping that Chris Godwin's still got a little bit of that rust on him, just getting back for the last couple of games. Because if my memory serves me, when that guy's healthy, he's a hell of a route runner and a hell of a run after the catch guy. And it hasn't quite looked the same in watching his 2 games back, but obviously he can be a major challenge as well.
Tim will be on the call on Sunday. Pregame starts at 10 a.m. right here on the Sports Leader. Kickoff at 1:25. Tim, have a safe trip, man. Enjoy the game, and we'll talk to you next week.
Later, Tim.
Always good getting dirty with you guys. Talk soon.
Much love, Tim. The great Tim Ryan on the call this week. He's like, dude, big dirty work guy.
Oh, yeah.
Big dirty work.
How'd he start that? 10 weeks off, it's still dirty.
10 days off,
10
but
days
still
off.
dirty, bro.
I'm saving
work.
that.
I like that, dude.
Dirty work. I love that one.
Dirty work. Dirty work.
And I love Steve Young. Oh, dirty work, guys. I mean, come on. I was the original dirty worker.
Come on, guys. I was working 30 years ago.
Yeah.
All right.
I worked dirty on PTI. I worked dirty on, Murphy Marcus.
The dirty work guys need my help. All right, you missed any
It was an annuity. It was an annuity.
Oh, yeah. All available on thesportsleader.com and the Sports Leader app. We've still got some of the best sounds from across the sports world that you may have missed, including like Kerry Crowley launching a new podcast with the SF Standard.
Hell yeah, man.
And his first guest, Buster Posey.
Oh.
Sitting there talking to Buster.
That's a good get.
Pretty good get.
Good get. We haven't even talked about the
leader in the clubhouse.
Andy Baggerly statement today, or the report earlier today, that it's seemingly looking more and more like Nick Hundley will be the next manager of the Giants. So much so that he wrote a whole piece on Hundley and like his background and quotes from his dad. Like, it's a pretty good piece on him, sort of assuming he's going to be the next guy.
I think it's the Mike Vrabel effect, where you saw him at a Giants, ceremony, and people are like, "Oh, why is he here?" I mean, he was a Willie Mack Award winner, but
evidently they wanted to interview him a couple of years ago when the Melvins job, and he declined an interview.
Yes, but now he's ready.
Seemingly they think it's kind of what Bags is saying is that it's his job if he accepts it. It's kind of the way Bags framed it.
Well,
does he want it? He's now gone through a couple of waves, I think, of the interview. We know about Kirk Suzuki. I imagine there's still some more interviews to come. But Buster Posey was quoted or on the record as saying, like, Hundley was one of his favorite teammates ever and one of his best friends.
That's good.
There you go. Could be a Nick Hundley hiring coming soon. We'll talk more about that a little bit later. But Kerry had Buster Posey on his new podcast. J.J. Redick checked in. How about this? Asked if the Lakers were concerned LeBron was going to retire with that fantasy update.
He loved this question.
And you got to hear David Ortiz getting loose on, what's his guy's name? Cam Schlittler? Schlittler.
On the mound right now.
He was riffing a little bit a la Schlittler's List. We'll talk more about this next. What? I'm the bag? Now we can't riff? No, we can't riff. It's the name of a movie. Jesus, everybody.
Okay.
All right. I thought we could work that way now.
Well, I thought we were earlier.
For the radical left making it so insane.
I like the movie Annie Hall.
No, I'm not riffing Annie Hall. We're not going that route.
Oh, come on. It's a good movie.
Schlittler's List, but no
It's
Annie
a good
Hall.
movie.
Not as much as, what was it, Drowning Mona?
Drowning Mona.
Drowning Mona.
There's a lot of radio shows across the country today. I doubt any of them are bringing up Drowning Mona.
Dude, why did that texter was like, we were talking our favorite rom-coms. That texter checks in.
Dude, Drowning Mona.
By the way, just saw this one, and then I looked it up, like the DeVito movie, to see what people think about it in general. It's got like less than 35% on Rotten Tomatoes.
No, it's terrible.
Doesn't seem like
Who's
it's that
ever
good of a
saying
movie.
it's a good movie or lies? Eli's.
Eli's?
From the commercial with Jersey Mike's with Danny DeVito. Hey, there's Hugh Grant. Tim hates this guy.
Pictures of Hugh Grant now. What are you doing, Tim?
This is my penance for burying all rom-coms in one sentence.
And then I was like, dude, if you
I'll
like
be Hugh
rom-coms.
for a while.
All right, we'll take a quick break. When we come on back, we'll get you the sound story, some of the best sounds from across the sports world you might have missed. It's Dirty Work on a Wednesday, hump day on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The 49ers hit the practice field today. Of note, Brock Purdy, Jawan Jennings, and Ricky Pearsall did not practice, while Mac Jones was limited. Also sitting out was Yetur Gross-Matos and Alfred Collins. So, sweet. For all the latest 49ers news, keep it logged right here to the No Practice Leader.
Aloha. Be caller number 10 now to 415-896-KNBR to qualify for our Big Island getaway. Grab details at thesportsleader.com. Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Well rested, but still dirty.
God, poetic.
I think Tim says just sounds funny. Adam Copeland. D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. Dude, Jordo's still here. Dirty Work's favorite little sister, still just kicking it around.
Playing Animal Crossing.
Dude, she's been here all day yesterday and today.
Yeah.
Jordo on baseball. She also took our winner right now, our qualifier for Hawaii.
Qualifier for Hawaii. Who is it?
I was Mary from Alameda.
Mary? What up, Mary from Alameda?
There's something about Mary. Also a rom-com.
Qualifier. We said that earlier. Do you think that's a rom-com?
No, it's more of a stalker movie when you think about it.
It's more of a straight comedy, I feel like.
Yeah.
Something about Mary. I feel like it's straight comedy.
God, it still holds up, though.
No, it's great. It's good.
Great movie.
Yeah.
Songs?
I wouldn't say like Me, Myself, and Irene is like a rom-com. You know what I mean?
That's another great movie that's often slept on.
How about What Women Want? Can I offer you that one?
I don't think I saw that one.
Mel Gibson reading people's minds. I don't need that.
I like the Dave Chappelle sketch a lot more. Man, I would.
Yeah, that was pretty good. That was pretty good. Dirty Work, just how about this from Pete Thamel? Saw this earlier. We didn't get a chance to get into this as we were talking about Bill Belichick's situation. Apparently, Bill Belichick could be out at UNC, potentially negotiating a buyout if he can land a TV gig or a soft landing spot with somewhere else. Apparently, his coaches are talking to other teams with CFB contention about playing with them or joining them in the playoffs.
That's got to be an awkward situation if all the other assistant coaches are like, man, what is Belichick doing? And Stephen Belichick's like, yeah, it's my dad, guys. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah. I don't know.
Now, if Belichick gets axed in the middle of the season, does Stephen Belichick get that job automatically?
See, if it's a buyout, I don't really know. I don't know. We don't know what the terms are of the contract because it was supposed to be that when Belichick hangs it up, then Stephen Belichick becomes the head coach, right?
Right.
Which is a wild thing to negotiate.
Yeah.
But they can always buy out of that, I'm sure. Too.
I mean, I'm not surprised by that whatsoever.
No, I'm saying
I always thought this was like his ulterior motive was to take the job and then have his son get a head coaching gig in college football. Then he goes back to the NFL. I don't know if the NFL really wants to do any business with Bill Belichick right now.
Absolutely not. This has been a disaster.
But what is the beef with the NFL and Belichick?
Well, I remember Albert Breer running a whole article about how owners just don't like his arrogant nature and how he fights with ownership. Like, there was a while there or just last season, where Mike Vrabel and Bill Belichick weren't getting jobs, and they gave it to, like, first-year head coaches, guys that were really willing to go with the flow.
Mayo and all that.
Yeah, younger guys that can really relate to the players.
Also, everybody wants their guy. Like, we just talked about this even as it relates to, like, the San Francisco Giants.
Yeah.
Like, even in talking Bochy or, like, other managers were like, but don't you want somebody long-term? Like, every team wants to find their guy like Belichick who can be there for 10, 12 years, right?
Exactly.
So I get it, unless you're a team that was, like, ready to win with a defense built, like, what? Like, we all thought it would be weird if he had gone to Atlanta, right? I'm like, they're rebuilding kind of. Like, what do you need him there for?
Yeah, but if he probably would have dominated that division. If he had Kirk Cousins and that defense, I think they would have been fine. They probably would have, I don't know if they would have contended for the NFC.
Defense is not bad right now.
No, it's not bad.
Falcons been okay.
Yeah, I thought that UNC, they just had an older head coach in Mac Brown, and then they go to Belichick, who I'm assuming is older than Mac Brown, and they're like, well, we're not going to say no to Bill Belichick. I think at first they offered the job to Arthur Smith, and he said no, stayed with the Pittsburgh Steelers to be their OC. And now Belichick's like, I'll come over. This is a dream job. My dad coached at UNC. And now they're like, we're not winning games, and there's a lot of controversy with you and your girlfriend.
Well, and apparently now they're also using like some recruiting violation stuff potentially against them to drop the $1 million buyout price. All the reports here are not looking good. Like, they're saying something could happen in the next 2 weeks with Belichick.
Well, not to belabor the point, too, but if he's going to the NFL, UNC was the softest landing spot you could ever have. They rolled out the red carpet for everything. They gave him complete control on all of his guys, and it flamed out spectacularly. Why would somebody in the NFL go, that's my guy?
Because of his success in the NFL. Like, college is a different deal where he's never had to recruit before, and now he's doing all these things, and Michael Lombardi's his GM. I thought it was crazy, and then I thought maybe Belichick could do this. Maybe it's fun for him, but if he's going to be a curmudgeon, then I don't think this is the right opportunity. But then again, like, Belichick, he was never going to be a happy-go-lucky college coach, so I don't know what they were expecting.
Here's the news with Stanford. Positive news for the Stanford football program.
Okay.
I'll talk to Andrew Luck about this next week.
Okay.
It's per Pete Thamel. The Stanford football program has received a $50 million gift from a former player The gift is the biggest individual gift for the program in Stanford football history.
Oh, man.
And it is tied directly to football and not a building or a facility project.
Damn.
What do you mean, damn?
I was hoping that Andrew Luck could start that book club again.
No, still can, dude. It's just there's nothing else. No, not with this money, he can't. Thelmo goes on to say, it's a significant sign of commitment as Stanford attempts to revive the fortunes of the football program under new general manager Andrew Luck. The gift comes from a former Stanford football player. And I was like, which former players handing over $50 million?
Todd Husak.
Yeah, no, it wasn't Todd.
Not Todd.
Todd came in at $45 million. And the money comes from a former player named Bradford M. Freeman.
Oh, yes.
Legendary Bradford M. Freeman.
We all know him.
Tim, as you remember, it was the year I think you started here at KNBR. He graduated from the school 64.
It was my first year of the internship.
1964. Dude.
First year of the internship.
I wonder what he played. Bradford M. Freeman. I imagine football was not how he made his money.
Probably not. Probably not.
This guy's net worth is coming in big time. Anyway, he handed over $50 million
Man.
to Stanford football.
All right now.
$50 million smackaroos.
That's pretty incredible. All right, let's get into a little bit of the sound soiree. Some of the best sounds from across the sports world you might have missed.
This is
Dirty Works.
Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
What?
Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the sports leader.
All right, some of the best sounds from across the sports world in your sound soiree. Why don't we start with our guy, Kerry Crowley?
Hey!
Carroll Crowley. Dude, the newly married Kerry Crowley.
Oh!
How about that? Congrats to Kerry, dude, yeah.
What's a bigger deal, marriage or the new podcast?
Well, he actually tweeted and he said, dude, big couple of weeks for me. Got married, went on a honeymoon, came back from the honeymoon, launched a new podcast, and his first guest is Buster Posey. How about this?
That's awesome for Kerry.
Kerry's new podcast, Section 415, as a product of the San Francisco Standard, the SF Standard. Here's Kerry. He's previewing his new podcast with an interview he did with Buster Posey.
Obviously, you've got the ongoing manager search taking place right now. And I wanted to ask, because you stepped away from the game after the 2021 season. You've now been in the executive booth for a year now. You're part of ownership. Do you think the job of manager has changed in the last 5 years since you played, or is it pretty much kind of the same principles in job capacity?
I don't think it's changed a ton. I do think it changed from when I started playing until my career finished. The job of the manager ultimately is to set the tone every single day, starts in spring training, carries all the way through the year. Has to be somebody who can read a room really well, understanding there's a lot of different personalities that you have. And when you do measure those personalities, then being able to be decisive about understanding what makes each guy tick. I think it's similar to 5 years ago, but it's changed probably over the last 15 to 20 years.
That's awesome for Kerry, man. We were talking about that when he was doing the show, filling in for you about a month ago. He was telling me he was starting this podcast, so cannot be happier for Kerry to start this deal.
Yeah, good deal for Kerry and a good get. He's got a relationship with Buster from his time as a beat writer and covering the team. That's an interesting question, too. How much has managing changed? And really what Buster will tell you is it's all about people. It's all about how you manage the personalities and get the most out of those guys. I mean, again, Buster wanted to find somebody who aligned with his values, wanted to pick his guy. I don't think that's outlandish. Somebody earlier said, are we doing all this really for Nick Hundley? I said, I don't know what all this is. They wanted a managerial
Well, like
search.
a segment or what? What do you mean?
I don't know. I don't know. Because earlier I saw they texted the morning show and said, can you give me the rundown? I'm not familiar with Hundley. I was like, well, he was a Giant in 2017 and 18. Mm-hmm. He'd been a starter and catcher most of his career.
Right.
Came up through the Padres organization and is viewed as like one of the hardest workers and maniacal baseball minds around, apparently, behind the scenes. So there's no track record in terms of managing, but apparently he's been viewed as a potential managerial choice since he retired. So much so that the Giants tried to interview him a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
Before they hired Bob Melvin. That's even under Farhan. Tried to interview him, apparently. I finished his career with the A's one season in Oakland.
Oh, yeah.
But when he came to the Giants, it was the first time he'd ever been a backup. He'd been a starter most everywhere he'd been. Came to the Giants to be Buster's backup. And Buster, according to Baggerly, was quoted once as saying that he was one of his favorite all-time teammates and one of his best friends.
All right.
So Buster views him, obviously, as a guy who could run this organization. It's intriguing, and he's a guy who you'd think could be here for a long time. I liked Hundley. I liked him when he was here. Won a Willie Mack Award. Was just here for the last weekend of the season, and apparently was already interviewed and maybe gone through a couple of different levels of interviews now. with the Giants.
Well, it sounds like it's trending that direction, but as far as the texter saying we're doing all this for Hundley, you mean like firing Melvin? Yeah, that's what they're doing.
707 says, honestly, I get that Kipe wasn't excited about the Hundley news. A manager with experience is better than one without. Just 2 seasons prior to vote with the Guardians, Francona went 92 and 70 and finished first.
Was Kipe not happy about this?
I don't know. Maybe he wasn't super excited about it. I mean, people have different opinions about what they want. Some people want experience. Some people want, like, I'm not going to agree against what Buster wants. Like, that guy, again, that guy's forgotten more about baseball than we'll ever know. The same about Dwayne Kuiper. That said, at some point, managers have to come from somewhere.
Yeah.
The last time the Giants had a first-time manager was Dusty, right?
You would know better than me.
93? It's got to be it, right? Because you went Dusty, then you went Felipe, who was not a first-time manager. You went Boch, not a first-time manager. You went Kapler, not a first-time manager. And you went Melvin, not a first-time manager. The last time the Giants had a first-time manager would have been Dusty Baker.
And you need to think out the box. No, that's why I like this. If it goes in this direction, I think it's a very creative hire for Buster Posey. It would have been safe to go back to Bruce Bochy. It would have been safe to go with another guy that's managed before. But looking for your next innovative coach, looking for the guy that's the Giants manager for the next 10 years. If it is Nick Hundley, I think it's a good decision.
I don't know if this person was trying to discredit Stephen Vogt either, in that, like, but again, Vogt's done well, and you're saying, well, 2 years ago that Francona did well with him before. Like, okay, neither here nor there. Vogt took over and still has done well in each of the last 2 years.
Right.
Won manager of the year last year. So, again, at some point, there's got to be a first-time manager. Not all first-time managers fail. Aaron Boone had never managed prior to the Yankees. Some people might say he's not a good manager. He's like I don't know. I don't. Nobody knows what a good manager is going to be. I didn't think Bochy was going to be a good hire, and they weren't good until they got the pieces to be good. Right? He came here kind of to usher out the end of the Bonds era.
Right.
Was a lame duck. On a lame duck season in his final year in 2009, and the Giants made the jump. 88 wins, didn't make the playoffs. He gets re-upped for the following season, a new contract, and they're off and running. They win a World Series, and he becomes a historical manager. But he was under 500 as a manager when he got here. He had won a pennant with the Padres, but I thought that he was an average manager at the time. I didn't know what he was going to bring. Steve Kerr, first-time head coach, how'd that work out? Yeah. I mean, so I don't know. Again, the experience thing, like, doesn't matter, of course. Is it the most important thing? Obviously not. Obviously not.
No.
Otherwise, Tony La Russa would have found success with the White Sox again. You know?
That's true.
Not what happened. What you got, Tim?
I said, and it's something different. I'm getting real tired of watching 81 and 81. Like, you want to do something different? You want to keep running back the same idea,
you want more experience? Yeah.
What did experience do for you the last 5 years? It's just like,
it's like the people who conveniently forget that they lost like 98 and 89 games with Boch in his last 2 years. Like, bring him back. I'm like, it's
try something new. Try something new.
Do something new. By the way, 415 checks in on the text line. Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line says, Kerry Crowley is a true Frisco legend. I heard that when he was at SI, he'd carry 2 kegs of beer up Mount Davidson whenever they partied up there. Shout out to him.
Is that true?
He'd carry 2 kegs of beer.
That sounds like Kerry.
Does not sound like Kerry.
2 keg Kerry. That's our guy.
Yeah, that's what they call him, Keggy Crowley. That's
I like that.
What they call him in the streets. The funniest note I know about Kerry at SI was Creative Tony, who used to be here, was the freshman baseball coach or the JV baseball coach at one point. Mm-hmm. And Kerry was the only catcher on the roster.
Okay.
And Creative Tony cut him. he cut the only catcher on his team. What are you doing?
It worked out for Kerry Crowley.
Yeah, I know. But also you're like, there's no way that team found success, right?
Probably not.
He didn't have a catcher. What are you doing?
And Kerry Crowley, he strikes me as a catcher.
What do we got? One catcher?
Yeah. We could do fine without one.
I think I'd rather carry a 4th second baseman. You know what I mean? Like, what was the trade-off?
Can you imagine that? Like, there's just no catcher. It's like
another righty reliever,
or like no arms, like the guy No Arm McGinty and Family Guy.
Bucky LaGrange.
Bucky LaGrange.
No arms.
He never had a hit in ever.
It seems the fans' patience for this scrappy little no arm man has finally run out. They're like booing him and everything. Yeah. He's kicking the dirt. He's like a one-arm player would have made he goes, a 2-arm player would have made the play. A 1-arm player would have at least had a shot at it, which begs the question, why, with all the 2-arm players in the minor leagues, do they continue to go to a second baseman with no arms? It's so ridiculous, dude.
Great joke.
Such a dumb bit. How about this one? J.J. Redick. Was he fooled by LeBron's decision part 2? Here you go. Here's J.J. Redick.
You guys are idiots. I'm asking, did anybody text you? We all knew it was an ad, right? Dude, I got a lot of texts.
I'm sure I got some texts.
Any fun ones?
No. I mean, I think most people that text me are also aware that it's probably going to happen. So nobody was freaking out.
JJ Redick calling the media a bunch of idiots for believing that he was going to retire.
He was in the media like
I know.
18 months ago.
Listen,
a bunch of idiots.
I don't really know if JJ Redick's a good head coach. I think that some of his decisions were questionable during the postseason last year against the Minnesota Timberwolves. But he comes across so cocky for a guy that's never been a head coach before. Like he was mad. I remember the last game, the elimination game that the Lakers were facing, and some guy asked him, "Do you need a more experienced coach to tell you about your rotation?" He was like, "Why are you saying that about me, huh?" He just comes across so cocky. Like, I get it. The LeBron thing was lame yesterday, but to call the media, you're a bunch of idiots. Like, it's a valid question.
I hope we get to a point at some point in the show where we ask somebody a question and they say back to us, "You guys are a bunch of idiots. You guys are a couple of idiots. You guys are a couple of dumbasses.
You guys are idiots."
I don't know what I would do in that situation. At that point, it's like, yeah, I guess so.
Kind of are.
Depends on who it was, how they said it,
If
what
it's
the
a
question
caller,
was, and how they
If
laughed.
Phil Sims said it to you, would you feel that way?
I would have laughed.
He's like, "You guys are a couple of idiots."
I was kind of expecting to be like, oh, hell, this is a QB controversy? Get the hell out of here.
Yeah, it was. Phil Sims was pretty funny with us earlier. He was kind of wacky in his analysis of stuff.
A little zany.
He was a bit. He goes, "Yeah, Bill Parcells told me one time, when you leave, they're going to love you." I was like, "Well, how does that help me out? What does that mean?"
I did like it where I was like, so what do you think of Kyle Shanahan as a play caller? Oh, hell, he's going to be just as good as his dad. I remember his dad had John Elway, and he had an arm, and I had an arm myself.
He's like, then I say Elway throw in person. I thought, man, he does have an arm. 530 checks in and says, what do we think Kerry's squat was in high school? 2 kegs? Dude for sure didn't use the Smith machine either. You a Smith machine guy?
I don't squat that much.
No?
No. In my younger days, when I had a better back, I did.
Well, can Kerry check in if he's out there listening? Can we get confirmation on him carrying 2 kegs up the hill to party?
He'll text us.
Somebody said they heard that about him. True Frisco legend. Carrying kegs.
I like that.
Keggy Crowley. All right, moving on here in the Sound Soiree.
This is gold.
This one?
Yes.
So, dude, I've actually been getting a kick out of watching, who is it, Burkhart?
Yeah. With David Ortiz.
A-Rod Jeter and David Ortiz. Ortiz was killing me the other day when he was just rattling off former Yankees with heavy Dominican accent. Roger Mary, Joe DeMaio, kept saying it like that. I was howling at that. I was like, they were laughing too. They're cracking up at it.
All the while, Derek Jeter's like, "Are you serious, bro? Like, you're going to teach me about Yankee history now?"
Yeah, he's just like naming players. So here we go. The Yankees have their stud youngster on the hill today, Cam Schlittler.
Schlittler.
Careful.
Yeah, well, gotta be. Here's what David Ortiz said yesterday. He was having trouble pronouncing Cam Schlittler's name when they were talking about.
Or just didn't want to.
Yeah, or he just didn't want to. Here's David Ortiz.
Every single one of you pronounce his last name. You kept first.
Schlittler. Oh, well, he's the master. Schlittler. You now your turn.
Sound like Hitler.
No. All right, let's go to a break, guys.
I'm going Cam.
You know what, Poppy? You just
get in trouble.
You just call him Cam.
Cam, that's it.
You just call him Cam. You just call him Cam, and maybe it'll be Mr. Cam, depending on how he pitches tomorrow.
Okay, at least A-Rod, with all of his cheesy nature, laughed at it. Derek Jeter, dude, laugh at the joke, man. You're not going to get canceled. They're not going to pull you off of television right then and there. Your image is intact. And immediately he goes, "All right, guys, let's go to break." Like, David Ortiz is going to get me in trouble here. Calm down, Derek Jeter.
How about, dude, Tim, Derek's one take on this all day has been, Jeter, what an a-hole. Every time we've talked about this soundbite, it's so funny and ridiculous. And Derek immediately is like, screw Derek Jeter, man. This guy's not having any
Because
fun.
I hate when someone kills a joke like that.
You're the one Jewish guy here, and you're like mad that they're not laughing harder at it, dude. It's so funny.
Please,
riff
am
more.
I going to be offended because someone mentioned Hitler on a baseball
of course
postgame
not.
show?
It
Come
was
on.
funny that Ortiz
Of course
said
it was funny.
Funny that he wouldn't say the name, and then when he finally did, it sounds like Hitler.
Yes.
Yeah.
You know what it felt like to me is like the Around the NBA show with, Shaq and them, where somebody would make a joke, but none of them know how to like deal with it, so they all just act awkward and kind of just noodle around. Whereas if it's Around the NBA, they're all laughing, they're figuring out how to work with it. This was just like, man, Jeter, what's going on? Come on.
No, seriously, like David Ortiz is saying what we're all thinking, and Derek Jeter just has to be the stick in the mud.
I didn't see it that way, really. I was like, whatever, they were going to break anywho.
I thought Derek Jeter ruined it. It did.
It didn't ruin anything. I mean, you have to have a take on it.
Yeah, just come on, Derek, laugh a little bit.
That's going to do it for your Sound Soiree. We better go to break, like Jeter would say. Wednesday, October 8th, that's your Sound Soiree. When we come on back, the latest on what's going on across Major League Baseball and a little bit more on Nick Hundley, leader in the clubhouse per bags for the Giants' vacant managerial opening. More to come. Dirty Work on a Wednesday on the Sports Leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the Sports Leader.
Was it about a show and a half before we're back to the rotator? Adam Copeland, D-Pop.
Oh, we're back, baby.
Tim Webb with you on a Wednesday.
Come on, Tim.
So, Young Tony official. I keep hearing that commercial during the break. That commercial sounds like Young Tony to me.
A little bit. Marina Tone?
He's officially moved to the Marina.
He's not Young Tony anymore. Marina Tone.
I can't wait for him to teach me about San Francisco. Can't wait for him to tell me all the great things that I need to be doing in San Francisco. Dude, did you know about this, dude?
Dude, Safeway in the Marina?
The most Marina guy I've ever met.
He gave us a Safeway in the Marina review. Like, we all had.
I've been there many a time.
It's where I grocery shop.
I've been there many a time.
I went there last week. I'm there all the time. I got it, bro. Young Tone, dude.
It's a good Safeway.
It's the only one close enough to me to really get stuff. I mean, there's the one on Jackson by the old work building. That one's a little smaller, though.
It's a large Safeway. There's not
this
a
one's a pretty big
Safeway in
Safeway.
San Francisco.
Yeah, this one's a little bit bigger. There's one in the Mission, too. Which one?
The one in the Safeway in the Marina.
The Marina. You go over that one, too? What's your reason to be over there?
I was house sitting for a family friend, and he had a great spot in the Marina. He's had it since 1990, rent controlled.
Was it Tony?
No, it wasn't Tony.
Tony probably Tony probably owns the building that guy lives in.
1990 rent control?
Yeah, dude, that's incredible.
Dude, incredible deal. So yeah, I spent a week in the Marina. It's a good spot.
I think Tony's probably got a 3-bedroom to himself or something.
Three bedrooms.
He's probably got the highest net worth on that whole show. Young Tone, dude.
You saw our guy Curly a little short.
No,
Curly family is
no, dude. No, man.
No.
Yeah.
The Curly family's well known.
The Curlys are hardworking.
Curlys are, Young Tony getting his hands dirty. You know what I'm saying?
No, he's building. The Curlys are building old ship.
Young Tony is hiring the Curlys to come build to add a breakfast nook into his kitchen or whatever.
Yeah, that sounds accurate.
Right. Want to see the interaction between Curly's brothers and
oh man, Curly's brothers. You don't F with those guys.
You don't mess them. Dude, I had a conversation with one of Curly's brothers at Gino and Carlo.
Yeah.
A while back. Was introduced to him, not by Curly, where the bartender was like, dude, John Joe's brother. So I met him for the first time, took a photo, sent it to Curly.
Good dudes.
He wasn't smiling in the conversation with me. Like, we had a couple of riffs going, but took a photo together, didn't smile on that either.
Peaky Blinders vibes.
Yeah, well, they don't strike me as like young Tone guys. No, they don't strike me as guys who'd be young Tony dudes.
No.
I mean, me and Co spent a lot of time together, but we were not together for that. And he texted me immediately. He goes, bro.
Yeah.
What about
the Curly Brothers?
I met the Curly Brothers.
The Curly
Didn't
Bros,
smile, man.
They don't F around.
415 checks in on the Golden State Lumber Showroom text line. Says, I have a claim to fame about that Safeway in the marina.
Oh,
I met
yeah?
Tim Lincecum? Is that what you're saying? I met Tim Lynn to come here and get his sunglasses back in the day. Assume they're talking Lincecum? I don't know.
Spells it
Tim Lynn, like Fred Lynn?
L-Y-N-N.
I don't know. Was this a voice text? I don't really know.
Yeah.
Hard for
Tim
your
Lynn, huh?
It's hard when your claim to fame is not easy to understand.
Yeah. Well, good luck with that one.
Yeah, good luck. Just a quick update on what's going on across the baseball playoffs. Do you have the scores up in front of you?
I know that
we had 2 games.
I know the Cubs won to keep themselves alive.
Cubs were down 2-1. It's been an exciting postseason. We also I know that the Mariners went up 3-0 early.
Yes.
In Game 4 against the Tigers, and we're getting to Game 5.
We are. That series is tied up 2-2. The Tigers won 9-3 today. Cubs won 4-3, and right now the Blue Jays are leading the Yankees at the top of the 6th, 2-1.
Cam Schlittler,
yes,
5 innings pitched, 2 earned, 6 hits, only 2 strikeouts to go today in that one.
And then once we're off the air at 6:08, it's going to be Dodgers and Phillies, and we'll see if the Phillies season stays alive.
415 says, I went to St. Cecilia's with the Curlies. I've known John since I was in 3rd grade. His older brother and friends coached my 6th grade basketball team. We won the championship that year. Solid people. Dude, that's George in Frisco knows John Joe.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't know that.
John Curley's the mayor of San Francisco.
John Joe is the man.
Yes.
He's my man. Yeah, that's my guy. He'll be out there in Hawaii with us, rocking the shirt.
Okay, no. I'm going to convince him he needs to get down to his skibbies. Just get down to the...
You think you're going to get John Joe Curley shirtless in the ocean in Hawaii?
Yeah. I'm going to take that shirt off.
Marcus and I,
get over here.
We should try to rip it off his body. I'm not doing that. I'm not putting hands on John Joe.
I mean, no body shaming. Come on, Curly. Let it
Nobody's
hang.
going to body shame. We're like, let it fly, baby.
Yeah, come
let
on.
it fly. Come on, John Joe.
Let's see that pasty Irish skin. Come on.
I'll be right next to him. We'll blend in together. It's fine.
Lather up, dude. Yeah. Maybe we'll see some Tim's arms, too.
No, I don't know about that. I don't want to see that. Or his grape toe. No.
No, dude.
The toe healed. It's fine.
I don't want to see it regardless, Tim.
Okay, I'll just sit in the room all the whole time then. It's fine.
and by the way, you guys can see John Joe's pasty back and Tim's grape toe also if you qualify for our big Hawaii getaway. We qualified one today. Mary in Alameda, I guess, is our qualifier. They'll do a drawing in a couple of weeks, and then the winners will come with us. Round trip airfare for 2 and a 5-night stay at the Mauna Kea Beach Hotel in Hawaii.
Okay, which members of the filth do you want to see come to Hawaii? Let's cross Techie off the list because he was already there.
It's gonna be tough to not have Tacky there. I'm gonna miss my guy Mike Pence who was there last year for sure.
Mike
and they got busy.
Yeah, well, they got kids now, so they are busy.
Yep.
I mean, dude, I'd love to see any and all members of the filth there. We had a really good crew last year. It was a lot of fun.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know who's calling or trying to qualify.
I can tell you who qualified from our show. Our guy Escobar, who was on the YouTube chat as well.
Escobar
qualified yesterday.
There you go.
Escobar.
First name, last name.
He just goes by.
Last name.
He just goes by Escobar.
Thank you, Tim. By the way, tomorrow is, boys. It's our House of Prime dinner.
Oh, that's right.
Did you know that?
I did.
It's going down tomorrow.
Pretty fired up.
Dude,
not gonna lie.
Derek, do you know what time Tim made this reservation for?
9 o'clock at night.
Oh no, my man.
9:45.
9:30.
Okay.
Okay, you guys aren't John Curley and Young Tone. You're not waking up at 4. Relax.
No, that's.
We'll be there, Tim. Dude, it's your 20-year anniversary.
By the way,
dinner.
we get to watch the rest of Thursday night football.
That's true.
What's the complaint?
Do we get off early tomorrow?
I think we do.
No.
Do we?
Tim takes the headphones walked away, dude. I don't even know.
I think it's a full show.
I think it's a full show too.
Baseball playoffs, it's all contingent.
When I realized it was 9:30, that's when I confirmed. I was like, damn.
Oh no, Tim's upset.
Would you like to apologize?
Oh really?
Would we like to apologize?
5:15?
Wait, we're done. What time tomorrow, Tim?
Baseball playoffs, baby.
We're done early tomorrow too.
All right. You know what? I apologize, Tim.
So then my question is, we couldn't get like a 6:30? Couldn't get in earlier than
We are at the mercy of the House of Prime Rib
9:30 p.m.
reservation.
That's usually the earliest you'll get there.
Come on, you know the deal.
I was going to say, dude, no faster way to find out Tim doesn't have pull at the House of Prime.
Well, it'll be good night.
9:30 res, dude.
You can make the next one, okay?
It'll be good
Mayor.
night. The three of us, Mr. KNBR, Otis Bird, it'll be a good time. We love you, Otis.
Oh,
we love you.
Man. Dude, Mr. KNBR said he may not be able to make it.
Oh.
But he may make it. Dude, Mr. KNBR has a blind date before.
Oh. Those always go well.
He said it's a blind date, but it's early enough that, like, he's like, I think that's at like 6 or 6:30. He's like, I could probably still make the dinner.
Yeah.
It's like, that'd be wild. He's going to do the bang bang. He's going to go second dinner.
Whoa.
Bang, 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 maybe.
Yeah, we'll see.
It's 9:30. Have plenty of time.
We'll see if she joins us at the dinner.
I'd say if he makes it to the dinner, it didn't go well. You know what I mean?
No, I mean, blind dates, like, how successful are those usually?
You ever been on one?
Yes.
You've been on a blind date before?
I have, yes.
Like you didn't know the person at all?
Yes.
Somebody set you up, you went to a location and met them?
Yeah.
How long ago was this?
This was about 2 years ago, 3 years ago.
You have no idea how mad I am that I found this out at 5:50.
Why?
Because I want to ask questions about it. Like,
another layer
was it
peels back.
Yeah, another layer.
Have you ever been on a blind date before?
No, never once.
Never?
I've been like set up. Like I've been set up before, but I never like showed up to a place. Didn't know. Like, did you know what this woman looked like before?
Yes.
Okay.
I got pictures through Facebook or something, yeah.
And she had seen yours then too. She accepted.
I think so. This wasn't like a Tinder situation. It was like mutual friends.
Yeah, like that's different. Like Tinder or dating apps. Like,
Yeah.
it wasn't Banana Bread Woman.
No, that's 13 years ago.
Oh, this was more recent.
Yeah,
This was
yeah,
more recent. Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. So where'd you meet? Like at a bar?
I'm not telling you all the details. Come
Just
on.
tell me what you were set up on a blind date.
A wine bar. We went.
You went to a bar. You have to tell me exactly. I'm just like,
Yeah.
so you met at a bar.
Yeah.
You walk in and then what? So you knew who you were looking for.
Yes. She saw me. I saw her. Like, oh, we recognize each other from our pictures. Had a nice conversation. That was about it.
Yeah, I was going to say, I followed up. You said those never go well. So I was like, so what happened?
There wasn't a second date. I didn't inquire. She didn't inquire either. We both figured out we're not meant for each other.
How long did it last?
The date?
Yeah.
Like 2 hours.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Good conversation, but we realized we're two different people.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Right. This was here in the Bay, or this was like in Texas?
No, this was in
LA?
met up. Yeah,
Indonesia.
no, this was in Oakland.
Was it in Indonesia? Where have your
Indonesia,
many, in
yeah.
your many residences
Yeah.
have you?
She told me her line of work. I was like, I don't know about that.
Not bad, Derek Papa.
That's pretty funny, dude. That's pretty funny. All right, that's going to do it for Dirty Work on a Wednesday. We'll put the show to bed next. Larry Kruger at the top of the hour, only here on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Number 8, Steve Young joined Murph and Marcus this morning, giving a detailed explanation of the difference between Mac Jones and Brock Purdy, and spoke to the success of Baker Mayfield after finding a home in Tampa Bay. For that podcast and all of our podcasts, head to thesportsleader.com and on our app. I mean, why risk upsetting Steve?
Time for dirty work to put the show to bed.
Are you crazy? I don't need a bed.
On the sports leader.
Now you will go to sleep, or I will put you to sleep.
Dirty work on a Wednesday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. Larry Kruger's coming up next. Dude, apparently Kruger was captivated by some of our conversations today.
How could you not?
Krug, you I was told, were a big fan of what we were saying about rom-coms. We had a big rom-com discussion earlier.
I just thought there was a couple sound bites that had to be saved there when you said, I think at one point you said, I'm all about rom-com or something like that.
Yes, I'm a rom-com head. I am. I'm all about rom-coms.
rom-com head.
I'm a rom-com guy, yeah.
I think I was crossing the Pleasanton-Dublin border.
You got to laugh out of that? You got to laugh out of that, yeah.
I got to laugh out of that. I got to laugh out of that. And you seemed... you're a very easygoing guy, but you're kind of militant about your rom-com take.
Well, if you're going to come at me and say you don't like, I'm okay with not liking a Hugh Grant the way Tim Webb said. If that doesn't tickle your fancy, by all means. But don't tell me you don't like. Tim's like, I'm not going to waste my time on rom-coms. I said you're missing out on one of the great film genres in American pop culture history.
Crew, do you have a favorite rom-com yourself?
Well, I mean, is there anything better than Alec Baldwin putting his hands on Ben Stiller's back
in a long game, Pauly, dude?
At the urinal,
Mazel, good things.
Dude, he rubs his earlobe at one point.
Mazel.
He rubs his earlobe, Crew.
He's like, I thought she was a dirty whore anyway.
That's so good.
His wife cheats on him with the scuba instructor.
Yeah.
He's got the rose petals. And, oh, dude,
that's so funny.
That one
so
is
good.
excellent. The one my wife and I always joke about, because I mean, it's just like I have scar tissue from this one. P.S. I love you. Did you ever see that?
I know
I've
of
seen
it.
that one.
Gerard Butler? Yeah.
I don't know if that can be even considered rom-com. It was just terrible. It was just awful. I remember sitting there thinking to myself, I'd rather be anywhere right now.
Yeah. Gerard and Swank. That's what you're getting in that one.
Hillary Swank.
No.
Wow.
Dude, you know, Kruger's right, though. 25% on Rotten Tomatoes. It's not very good.
Yikes.
And then also, when I got to San Ramon, that's when D-Pop was showing his love for Natalie Portman.
Oh, I love Natalie Portman, man.
That really came through the speakers
like,
loud and clear.
Yeah, right.
Black Swan,
All of a sudden,
man.
I started thinking, wow, D-Pop and Portman. That'd be a good-looking couple.
Yeah, right.
we can all dream, Krug.
How about this one? Krug? Derek just revealed he once went on a blind date. You ever been on a blind date? Like years ago, did you ever go on one?
Gosh, I don't think I've ever actually been on a blind date where I didn't know the person.
Yeah, like out of nowhere.
No.
Okay,
not
Krug,
a blind dater.
I got one for you. What's more likely, I get with Natalie Portman or the 49ers trade for Max Crosby?
Definitely Portman.
There's a chance.
You're
telling me there's a chance.
You could be her type, You could just be her type. It's like Costanza or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. She's into short, balding, funny men.
Yeah, you could be her dream man. Where there's Mark Davis, you could throw in, ownership of P.F. Chang's, and he would still say no.
You're right about that.
Yeah,
You're right about that.
It's like all the lettuce cups I can eat, but you're still not getting
all the lettuce cups.
We're keeping Crosby, and I'll keep my, my P.F. Chang's to myself.
You can have a Pizookie, but I'm keeping Crosby.
There you
go. Krug's coming up next with some Niners Nightly. Krug, good to talk to you, bro. We'll sign off.
Thanks, Krug.
Just a sec. Let's put the show to bed here. Tim, you got a note to self for us?
I passed out in a bush.
Yeah, note to self. If you're going to bury an entire genre, don't make it rom-coms.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's right. Go ahead. What do you got, Derek?
Note to self. I know we reference a lot of movies on this show. I never thought we referenced Drowning Mona.
Drowning
Mona, a movie from 2000 with Danny DeVito and a big cast, but it's like what, 20% on Rotten Tomatoes?
Yeah, it's like 20. It did not have a good rating.
No,
did not.
Dirty Work does not endorse Drowning Mona.
Did not have a good review. The other one I was thinking about was a Note to Self. Bedazzled, not really a rom-com, is it?
No.
People are bringing up all those early '90s ones.
No, Bedazzled with Brendan Fraser
and Elizabeth Hurley.
That is definitely not a rom-com.
It all comes back to Hugh Grant.
It all comes back to Hugh, dude. All right, that's going to do it for Dirty Work on a Wednesday. Thanks to our guest today, and good booking by Derek. Steve Berline joined us at 2:30, and Phil Simms joined us earlier in the afternoon as well. Phil Simms actually a pretty fun interview. Had some funny things to say. Yep. Check all that out, thesportsleader.com and the The Sports Leader app. And thanks to Tim Ryan. Thanks to Tim Webb. Nice work today, dude. Thanks to the rotator as well. The music rotator. We love it. We'll sign off. We'll be back with you tomorrow up until Thursday Night Football. And for anybody who needs to hear it, it gets easier. Every day it gets a little easier. You just got to do it every day. That's the dirty work, but it does get easier. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station. Larry Krueger, Niners Nightly, starts right now.
Well rested, but still dirty.
I'm a fool to do your dirty work. Go, yeah. I don't want to do your dirty work no more.
And away we go. Welcome to Niners Nightly. Larry Krueger back with you after a full day in Santa Clara. Well, it was more of a half day. But you get the picture. Niners getting ready for the Buccaneers. 2 4-1 football teams. 2 division leaders. Something's got to give. Tony Romo and Jim Nantz will be on the call. Of course, Tim Ryan and I believe Guy Haberman will be on the call as well. Greg, we miss you. Get healthy. Get right. Get back, and we'd love to. I love that they featured Greg last week in some of the Monday night, or some of the Thursday night buildup, I should say, to that game. That going back, obviously, I was watching it on TV, but then didn't see the whole intro, and then getting to see some of Greg's great calls there in part of the intro. That just is really cool. I mean, that's the kind of stuff I think is really cool. But welcome to Niners Nightly on a Wednesday. We got a fantastic hour for you, as we always try to do. Greg Oman's going to stop by. He's the Bucs reporter and has been since 2013 for Fox Sports. He's a great follow on X at Greg Oman on X, and that's Oman, A-U-M-A-N. Is Baker Mayfield the MVP of this league? He might be. He might be the MVP. I mean, Stafford, Allen, Mahomes, Goff, these are the candidates. I think Baker's been better than almost all of them. Tampa's offense is cooking, and they don't even have a lot of their guys. So this is going to be a good game. This is going to be a hell of a game. This is going to be a tough one for sure. Not practicing today. We always start with today in Niner news, and we will start there as well. Not practicing today, Brock Purdy with the toe, though they are not going to put him on the IR. I thought that was interesting. I thought he was probably headed to the IR for a 4-week stint, but no. Supposedly, which kind of, I don't know if I like that, because I really think the Niners ought to give him a good amount of time to rest up, see if he can get that toe right. And if that means a month, that's a month, but they obviously doesn't want to commit to missing a month. And that means it sounds like he's going to try to get himself back out there in the next week or two. That probably means he's going to be playing with that turf toe on turf against Houston. I think the next game's also turf. So that's I'm a little dicey on that. I really think the Niners ought to go with Mac Jones, play the hot hand, and do right by both of them. Mac's hot, playing well, looking good. Purdy's not healthy, and he's not going to get healthy if he plays. So I'd sit Purdy and go with Mac Jones, but it sounds like, at least for whatever reason, they're not putting him on IR. Pearsall did not practice today, didn't practice Monday, probably isn't going to go this week. That's the vibe I'm getting. Jennings, I think, may go. He did not practice today, though, and neither did Jordan Watkins, neither did AC, Alfred Collins. Your AC after you make big time plays like he did last week. Yatir Gross-Matos didn't practice. Robert Beal didn't practice. Trent Williams and CMC given vet days. So a lot of guys sitting out practice today. Limited were Mac Jones, CJ West, Upton Stout. Kevin Givens had his 3-week window opened. So they got 3 weeks to make a call on Givens. He's coming back from the pec injury. Clea Davis practiced today with a club on his hand. He's going to try to give it a go with that club. So that's kind of the long and the short of the practice. Malik Mustafa was a full participant at practice, and he looks great. He already looks great. I can't wait to see him back in there. In a lot of ways, he's my favorite player. I mean, this guy's just so violent. He's so physical, and he's good in coverage. So, I mean, in a lot of ways, I mean, he's the all-around safety. And one of my buddies was asking me, who do you think sits between Pinnock and Siegel? You know, it's funny. I was talking to the great Dave Lombardi about this in the locker room today. We had a free moment. He thinks it's probably going to be Siegel. I know Siegel's been picked on. I don't know. I kind of feel like Siegel and Mustafa are almost ideally suited to play together because Siegel's a former corner with 4.3 speed. Mustafa's a heat-seeking missile who's just awesome in run support. I think they'd be a great combo, but we'll see. I mean, I think it could be Pinnock, but Pinnock's such a smart player, such a good blitzer. He's so good at the line of scrimmage and so many things that he does. And they may just want to slow things down a little bit for Siegel, who's played a ton of football early on. So we'll see. But they got good decisions to make, right? Because all those guys can play. Kittle is not coming back this week, but he may return against Atlanta. Niners signed Bruce Hector today to the practice squad. He played 6 games with the Jets last year. Niners will be wearing the red jerseys for the first time all year. That was good to hear. I'm really tired of the white jerseys at this point. Give me the red jerseys. I'd like to see them. And Eddie Pinheiro, NFC Special Teamer of the Week. And he kind of told us, he didn't kind of tell us, he told us today in the locker room that he reached out to Jake Moody and just, gave him kind of a lift and just said, hey, I mean, that's unique, isn't it? Hey, man, you just lost your job. I just took your job, and now I'm calling you to make you feel better about it. But it just kind of shows that Eddie's a good dude. Eddie's a good dude. And by the way, he's made 11 field goals in a row. And Shanahan was asked about, some question about Eddie, and you can tell Shanahan does not give a rip about anything other than does it go through the goalpost or not. He was asked about something about Eddie, and he's like, you can tell. He's like, he's compartmentalized his whole place kicker thing to, I don't care what he says. I don't care what he does. I don't care what he thinks. I don't care how he fits. I don't care. Does he make field goals? I think Kyle's kind of at this point, and can't blame him. But Eddie Pinheiro, Special Teamer of the Week. By the way, all 10 NFL Network analysts are picking Tampa to beat the Niners this week. It's always any segment where we can throw Steve Young in there, we do. I got to get Steve on the show one of these nights. Steve is one of my favorite guys to interview. He's always been one of my favorites. He stopped by with Murph and Marcus this morning. Let's hear a couple cuts from Steve, because anytime we can inject Steve into Niners Nightly, we're going to do it. First, he weighed in on Mac Jones's success, and here's what he had to say about the Niners starting quarterback on Sunday, Mac Jones.
Well, let's separate it let's just focus on Mac, the person and the player, and what we've watched and what we've seen. And what we've seen is inspiring. He's been an inspiring player. He's been, he's brought something that, the Mac's game is he's throwing the ball all over the place, and he's showing up under duress on the road without everybody in place, and gritty, inspiring football. And so for Mac, or where he's not somebody from nowhere. This is a guy that was, a big college player, was number 1 draft choice, expected to be a really good player for a lot of years, and got into a jam. And so now for Mac, he has reestablished himself as somebody who can be a really good player in the league. And I think that's the magic of being in San Francisco, by the way. Like I always tell you, if I was going to run to one place, and you always think, oh, it's because you live nearby. That's why. No, it's because I know what's going on down there for quarterbacks. So in that way, for Mac, this has put him back in place to play for a long time. And it maybe even more than that, because it's the grittiness and the things that it takes time to show in the NFL. He's been able to do in a very short time. So good for him.
Steve Young, when he talks about this, he lived it. He lived it. Steve Young became one of the greatest quarterbacks in the NFL but he wasn't that in his 20s. He wasn't that at 28. He wasn't that at 29. We're talking about Mac Jones. It's like 25. He's relatively a baby compared to Steve Young was like 31 before he ever really got it rolling. He was great. He was better in his 30s than he was in his 20s. He was also asked about Baker Mayfield. And I think Baker is incredible. I mean, this is a battle of reclamation quarterbacks. Both these guys were kind of given up for dead. Here's Steve on Baker.
I think what happens is we have expectations, and they're either met right away or they're not, and that stains people. And then we judge them, right? And then then it takes time to actually change our mind. And that's Baker was that way, right? It was like, oh, he can't get it done for whatever reason. And I think what Baker's done is you can see the grittiness that he has. What impresses me most is how much he's improved as a player. As a college player, he's very good, speed of the game in the pro game. You didn't get the help that necessarily that everyone really needs, but yet you still have to show yourself. I just feel he's improved. He's always been gritty. He's always been tough-minded, and he's prepared. But I think he's actually improved his game, his ability to process and deliver and anticipatory throwing and kind of the reflexes that he's developed. He's become an NFL quarterback that I trust. I didn't trust him before, and he's becoming trustworthy. And I think that's a huge thing to say about an NFL quarterback, that I trust you to go, and that a coach can now trust you, and that you're going to continue to develop and get better. And I think Baker's one of those guys that has the grit that's necessary, and the quest to get better, and then found a place where he can actually do it.
Yeah, no, it's I can listen to Steve talk ball for hours, but he's spot on there. I thought Phil Simms was interesting with the boys earlier when he was talking about, hey, look, if you got the talent and you like football and you like the process of football, he didn't quite say that, but he basically was saying that. It's just a matter of time. I mean, you're gonna figure it out. It's not rocket science. You're gonna figure it out. If you have the talent, this guy had the talent. This guy was a great player in college. Big hands, throws a great ball. He's not the biggest quarterback, but he's got good escapability. He can run a little bit. And he's a competitive son of a gun. There's no question about it. Let's hear one more from Steve, and then we'll take a timeout and go to our guest next segment. But Steve was asked to break down the difference between Purdy and Mac Jones. And I didn't hear this live, so I got to hear this right here. Let's hear what Steve has to say. How does he compare the Niners' two quarterbacks?
And then Mac, I think, needs to get more physically attack the line of scrimmage. He and I chatted about it very briefly, but you've seen what Justin Herbert's doing. You've seen what Trevor Lawrence is doing. You see, they all see Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen and know that's the game today. It's not my thing, but it's the game. And I think the Mac is thinking about how to more attack the line of scrimmage, and even if you're still throwing it, because Mac's a thrower, right? He's a more pure thrower. And grittiness they both have, and there's a lot of similarities. That's kind of as much as I would say about it, because you can see Mac processes pretty freaking well. I mean, that's kind of why Kyle really liked him coming out of college, because they went around the whole country and said, I need a processor. I need someone who can process my offense and get the ball out. Well, I like Mac Jones, right? So we know that he felt that way. That's what's amazingly superpower of Brock Purdy, and why Kyle and he get along so well, because he processes like elite. And so in that way, Mac and Brock are both people that Kyle really is attracted to. Kyle knows my offense is awesome, and I need someone who can process it, who can proselyte it, right? And get it out to the people. And in that way, it feels like Mac and Brock are very similarly situated in how they process.
Yeah, I think he is so right on the money on that. Now, Brock's got extra movement ability, next level movement ability when he's healthy, but I think that's a great point. This league is packed with young quarterbacks who have not been developed well, and the Niners are fortunate. They have two young quarterbacks who, when they get to the top of the drop, they know where to go with the football. They've done the film study. They've done the mental reps. They've gone through the practice films. They've thought about it. They're not scanning the field at the top of the drop. They're getting to the top of the drop, and they are just making a decision. And I think Brock was better earlier when he was more decisive and got the ball out of his hands faster. I think the numbers show when he holds it, he's not quite as effective as when he gets rid of it. And I think Jones, JT O'Sullivan made a great point in his quarterback school breakdown this week of Mac Jones, saying that Jones's feet are set at his first progression, and he's ready to get rid of the ball quickly. And he had to last week against the Rams, and he probably is going to have to in the weeks ahead as well. So both these guys can process, and young quarterbacks who can process and know what to do with the football at the top of the drop, that is, that's a benefit. There's very few teams in the NFL that have multiple quarterbacks that can do that, let alone multiple young quarterbacks that can process what they see pre-snap and post-snap. All right. A lot of stuff there. Let's take a timeout. Let's come back. Greg Oman's going to stop by. We'll talk some Bucs with him. We'll see what he thinks of the matchup. The Niners and the Bucs go Sunday. You'll hear it right here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The 49ers hit the practice field today. Of note, Brock Purdy, Jawan Jennings, and Ricky Pearsall did not practice, while Mac Jones was limited. Also sitting out was Yetur Gross-Matos and Alfred Collins. So, sweet. For all the latest 49ers news, keep it logged right here to the No Practice Leader.
Now, back to Niners Nightly with your host, Larry Krueger, on KNBR, the sports leader. Sports leader.
Well, we keep things rolling on a Wednesday. Larry Krueger with you, Niners Nightly, and Greg Allman is with us from Fox Sports, Tampa Bay Bucs reporter. He's covered him since 2013. He's a great follow on X, at Greg Allman on X, and he's with us on the Yuma guest line. Greg, how are you?
I'm doing well. Thanks for having me tonight.
Well, thanks for coming on. And, it's really interesting looking at the Bucs and just kind of taking a deep dive. I looked at their all of their previous games this morning, and just looking at their team, their roster, the makeup of things, and the guys that are out with injuries, the Niners and the Buccaneers are almost mirror images of one another.
They really are. Yeah, they both very short-handed. Maybe the Bucs a little more dramatic in how they win, I guess. But both kind of limping through to Sunday's game as we speak.
Let's talk about Baker Mayfield. He has found a home. Man, Cleveland's mistake is the Buccaneers' gain. He stopped by the Rams in between there. What a find. I mean, this guy has not just saved his career. He may be the MVP of the league.
Yeah, it's been a while to see. This is year 3 for him. Threw for 4,500 yards, 41 touchdowns last year. So, I think to even try to take over a team from Tom Brady is a bold task. Baker has never lacked for confidence. So, no, it's been neat to see how, he's kind of made this team his own. He's very much the leader and the core and the kind of the spark of this team. And it's been a great start for him. I mean, he's missing, at one time or another has missed his 2 best receivers. And obviously the connection he's had with this rookie, Emeka Egbuka, has been really neat.
No question. And we'll get to Egbuka in just a second. He has just been his own story. I mean, he's an incredible story. Just looking at the injury report as far as today, Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, Bucky Irving, Zion McCollum, and Benjamin Morrison all did not participate. Do you expect all those guys to be out on Sunday, or do you think some of those guys get healthy between now and then?
Yeah. Today's just a walkthrough, so it really doesn't mean too much. It's like even the participation levels they list are just estimates. I would not expect Evans. He's coming back from a hamstring. I guess he could go tomorrow and still play, but I'm not expecting him. Not expecting Bucky Irving. Of their 3 DBs that missed Sunday in Seattle, Dean probably has the best chance to play. He's coming from a quad injury. I think Benjamin Morrison is probably a little bit longer. He has hamstring. The curious one is Zion McCollum. He played every snap Sunday, but did it with a thumb injury. I guess they called it a procedure. So he was in a sling and a cast today at practice. But Bowles didn't rule him out. Said he could still go Sunday. Obviously, that'd be a big help for them if they're down, potentially 2 or 3 of their top 3 corners. That's a big thing, even with the Niners as depleted as they are at receiver.
Let's talk about the Bucs on the defensive side of the ball for a second, because I think it's an interesting conversation. It's a 3-4 front. Vita Vea is a monster in the middle. Hassan Reddick, Yaya Diaby off the edges, but they haven't gotten a ton of heat on the quarterback, and their pass defense has not been very good. But I love this kid Parrish they drafted out of K-State, who's playing the nickelback role as a rookie. He looks really sharp. Talk to us about their defense. We saw them last week against Seattle, and they did just enough to win, but it was not a defensive effort.
Yeah, they're really uneven right now. Hard to know what you're going to get. Seattle had touchdowns on 5 straight drives Sunday, and they still won. One of them was a 99-yard drive. So I think the fact that they're down a little bit at corner has hurt that. They've played well. They've won games with their defense at times this year, but still not nearly enough takeaways. I think they have 4 takeaways in 5 games. They need a lot more than that. The pressure, like you said, pressure could simply be more consistent. I think they had really hoped to get consistent pressure rushing 4. Hasn't really been there. So you kind of get Todd Bowles as just a wild blitzer throwing pressure from just about everywhere. So no, it's a challenge for them. I mean, I think Seattle's offense is probably one of the better ones they faced. But I think San Francisco certainly presents problems, regardless of what combination of receivers that are out there. They certainly know Christian McCaffrey well from his Panthers days. It'll be neat to see how they handle that.
Tampa's number 1 in the league against the run, and it's easy to just point to Vita Vea and just go, oh, yeah, well, he's the reason. And I'm sure he's a big part of why teams can't run inside on Tampa. He's just, he's a condominium complex. I mean, it's with a large green space. I mean, he's a really wide defensive tackle. He's probably the widest body in the league. But nobody does it by themselves. I mean, this is the number one run D in pro football. How are they doing it? I asked Shanahan about it today, and he said he thinks that that Bowles operates a great scheme against the run, and that a lot of their success against the run is due to his scheme.
Yeah, I mean, and they've done it against some of the better backs in the league. They handled Bijan Robinson really well, held Saquon Barkley under 3 yards a carry. So no, they've handled good backs well. Vita is definitely where it starts. They're actually missing their next best defensive lineman, Kalijah Cansey. He's lost for the year. So they've had kind of guys stepping up in different spots around Vita Vea in that defensive line. Their ends, honestly, their outside linebackers are good against the run too. Diaby and Reddick are both good in run support. And Levante David, I think, helps with that too. But no, it's one of those where their goal every week is going to be to eliminate the run and make an opponent more predictable and kind of one-sided. And again, that's had mixed results. Sam Darnold threw for 4 touchdowns and a ton of yards. Really couldn't stop him in the second half, at least last week. But it's gotten them to 4-1, so they're doing something right.
Yeah, I mean, and some of those, I watched a lot of that game. Some of those windows were tight. I mean, that touchdown to JSN was just an absolute perfect pass in a sea of arms. I mean, that couldn't have been thrown any better. If Tampa's got to play this game with no Benjamin Morrison, no Jamel Dean, if McCollum can't go, I mean, I would imagine the Niners' game plan against a team with this good of a run D is probably to throw the ball. They've been throwing the ball a lot early on. But how good are how good's cornerback 4 and 5 on this roster?
Well, you mentioned Jacob Parrish. I mean, Jacob Parrish, slid outside in their base defense on Sunday. I think gave up like 7 targets and 7 catches, about 90 yards. So a little tougher. He's not a big guy. So, I mean, a size receiver on the outside is going to be a challenge for him. But he's the guy they probably the most confidence in. They played a guy named Kendall Vildor as the other opposite corner without Dean last week. He would probably go again. But like you said, you're potentially looking at corner 4 and corner 5 on the field at the same time. So it's tricky. And I mean, having Parrish on the outside means they're not as good at nickel when they go there. So I think Bowles, as complex and intricate a defense as he can have, when he doesn't have his best corners out there, tends to pull things back and not be as exotic and not be as disguising for opposing quarterbacks. And as a result, I think sometimes they have more success. So he's got to decide whether he has confidence in those corners to put them on an island and blitz with wild looks, or whether he tames it down and tries to simplify things.
Greg Auman with us from Fox Sports, Tampa Bay Bucs reporter with us on the Yuma guest line as we look ahead to Sunday. Niners and Bucs go in Tampa. And Greg, you're a great read. I read your extensive piece. I thought it was extensive. It was 2 days ago on Emeka Egbuka and his rookie season. A lot of good information in this article. I mean, is it possible that, we've seen so many great receivers come into this league in the last 20 years. Is it possible that Emeka Egbuka is the best rookie wide receiver in the entire league in the last quarter century? I mean, I know that sounds crazy, but this guy looks better to me than Jamar Chase. I think I might go to Randy Moss in the late 90s. The last time we saw a rookie receiver, come in and just dominate the way this guy's dominating.
Yeah, and I think the stats speak for themselves. I mean, he's got unprecedented stats for our first 5 games, but I feel like when his catches have come has been what's most significant. I mean, you look at Falcons game in week 1, he gets the winning touchdown with less than 2 minutes to go. Texans gets a touchdown. This past weekend, to keep up with that Seattle offense, he was a big part of it. Had a 20-yard touchdown, had a 57-yard catch to the 2. Even, you look back at some of the other games, has had really key catches against the Jets, had a big sideline catch to facilitate a field goal to win. So it's cool in that Baker Mayfield, has only known Egbuka for months here, but he just trusts him really well and has given the ball and thrown the ball his way in so many crucial situations. It's impressive in that he's really earned his trust and they have no hesitation in going to him with the game on the line.
I mean, Evans is going to Canton. Godwin's a Pro Bowler. if these guys get healthy, this is the three best receivers going on one team probably. And I love Higgins and Chase, and they're really good. But I mean, Egbuka's taking it to the next level. When you watch him too, I'll tell you what really stands out to me. There's all kinds of little subtle things that Emeka Egbuka does on film that are very veteran like. You'd swear if you're watching this guy's been in the league 5 years. So many rookie receivers come into the league that they've been looking at gigantic cards that tell them what to do, and they sit out plays and they don't buckle their chin strap. And there's the college, everybody's open, pros, nobody's open. It's that kind of thing. And this guy's the rare rookie that is making it look easy. And I don't know have you seen what's the best way to cover him, I guess, is the question.
Yeah, I mean, the smarts is definitely what they've raved the most about. I mean, in terms of just his coming in, and this is back even June when they've barely had reps with him. Felt like he knew all three positions at receiver in this offense, and was telling other people how to do things. And that it's neat, and that he's really gets compared to Godwin a lot, and that's really high praise here in Tampa on and off the field because of who Chris Godwin is. But I mean, Godwin barely impacted as a rookie. His only touchdown his rookie year came on the last play of the season. So for Egbuka to have 5 touchdowns in 5 games, he's way ahead of that curve. Mike Evans has the rookie record here with 12 touchdowns in Tampa as a rookie. And again, I mean, right now he's on pace to challenge that. On pace to challenge all the rookie records. I mean, it's only 5 weeks, so it's kind of a small sample, but every week he's kind of validating that what he's done is legit, and it's just more of the same.
Couple things that stood out in this game to me as well was Seattle ran the ball for 6 yards a carry, and Tampa won this game despite really not getting the running game going. Without Bucky, it wasn't like they had a big rush effort. I like Rachaad White; he's a good receiver. Tucker was good in college, but they're not Bucky Irving. How what do you expect to see from the Tampa run game Sunday?
Yeah, they had this streak going where they had, I think, 12 games in a row where they had rushed for at least 100 yards and they held their opponent under 100 yards. And that's like the longest such streak in NFL history, I guess. And that streak ended on both sides, in that Seattle had it easy and I think the Bucs finished with like 60-yard rushing. But no, I mean, I think they feel like if they own the line of scrimmage, they can dictate the clock that way. That's a huge advantage. And that, league-wide, that's going to lead to a lot of wins if you can do that. But I think they respect San Francisco's defense a lot. Without Bucky Irving, they lose a lot of that big play potential. I think Rachaad White is a safe back, is a great pass protection back. He's probably not the same from a big play standpoint. Their number 3 who has stepped up is a kid named Sean Tucker, a third-year back, who's a little bit more of a big play threat. He had a rough game against Seattle. He had negative yards for the game, I think, on 6-7 touches against Seattle. So he has to step up and be a presence. Their depth behind them isn't great, but I mean, they're having to test that. They're probably not going to have Bucky on Sunday. So I think they know they have to get more out of what they have. And even their offensive line, their offensive line is missing 2 starters still. So they've kind of gotten by on the right side of that line with 2 backups in there so far.
Yeah. Heck, of course, was here last year. 2 last ones before we let you go. Special teams. I mean, we talked about how these teams mirror one another. They kind of do on special teams as well. I mean, the 49ers have, they finally have a kicker they're comfortable with. And Eddie Pinheiro, he was the special teamer of the week in the NFC. They love him. He's very popular. But the Niners are a constant struggle on special teams. The coverage units have not really, taken effect. They got a brand new special teams coordinator, Brant Boyer. And yet the Buccaneers, I'm looking at the rankings, the Buccaneers look like they're struggling on special teams as well.
Absolutely. I mean, Chase McLaughlin has been great. Hit a 65-yarder, like longest outdoor kick in NFL history. I think he's 10 of 11 in his last 3 games. So he's doing great. But their protection units on special teams have been real issues. 2 punts blocked, a field goal blocked, really has cost them a game. You think about that Eagles game. It started with a touchdown off a blocked punt. So they shored that up. They had 2 punts in Seattle and didn't have them blocked. So that's progress for them. They gave up 2 big returns that got Seattle out to midfield off kickoffs. So it's definitely something to be watching. I'm sure they're happy to hear San Francisco has their own issues, but they got to get their own house straight before they can start taking advantage of anybody else on special teams.
Last one for you, Greg, and we appreciate your time. Greg Allman with us from Fox Sports in Tampa. Niners and Bucs go Sunday. You'll hear it on the leader. The GM for Tampa, I think, is really underrated. Jason, is it liked? I believe.
Yeah, liked, correct.
November 4th is the trade deadline. And I get, Niners and Bucs will compete Sunday, but I get the feeling that Lynch and Liked may compete at the trade deadline. They may be looking for a lot of the same players up front on that defensive line. What do you expect Liked to be searching for at the deadline? It comes November 4th, which is after, I think, week 8. It's right there, so it's coming up. It's only a few weeks away. What's Tampa going to be searching for? And do you expect them to be active?
I don't think they'll make a huge move, but it definitely wouldn't surprise me to pick up a vet. I mean, there's a couple of positions where, whether by injury or just ineffectiveness, they've got some concerns right now. Their second linebackers, a guy named Servacia Dennis, he's really has struggled in coverage, especially with backs. Lots of running backs getting yards along the middle. So McCaffrey's as good a pass catching back as they'll come up against. That wouldn't surprise me if they added a linebacker. Tight end, they haven't got that much out of. You hear about Mark Andrews being available from Baltimore. He and Baker are like best friends going back to Oklahoma days. So that'd be a big name, but especially if Baltimore's kind of a fire sale right now. That wouldn't surprise me. D-line, they can always use, I feel like their edge production hasn't been what they want it to be. So no, it wouldn't surprise me at all if they, I don't think it's going to be more than a third-day pick, a fifth or sixth round pick, but it wouldn't surprise me if they recognized that they have a good team and wanted to add something to try and help them get a little deeper in the playoffs.
Yeah, they look really good right now for sure, and it's going to be a good one on Sunday. Greg, thanks for your time, man, and thanks for jumping on KNBR. We appreciate you stopping by and profiling the Bucs a little bit for us.
Oh, no problem. Thanks again. Y'all have a good night.
Yeah, you too. Greg Allman from Fox Sports, Buccaneers reporter. And as I said, he's been covering them for over a decade. He's a good follow on X at Greg Allman, AUMAN. All right, we're going to come back. We'll finish up the hour. I did a live stream the other day where we kind of went through and we made predictions. 5 guys that I could picture the Niners potentially having interest in. And the guy I was streaming with, the great Raj Melwani, who sometimes stops by on Niners Nightly, he gave his 5. We'll tell you about those 10 names next. And if you want to chime in, 808 KNBR, what do you guys think? How do you guys envision Sunday in Tampa? Are the Niners going to roll to 5-1 and Mac Jones is going to continue to play incredible football, or is Baker Mayfield torch this 49er defense, and it's a lot of Baker to Egbuka, because Egbuka is the real deal. I'll say that. But Niners better absolutely get ready for this rookie because he is phenomenal. 808 KNBR, the number. We'll continue on with more Niners Nightly next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Yeah, it sucks that the Giants are out, but it's Elimination Day in baseball with 4 teams on the brink of Cancun. Catch all the action on Mike Holler's KNBR 1050. But come back for Dirty Work. Don't leave me. I have abandonment issues.
Faithful. Niners Nightly with Larry Krueger now continues on your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR, the sports leader.
All right, we're coming down the stretch. Final segment of the hour on Niners Nightly. Getting ready to hand it off to Kerry Crowley, who's got a phenomenal show ahead. Michael Loganoff will be his guest tonight. Michael will be talking, I think, a little Warrior basketball. And Roger Munter is in the house, which means Carrie and Raj were going deep on some prospects, on some Giants prospects. So talk a little minors, probably with Munter, I would guess. Let's go to the lines. 808 KNBR, the number. OG's in Bend, Oregon. And he wants to talk some Niner ball on the Sports Leader. What's up, OG?
Hey, Larry. Hey, I'm a loyal listener. I want to lead off with that. I've been listening to you for a long time in various segments of your career at KNBR. So
thank you.
I just want to make that clear. So I keep coming back to you. So I also want to compliment you on the fact that, I know you're a local guy, and the fact that, you could be classified as a homer, but in your interviews, you're always, you just always are, you're pointing out the weaknesses of the Niners, not coming across as a homer, with whoever you're interviewing. I really respect that, just because it's, that's the best way to be doing it. A lot of folks don't do it that way. I appreciate the fact you do.
Well, there's enough house organs. I figured maybe somebody needs a different tune. But I will say this. If I wanted less stank guy from Niner PR, I would probably be even more positive than I am. But I can live with the stank guy I get. Go ahead, OG.
And that's good for you. So,
exactly. What's on your mind tonight?
Well, okay. I rely on you, like I say, a loyal follower of you. I rely on you for a lot of personnel evaluation.
Okay.
You were drooling over Guerrero for months during the summer, and we know so far how that's worked out. He has trouble hanging on to the ball. He has trouble staying healthy. My thing on him is that he's had shoulder injuries. I'm thinking if you've got a shoulder injury, you might have a little trouble hanging onto the ball in tough situations. Okay, that's just that. I don't know if you agree with that or not.
Well, I made my, if you ever hear me evaluate anybody out of OTAs, call up and remind me that I have no idea what I'm talking about, because OTAs will fool you every time. Austin Pleasance looked like a Pro Bowler in OTAs. He's not.
Right.
And Guerrero looked awesome in the offseason, and he's not. There's just no feel there at all. The Niners, I don't think Shanahan and the offensive staff trust him. They haven't told me that. That's just my observation. He fumbled 3 times the day before they traded for Brian Robinson. Was it cause and effect? I would suggest it was. So I think there's, if I was Lynch, I would spot Guerrero when he has a great game. The first team that calls and asks about him, I'd say, make me an offer.
Well, and Stu, I know you've taken enough grief over your, of the aforementioned wide receiver that, had the breakout game, last week.
Kendrick Bourne,
so
yes, who I did add to my fantasy team this week in the KNBR League, and I will be taking down Brian Murphy with Kendrick Bourne on my squad this week. So Murph, if you're listening, you're going down.
Right. Please do. All right. So my final question to you is, so the third string quarterback, Martinez.
Yes.
What do you think about this guy? Because I mean, as much as what a great job that Matt has been doing in relief of Purdy, with his funky knee, you just don't know what's going to happen. So I'm curious if this guy has to come to action. What do you think?
I really like him. I like Adrian Martinez quite a bit. I mean, I always liked him. I liked him at Nebraska. I mean, years ago. He's an athletic, competitive guy. He's got an athletic body. He can run. He's got 4.5 speed. So he's got that next level ability to make plays. Those yards that you have to sometimes take advantage of that defenses give you. If you have the speed and the athleticism to take advantage of them, you're ahead of the game. So that's That's in his skill set. He's a really good runner. He's also he's on the heels of playing the best football he's ever played in his life. He was the MVP of the UFL Super Bowl. He was one of the best players in the UFL. Now, the UFL is not the NFL, but he's on a high. He's coming off a high of playing his best football. And I really think the Niners have something here. I like Adrian Martinez. Now, he's not, Mac Jones is a starting quarterback. Brock Purdy's a starting quarterback. I don't think Adrian Martinez necessarily is an NFL starting quarterback, but I think he's plenty good enough to come off the bench. He's a plenty good enough number 2 quarterback. You should not fear. It's not Josh Johnson in the NFC Championship game from a couple years ago. This guy's got some ability, some processing, some athleticism, some arm strength, some poise. He will not wet the bed, so to speak. I think he'll fire. So, do I think he's a starter? No, but I do think he is a suitable backup.
That's what I wanted to hear, Larry. Thank you.
All righty. OG, have a great night. Bend, Oregon, one of my favorite spots. It's a great spot. Enjoy yourself up there.
All right. I'll be waiting for your visit.
Sounds good. If you make something good, I'll definitely stop by. Anyway, that opens up a line. All right. We're coming down the home stretch. We always go with our 49er stat of the week, and we definitely want to go with our 49er stat of the week. And we got a couple of them this week. 49er stat of the week. The Niners offensive line is a concern. It's a concern. The Niners offensive line right now is last in run block win rate, 32nd. 32 teams in the league, they're 32nd in run block win rate. If you don't like that stat, they're number 31 in stuffed run percentage. If you don't like that stat, they're last in the NFL giving up as far as runs that are stopped for a loss. 16.5% of the 49er runs in the first 5 games have been stuffed for a loss. That's the biggest percentage in the entire league. So that's a problem. That is a real problem. Okay, so that's on the negative side. Now, I can't just leave you with a negative stat. We'll go with a positive one as well. The Niner run defense from last year under Nick Sorensen, they were 29th. And now with a lot of the same players, they're 8th. That's the impact of Robert Saleh. They went from as bad as there is almost run defense to a top 10 run defense by adding a couple of players here and there. I mean, it's basically a lot of the same guys. So way to go, Robert Saleh. And those O-line stats, I don't know if the Niners have their best 5 guys out there. I think they do. I know they think they do. But if they continue to play this way, they may have to consider some lineup changes along that offensive line. And I'm not sure who. I'm not sure exactly what direction or who's the weak link there. I think it's a kind of a different guy every week. It's easy to point the finger at Colby, but he's a young guy playing with a groin strain. So I don't know if I would point the finger at him. The NFL trade deadline is November 4th. And let's hear this cut from Kyle Shanahan. Shanahan was asked today about the NFL trade deadline. And here's what he had to say. Some people took this as he doesn't believe in his team. I don't know if I got that out of this. Let's hear this.
You're going to have to see how the season's going, too, to assess what the situation is. 4-1 as the guy coaching this, does that increase your interest in maybe making a trade or two?
Not really. What increases my interest is who's the guy that can absolutely help us get better this year without hurting us next year, and you balance both of those out. But there's got to be a guy available, and sometimes it's 2 different things. Sometimes there's one guy who can only help this year. Sometimes there isn't a guy available who's like that. So we'll see what comes up. Sometimes things come up, but I don't see any different right now than how I felt going into the year.
Like in the Emmanuel Sanders trade was like, really, you said it, we're maybe one piece away. Do you feel at all similar? I know it's a little ways away to that time.
No, I don't feel at all like that. I think at that time we had a Super Bowl defense that was as good as anyone in the league, and probably had been for like 10 years, and it was pretty obvious. And I thought, at the time, some of the receivers we were dependent on weren't there, and we were playing some young rookies, and we thought we needed to add another guy. But yeah, I don't totally see it the same situation as right now.
Yeah, interesting. I wouldn't say that he doesn't believe in the team. I would just think he knows it's a young team. They had a Super Bowl ready team that needed one receiver. That's why they went for Emmanuel Sanders. I think what he's saying, and Lynch is kind of saying the same thing, is like, we know we got a good team, but we're also got a young team. I think if Niner fans are waiting for John Lynch to go trade for Jeffrey Simmons or Trey Hendrickson, I think you got to think again. I think you better lower your expectations. That's what I would suggest, because I don't think that's what's coming. When he says I don't, somebody can help us this year. Well, they want somebody who's a significant help, not just a nominal help. But they also don't want to, that doesn't cost us a lot next year. In other words, we're not trading our number one pick. That number one pick's got to be earmarked for the replacement for Trent Williams. There's no negotiation there. Next year's 2026 first-round draft choice has to be an offensive tackle. Has to be. It's a great tackle draft. They've put it out off too long already. So that's what it will be. I'd be very surprised if they don't draft an offensive tackle in the first round in this next draft. We'll see, but that's my take on it. And I don't think they're trading that pick. They're not trading it for Trey Hendrickson. They're not trading that pick. And I really don't believe they are. But I do believe they'll be active. Heck, John Lynch has popularized the midseason trade, almost more so than any GM. So Raj Melwani and I went through, we gave 5 names each. I'll give them to you real quick, and then we'll say goodnight. My 5 names of guys that I could predict maybe the Niners being interested in. I went Will McDonald of the Jets, just because of the Robert Saleh connection, and he's almost kind of like a younger version of Bryce Huff. Miles Murphy, which I stole from Brad Graham, who's going to join us later in the week, hopefully on Niners Nightly, who's a great athlete who's playing in Cincinnati, and he's a big-bodied guy. He's a very talented guy. I like that one because he's controllable into the future. I put Jeffrey Simmons on the list, but I don't really believe that that's going to happen. I also named Thomas Incoom, who's a defensive end from Carolina, kind of an underrated, under-the-radar guy, a little bit more of an outside linebacker in college, but I like him in this wide 9. And then I threw David Njoku, the Cleveland tight end, out. Just if Kittle doesn't get right, you got to have another tight end. To me, Luke Farrell's been disappointing. So Njoku, I think, would be incredible in this offense. So those are the 5 names I went with. Raj went with Kayvon Thibodeau of the New York Giants, and I just don't think they're going to sell. Because I think Shane understands he's canned at the end of the year if they don't do something. So I don't know if they're going to sell. Jalen Phillips from Miami, that would be a good one if he's healthy. Arden Key from Tennessee. Obviously, he's been here before. Trey Hendrickson was one of the names he threw out. And then he threw out a name that Mayoko threw out in an article I read on Niner Noise, Xavier Legette from Carolina. Big, talented receiver who's kind of raw. But if Carolina wants to give up on a raw receiver who they knew was raw when they drafted him, he's going to be really good. It's just a matter of, is it going to be this year, next year? It's going to take a little time. But you're talking about big, fast, great athlete, huge body. If you don't want to pay JJ in the offseason and you're looking for your JJ replacement, Xavier Legette for a day 3 pick at the trade deadline would be nice. I would definitely endorse that. So interesting names. There'll be a lot of speculation between now and November 4th. We'll see what direction it goes. That's going to do it for us. Thanks to Greg for stopping by. Thanks to Raph for producing. Thanks to all of you guys for listening. Up next, the great Kerry Crowley talking a little Warriors, a little Giants. We'll be back tomorrow night at 6. Todd Husak, or actually, we're not back tomorrow night at 6. Tomorrow night is Thursday night, and we've decided we've moved it to post Thursday Night Football. So when Thursday Night Football ends, I'll pop on. And we'll talk some Niners tomorrow night after Giants-Eagles gets week 6 rolling in fashion, grand fashion. All right, that's going to do it for us. Have a great night. We'll see you after Thursday Night Football on the Sports Leader.
KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. It's time for you to sound off, for you to speak your mind. This show is for the faithful. Touchdown! Dub Nation. Time! Steph Curry again! And the seam heads that bleed orange and black. Good! This is Sports Phone KNBR. Sponsored by Industrial Metal Supply on the Sports Leader. Check the live stream on YouTube at KNBR 1045. Here's your host, Kerry Crowley.
We are back. What's going on, folks? Kerry Crowley hanging out with you Wednesday evening here on Sports Phone KNBR. A reminder that we are sponsored by Industrial Metal Supply online at industrialmetalsupply.com. It's metal made easy. I don't know about you, but I assumed that when the 49ers traveled down to SoFi Stadium in Los Angeles to take on the Rams last week, with the depleted depth chart holding out pretty much every questionable player due to injury because of the short week, because you're playing on a turf field, because you're playing a divisional opponent, I figured, okay, 49ers might be mailing this one in. Kyle Shanahan had other ideas. He had his team ready to go, ready to play, and ready to stun the Los Angeles Rams. The 49ers played far from a perfect game, but they came up with the biggest plays when it mattered most. Mac Jones hit Kendrick Bourne like they were QB1 throw to wide receiver 1, and not QB2 thrown to a wide receiver who opened the season on a completely different team than the San Francisco 49ers. The defense, while it seemingly surrendered first down after first down and big passing play after big passing play throughout the second half and overtime, came up. Alfred Collins forced the fumble. Kyron Williams going in at the goal line. 4th down and 1. Kyron Williams with the ball in his hands, and the entire defense swarms for a critical stop, and more than just a critical stop, really one of the most memorable stops in a divisional game that you will really see in the NFL this season. 49ers sealing the game in overtime, a stunning, shocking, completely mystifying in my mind upset of the Los Angeles Rams last week. And so I figure, okay, they're 4-1. They're feeling good about themselves. They've proven that they can win these tough games, these games when they're shorthanded, when they're undermanned. At the very least, they will get a lot of their talent back against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Now, that's a matchup that I figured after the 49ers beat the Rams that they would begin to get at least some of the key players who've missed significant time this season back on the field. 10 days off, big rest, No one very seriously hurt against the Rams. I mean, Yetur Gross-Matos seems to have a hamstring thing. Could keep him out a couple of weeks. Alfred Collins, Kalia Davis, both dealing with injuries along the defensive line, but there's still a seemingly possibility that they could go this weekend. Nevertheless, Wednesday's practice rolls around, and 49ers might be more injured than I thought. 49ers are in a tough spot come this weekend in Tampa against the Bucs, because you look at their injury report, their practice report from today, and my goodness, this is a team that is in a really difficult position. Start things off at the quarterback position. Brock Purdy, not practicing. The toe injury that he re-aggravated in Week 4 against the Jaguars doesn't appear to be getting better in the fashion the 49ers anticipated. Mac Jones, limited. Knee issue. Not good. We saw him go down against the Rams. He's already not very mobile. He's already someone who struggles to move around in the pocket. A compromised version of Mac Jones on the field on Sunday against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers would be far from ideal for the San Francisco 49ers. So Adrian Martinez, it could be your time. The UFL QB who led his team to a title. And look, I don't know his team. I don't follow the UFL. I follow college football. I even know the best high school programs in the country, but I don't follow the UFL. Good for Adrian Martinez, and I do agree with Larry Krueger. You just heard on Niners Nightly. From what I saw in Nebraska, he was a pretty good quarterback, but he's probably a backup. And he's probably not even a high-level backup at that. But the 49ers could need Martinez to step in at some point. Maybe not the entire game, but if Mac Jones has that knee compromised again like he did against the Los Angeles Rams, it could be time to see some Adrian Martinez on Sunday. I figured George Kittle, after going down with a hamstring injury Week 1, he might be coming back. Instead, Kyle Shanahan saying today that more likely Week 7 at home against the Atlanta Falcons. Okay. More Jake Tonjes, who, by the way, has been pretty stellar. We covered that on last night's show. Jake Tonjes picking up not necessarily where Kittle left off, but 3 receiving touchdowns this year and giving the 49ers some good snaps as a run blocker as well. You like to see that if you're the 49ers. But again, you would also like to see George Kittle back on the field. Ricky Pearsall, Juwan Jennings, I thought at least one of these guys will be coming back against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Well, doesn't seem like either of those guys are going to be poised to play on Sunday against the Bucs. So I don't know when things start to get better for the 49ers in this injury situation. But I also don't know when this team is going to recognize how depleted it is and that it should be folding in these scenarios, because they should have folded against the Rams. They didn't. Kyle had them ready to go. They looked great in certain elements of the game, and ultimately they won that game. Tampa Bay on the road, a different beast. The national telecast, they've got CBS, Jim Nantz, Tony Romo on the call on Sunday. They've moved the game back from the 1 p.m. start in Tampa to the 4 p.m. start in Tampa, so that means you'll be getting those late shadows as that game happens. It should be a fun one, regardless of who the 49ers have available, regardless of who is still not ready to go, regardless of who probably will go down during that game, because it seems as if the 49ers can't get through more than a couple of snaps without a key player going down with an injury. Nevertheless, this team is compelling, it's entertaining, and it is still downright competitive. 4-1 through 5 games, 4 one-score victories for this team, 4 games which the defense sensational plays toward the end of games to give the offense a chance to win and or to seal a game the 49ers offense scored late in. I'm Kerry Crowley. The show is Sports Phone KNBR. When we come back, we will take your calls. We will also play some audio from Kyle Shanahan, who was at the podium earlier today describing the injury situation and looking at the team's trade deadline outlook. Yes, we're less than a month away from the NFL trade deadline. It is worth having these conversations right here on The Sports Leader.
So first down at the 6. Robinson and Tonjes to the right. Juszczyk and Farrell to the left. McCaffrey shifts out from under center. Mac Jones takes, and he throws. It's a touchdown. Touchdown, 49ers on the opening drive of the game. A couple of penalties, and they can't be stopped. And they march right down the field, heavy underdogs on the road, and they start the game with a score.
And a busted coverage by the LA Rams.
Giants fans, this is your hub to have your voice heard. Sports Phone KNBR. Streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
We are back here on Sports Phone KNBR. 49ers, Giants, Warriors. We're covering it all this evening here on The Sports Leader. I'm your host, Kerry Crowley, hanging out with you until 9 o'clock. Got some good guests tonight. Roger Munter will join me to break down the Giants' managerial search in the 8 o'clock hour. Michael Loganoff, NBA analyst, stopping by in the 8 o'clock hour as well. He'll probably wrap up the show with us, talking about the Golden State Warriors and expectations for the upcoming season. But right now, keeping it all things San Francisco 49ers here in the 7 o'clock hour. We've got some Kyle Shanahan sound bites from the podium today that we want to play for you. But first, the phone lines are open. We've received some calls, and we're going to head out to Ed in San Francisco. Ed in San Francisco to lead things off for us this evening. Ed, how are you tonight?
Hey, how you doing, Kerry? I'm doing fine. Just commuting home from work and just listening to the show. And just wanted to call and give my 2 cents regarding the 49er Ram game last Thursday night. Unfortunately, I'm the bad guy. I am a LA Rams fan, born and raised. And just listening to you talk and talking about the team. And commending their efforts. First of all, my hat's off to the 49ers from last Thursday. The most unbelievable games you could ever be part of, playing it or as a spectator live. But when the Rams always, 90% of the time when they play against a team that's shorthanded, 90% of the time they seem to lose those games. You have to go check the archive and you'll see exactly what I'm referring to. When the team best players are missing, they always seem to lose that game. Now, the game itself was a great game. Shanahan had that offense ready. They picked the defense apart until like the last 6 minutes of the game. Defense. That kind of like stifled their offense. A couple of penalties helped the 49ers score. That gruesome kickoff that didn't hit the mark and gave them the ball.
Yeah,
and didn't go down.
That was a game changer right there.
Exactly. So what I really want to comment on is just going back to the game. Like I say, I'm a fan of the game. I call it either way. When a team is getting done improperly with calls, I will speak whether it's my team or not. But you go back to two points of the game that was point breakers. Was that so-called progress was stopped, was a bunch of BS, was a bunch of baloney. And then secondly, on that 4th and 1, a great defensive stance. But if you look in at the play toward the end, Connor Williams, his face mask get yanked back into the pile. Even though he was stopped, he was trying to come out of it, and he was pulled by the face mask. And he got punched in the face on that fumble. Great play. But and then last but not least, Stafford got caught by the helmet on a pass play right in front of the ref, and no flag was thrown. But not to take away from the 49ers, great game.
Okay, there we go. I appreciate the call, Ed. Thank you for the Rams perspective on that and the thoughts from a Rams fan. And look, here's what I'll say to Ed and his comments. 49ers didn't play a perfect game. No one who watched Thursday Night Football last week is sitting here and saying, wow, that was the best offensive or best defensive or even the best special teams performance we've ever seen from the San Francisco 49ers. They played out of their minds. We are not saying that. In fact, it was a very flawed performance. But when you can win a game with your flaws shown, when you can win a game without key players who are injured, it says a lot about the character of your football team. And so I understand Ed's points about the things that went against the Rams, the bad play call from Sean McVay on 4th down, and you can point to 50-50 plays all you want. The point is that turned into a 50-50 game, and it should have been a 100-0 game in favor of the Rams. That is the reality for Los Angeles. When the 49ers were missing that much of the depth chart, the Rams had no business losing that game, and the 49ers turned it into a coin flip. And as a result of that, they won the football game. They made one more play than the Rams on a night when they had to make about 100 more plays than the Rams just to be in that game. It's pretty incredible to me that they found a way, given all of the personnel losses that they had, to come away victorious. Let's go to Mitch in New Jersey. Mitch in New Jersey, you're on Sports Phone. Mitch, what's going on this evening?
What's happening, Gary? How you doing?
Doing well on mine. What's on your mind tonight, Mitch?
Defensive line, with Nick Bosa being out, you think they'd make a trade. It was amazing that they won that game. I think it should have been a tie, but the Rams blew it also. I blew it pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, I think they need to make at least one, if not two trades. I think there are so many acute needs for the 49ers right now, but defensive line, even if this team was 1-4 and not 4-1, I'd still think they need to make a trade just to survive the season on the defensive line right now with the rate of injuries they're going through.
Drake Jackson, what team is he on? Is he still available? And one more thing.
I don't know that he's still floating around anymore.
Maybe retire, look on to another career. But Adrian Martinez, I liked him in college. And Kyle Shanahan can fix quarterbacks. I mean, not make him a star. Maybe he could, but it's some competition we have with Mac Jones. But if Martinez, I would see him get a chance to play and see maybe you got something. The Jets released him, but they don't know anything about quarterbacks. But it'd be interesting.
Yeah.
If he plays.
No, I understand it. There's always intrigue, and I appreciate the call, Mitch. Thank you for your thoughts. Look, if Mac Jones isn't 100% healthy and ready to go, 49ers at least have to be getting Adrian Martinez ready to play on Sunday. And you never want to get down to your number 3 quarterback. 49ers were in that position last year, and it was Brandon Allen and Josh Dobbs, and oh my goodness, it was just a catastrophe for this team. I will say, 2022, they got down to their number 3 quarterback, and it was Brock Purdy. I'm not projecting the same career arc for Adrian Martinez, but Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch do have a propensity to find guys kind of diamonds in the rough, and last year they certainly didn't. The backup quarterback situation was abysmal. Neither of those quarterbacks were going to be able to win in place of Brock Purdy, but this year Mac Jones has been a gift to the 49ers, someone who's come in and really taken a hold of this system, running the offense well, and the most amazing thing in my mind about Mac Jones and what he's accomplished thus far is Kyle Shanahan, while adjusting the playbook to Mac Jones' strengths, has not adjusted the play calls all that dramatically because 49ers are still throwing the ball 35, 40-plus times a game when Mac Jones has started. You would anticipate that when Brock Purdy's on the field. They paid him $265 million to throw the football, but Mac Jones, not someone the 49ers are paying a whole lot of money to, and you would figure they'd try to run the ball more. Running lanes have not been open. They've been forced to go to the air, and Jones has delivered. Now, the question is, can he be healthy enough to go on Sunday? He was limited in practice today with the knee. I do think he'll probably be ready, but if he's limited at all out there on the field against the Bucs, he could be exposed and could be exposed quickly. Let's go to John in South City. John in South City, you're on Sports Zone. John, how's it going tonight?
Hey, Kerry, how are you, man?
Oh, doing well on my end. What's on your mind this evening?
Yo, hey, I want to talk about that game on last Thursday night, the 49ers going down to SoFi. That was pretty awesome. I'm going to shout out the defense, man. They really came out and played pretty well last Thursday night. That was pretty huge.
Yeah. Yeah, and they came up in situations where they absolutely needed a play, and they delivered because they kind of got gashed for much of the second half and overtime. I mean, Matt Stafford sat back there, clean pocket, and delivered on-target passes, on-time passes to his receivers. And then when the Rams had to put the ball on the ground, it was Kyron Williams getting the ball punched out by Alfred Collins. It was Marquise Siegel leading a host of 49ers through the line of scrimmage on 4th and 1. They came up when they needed to, and to me, that's a sign of great defense. Bend but don't break, and the 49ers bent a long way there, but they did not break in the game's biggest moments.
You're absolutely right, Kerry. Kerry, as we approach the trade deadline, did we see another edge rusher during the trade deadline by chance?
Yeah, I mean, Kyle Shanahan addressed this today, and we'll play some audio of this later on, John. he is reluctant to tip the 49ers' hand right now. I don't know how they get through this season without adding another pass rusher. And maybe it's not Trey Hendrickson. Maybe it's not Jeffrey Simmons. Maybe it's not Kayvon Thibodeau. They need someone out there. I mean, they need guys who have some level of experience in the NFL to generate a push, because what we saw in the second half with Yetur Gross-Matos off the field for the 49ers against the Rams, it wasn't good enough. And you can't go through the final 12 games of this regular season anticipating that. So, John, I appreciate the phone call. Thank you so much. We got a few more calls to get to here. Let's go to Rick in Santa Cruz. Rick in Santa Cruz, you're on Sports Phone. Rick, what's going on tonight?
Hey, how's it going? Thanks for taking my call. I just got a couple of comments, and then I'll finish with a question. First of all, this is the first game that I did not attend down at SoFi because they did it on a Thursday. Otherwise, I've flown down for every single one of them, and it is fully a sea of red. Levi South, it's amazing.
Nice.
But I think on paper, going into the season, if we were all healthy in a last place schedule, I think we were expected to win some of these games, especially, probably Jacksonville. So going into the Rams game, all banged up with third stringers and rookies, the fact that we won that game when there was no logical reason on paper why we should have, just a testament to we just completely balled out in that game. So Bucs are going to be tough. They're legit. My question with, revolving door of wide receivers, why, and Shanahan being a run-centric coach and a healthy CMC, how come all of our touchdowns thus far have been in the air? How come we don't have any TDs on the ground yet?
Yeah, it's a good question, Rick, and I appreciate the phone call. I think this is something that's starting to get on the mind of every 49ers fan. Is also some of this has to do with the 49ers' predictability. I mean, you look at this team right now, and you see the number of receivers who've been out. You understand that George Kittle has been out basically since the first half of the first game of the season. And so when you get down to the red zone, you know where the ball's going. You know that Christian McCaffrey is the guy who Kyle Shanahan is going to trust inside of 5 yards, inside of 10 yards. And so the 49ers aren't just seeing loaded boxes. They are seeing stacked boxes. 8, 9 guys in there, denying them the ability to run the football. And this offensive line to me is merely average. Trent Williams still great at left tackle. But Connor Colby filling in for Ben Barch at left guard, a bit of a liability. Jake Brendel at the center position, I don't think you can say he's really above average. Dominic Pooney not having the season that he did a year ago, and that's in part because of the knee injury that he suffered at the beginning of the preseason. And then over at right tackle, Colton McKivitz, you're not looking at an offensive line that just pushes the line of scrimmage forward. And so the combination of the 49ers personnel, the combination of their track record, and the combination of the players available to Kyle Shanahan in any given moment in the red zone makes it so that defensive coordinators are stacking the box. They're denying the 49ers the opportunity to run the football. And Kyle has to throw. And so far it's worked. Mac Jones has come up big. Brock Purdy has made some good throws under pressure in the red zone. I mean, you look at week 1, the throw that Purdy had rolling all the way from his left to his right to hit Jake Tonjes in the corner of the end zone. That was great escapability. That was a great off-schedule throw. That was a great play for the 49ers. But also it came at a time when the Seahawks were selling out against the run. I think that this team will score a rushing touchdown in the near future. I think that McCaffrey will break one from 20, 25 yards out. But in the red zone, teams are doing whatever they can, and rightfully so, to stop the 49ers from running the football. So this team's being forced to pass. The split, which is traditionally 50-50 under Kyle Shanahan, or as close to 50-50 as it can possibly be, is passing the ball 59% of the time, running the ball 41% of the time. It's hardly sustainable, but until they get some of their receivers back, feels like the 49ers are going to continue to face stacked boxes and continue to have to rely on the likes of Jake Tonjes and Kendrick Bourne in the red zone. That's the reality for this team. So good question from Rick. 415-808-KNBR is the number. When we come back, we've got some Kyle Shanahan sound for you about the trade deadline that we want to play, but phone lines are still open. We got 2 great guests for you in the 8 o'clock hour. I'm Kerry Crowley. You're listening to Sports Zone KNBR on the Sports Leader.
This is where we feed the faithful. Sports Phone, KNBR. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the Sports Leader.
We are back. Kerry Crowley hanging out with you. 7 o'clock hour. Some great phone calls this evening on the state of the San Francisco 49ers. A couple days till this team takes off for Tampa. Match up with the Buccaneers. Also 4-1 on the season. Baker Mayfield leading a team that had quite a victory up in Seattle over the weekend, 38-35, a high-flying, high-scoring attack. This Bucs offense can move the football. Should give the 49ers defense, Robert Saleh, that young unit, some trouble, particularly with all the defensive injuries and issues along that line right now. But nevertheless, 49ers offense, a unit that is missing so many key players, still should have the ability to move the football against these Bucs. I know that Sam Darnold is playing well, but giving up 35 points to the Seahawks, I think, is an indication the Bucs aren't at their best at the moment. And so we shall see. We shall see who plays quarterback for the 49ers. We shall see how much Kyle Shanahan wants to lean on Christian McCaffrey. And ultimately, if the 49ers win this football game, if they move to 5-1, we shall see how open they are to start making moves, start having conversations and dialogue around the league. Ultimately, I think it's a team that's going to want to be 6-2, 7-2, maybe 6-3 by the time the trade deadline rolls around, to really feel confident about making a move for maybe a pass rusher or interior defensive lineman who can help collapse the pocket on quarterbacks. But Kyle Shanahan was asked about trade chatter today. Raph, this is Cut T, and here's the 49ers head coach had to say.
As the guy coaching this, does that increase your interest in maybe making a trade or two?
Not really. What increases my interest is who's the guy that can absolutely help us get better this year without hurting us next year, and you balance both of those out. But there's got to be a guy available, and sometimes it's two different things. Sometimes there's one guy who can only help this year. Sometimes there isn't a guy available who's like that. So we'll see what comes up. Sometimes things come up, but I don't see any different right now than how I felt going into the year.
Like in the Emmanuel Sanders trade was like, really, you said it, we're maybe one piece away. Do you feel at all similar? I know it's a little ways away to that time.
No, I don't feel at all like that. You know, I think at that time we had a Super Bowl defense that was as good as anyone in the league, and it probably had been for like 10 years, and it was pretty obvious. And I thought, you know, at the time, some of the receivers we were dependent on weren't there, and we were playing some young rookies, and we thought we needed to add another guy. But yeah, I don't totally see it the same situation as right now.
Very interesting juxtaposition there from the San Francisco Standards' Tim Kawakami asking Kyle Shanahan about trade possibilities and trade interests at this juncture of the season. Shanahan kind of throwing it back to 2019 when the 49ers did have that electric defense. You had the guys in the middle and Eric Armstead, DeForest Buckner. I mean, you had maybe one of the best defensive lines you will ever see. Nick Bosa, D Ford at the peak of his powers, and those two guys on the interior, Armstead and Buckner. It was just Robert Saleh was working with a golden unit. You go back and you look at the 49ers offense from that season, and it was like Raheem Mostert, Matt Breida, Tevin Coleman, good luck in the backfield. And they got it done. They were great when they needed to. But you think about that depth chart. You think about that team going 13-3, and yeah, the defense was leading the way. You had Fred Warner, Dre Greenlaw in the middle. I mean, K'Wan Williams was your nickel, maybe his best season as a nickel. So many good players on the defensive side of the football. So I can understand why Kyle Shanahan felt like they were a piece away and wanting to trade for Emmanuel Sanders and getting that deal done in 2019, because he believed that they were just one key player from a Super Bowl run. And ultimately he was right. But I do start to wonder. Obviously this season has been very different. Even though the 49ers are off to a 4-1 start, tied for the best record in the NFL, they've won very close games. They have not won any game in convincing fashion thus far, where they've dominated from start to finish. Even the game against the New Orleans Saints, a 26-21 victory, came down to the wire, and the Saints had the ball late. Bryce Huff had to come up with the game-sealing stop. But I wonder if they win in Tampa, shorthanded, and they start to get some of their players back, George Kittle, Brandon Ayuk, I mean, Malik Mustafa could be back on the field as soon as Sunday, playing the safety position, maybe replacing Marquise Siegel or alongside Marquise Siegel if 49ers determine that Jason Pinnock should be the guy sitting down on Sunday. You know, if they get Brock Purdy healthy, if they keep Christian McCaffrey healthy, could Kyle Shanahan decide that this team is one pass rusher away? Could he get to week 9 and say, you know what? We are just one pass rusher from being a legitimate contender in the NFC. Because I look around at the NFC right now and I see some really good teams, some teams that can legitimately contend with the 49ers and others for a title in this conference. But two of the teams that I look around and see as legit are the Seattle Seahawks and the Los Angeles Rams. The 49ers have gone on the road and beaten both of those squads. And so if they're able to take down Tampa, another very viable opponent, another team with visions of a deep playoff run, and then handle business against the Atlanta Falcons, does Shanahan start to let himself dream a little bit? Does he start to realize that maybe this season is special? Obviously, a lot of things have to go right. They have to start by beating the Tampa Bay Buccaneers on Sunday, and that will be no easy feat considering how good this Tampa offense is. But I start to let my mind drift a little bit, and if this team can continue down this path, you almost get to the trade deadline and it would be, I don't want to say malpractice, but it would be stunning if Shanahan didn't invest if they were positioned at or near the top of the NFC. I know that he sees this season and spoke about this at the beginning of the year as a multi-year progression for the 49ers to get back to the top of the NFC and to get back into contending for a Super Bowl. But what if they just get slightly ahead of schedule? What if some of these rookies on the defensive line, Kel Williams, Alfred Collins, CJ West, what if they step up and continue stepping up during the second half of the season? What if Upton Stout really is the answer at the nickelback position? What if Marquise Siegel proves that he can cover in the passing game as opposed to just being solid against the run? Then I think starting to have a different conversation. Kyle Shanahan talked about kind of the character and grit of this team as well up at the podium today, and I think that this is a very important component to what the 49ers have achieved thus far. It's not just the fact that they have won a bunch of one-score games. It's the manner in which they've done it and kind of the character they've built, the identity they built in doing so. Raph, this is cut Q here. Shanahan at the podium earlier today talking about what he's most proud of this team.
I mean, it's nothing against the old team. I think our old teams have had grit and character. It was just more, it was a different deal this year, just knowing how much turnover we had and how many more younger guys were dependent on going into the season in comparison to the 3 years prior. And when you had a team for like the 3 or 4 years prior that, you know, everything was about, hey, we got to get back to the Super Bowl, we got to win an NFC championship game, you got to do all that stuff. It's just a little bit different mindset. I knew it wasn't like that with all the young guys. So I was, you know, when you break the team down in OTAs and everything for a few years about getting back to the Super Bowl and things like that, like it's not going to be that way with this group. And it was a totally different deal. So I wanted to just see how guys attack practice and football every single day, thinking we'd have to really work to get to that because it hadn't been that way for a while. But that's what I was so excited about in OTAs, because just talking with the guys in phase 1 and 2 about it and just watching how they reacted and how the practices went, it wasn't very hard for me. The guys were totally bought into it. We had the right guys, and they haven't worried about really anything except being as good as they can be in practice and that carrying over to games. And I think that's how it's been in these 5 games. Just as easily you can lose all 5 and be 0-5, and we found a way to be 4-1. And regardless of any of the games, even the one we lost, I've just been proud of how they've been going about it.
He's right. They can very easily be 0-5, but they are indeed 4-1. They have found a way. More from 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan on the other side. I'm Kerry Crowley. This is Sports Phone KNBR right here on the Sports Leader.
Sports Phone KNBR keeps rolling live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
We are back here on Sports Phone KNBR. Kerry Crowley rolling with you till 9 o'clock this evening, almost halfway home as we continue our discussion of the San Francisco 49ers. Phone lines are open for a little bit longer. Before we bring on our guest this evening, Roger Munter, who writes the great There Are Giants Substack, will join us in the 8 o'clock hour. Michael Loganov, NBA analyst, we had on Sports Phone quite a bit last season. He will join us as well. Phone lines are open. Let's go out to Ken in Marin. Ken in Marin, you're on Sports Phone. Ken, what's going on this evening?
Hey, how's it going? I was watching the game last Thursday against the Rams, and I was majorly concerned about our offensive line struggles, and it showed up for Jones when he went down. And I thought back to the Philadelphia game, the NFC Championship game, when we lost Brock. So I'm concerned that if we lose Jones, and the truth does not come out for Brock Purdy, for his IR, he should be on IR with his turf toe. And I wanted to get your idea about getting another quarterback, maybe a veteran, to help us just in case we lose Jones.
Yeah, I think it's just difficult. When you lose two QBs due to injury, you're just not going to have anyone out there who's going to come in and provide you with any level of sustainable football. Mac Jones spent the entire offseason learning Kyle Shanahan's playbook, and this is someone who was a backup in Jacksonville last year, who lost his starting job in New England. This is someone who had to kind of rebuild from ground zero, and he did that this offseason, but the idea that someone else could come in and just operate this playbook at a high level and keep the 49ers afloat, I just really find that hard to believe, Ken, and I don't know that there's anyone out there who could realistically be available, who the 49ers would be willing to part with significant capital to go out and get in the event that both Purdy and Jones are out with an injury.
And that concerns me. I don't know if the truth is coming out about Brock. I have a feeling that he's going to go on IR. A turf toe is a serious injury. And I'm just not knowing if the truth is coming out about his injury.
Yeah, I mean, I think, look, the 49ers hope that it was not necessarily as significant of a turf toe injury as some of the others that they've seen in recent years and some of the others around the NFL. Joe Burrow dealing with that this season. But, they sent him back out on the field week 4 against the Jacksonville Jaguars because Mac Jones wasn't quite healthy, and you figure you want to go with your starter, and he seemed to re-aggravate the toe. So I don't know where this is all going. I think it's a tough situation, but I appreciate the phone call, and I think you do speak for a lot of fans who are concerned. So thank you for the call, and I'll be honest, I'm concerned as well. Anytime you've got a quarterback with a lingering injury, it threatens to derail your season. Right now, the 49ers have 2 quarterbacks with lingering injuries, and Purdy with the toe, Jones with the knee. I mean, you could see Adrian Martinez out there for some snaps on Sunday if Jones isn't ready to go or isn't quite at 100% for all of Sunday's game. And the Bucs can rush the passer. Vita Vea falls on you one time, and man, it's not easy to get back up. He's an incredible defensive lineman. Levante David come in and sack you, and all of a sudden, you're one play away in the NFL from being in real deep trouble. So I think it's something the 49ers understand. I think it's something that every team deals with, and it's why in the NFL, realistically, you need 2 quarterbacks to get by, but if you're down 2, you're probably not having the type of season that you want to or expect to or anticipate that you can dig out from. So that, to me, is where the 49ers are at right now. 8 o'clock hour is upon us, which means on the other side, Roger Munter will join us. We'll have an extended conversation about the state of the Giants managerial search. Buster Posey, what he's looking for and what he should be looking for. Roger and I get together, tape the K-Raj podcast every so often, about once a month during baseball season, a little bit more often during the offseason. We like to dive into the maneuvers and moves around the franchise, and we are going to have our conversation when we come back right here on the Sports Leader.
Giants fans, this is your hub to have your voice heard. Sports Phone KNBR. Streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
We are back here on Sports Phone KNBR. Kerry Crowley rolling with you until 9 o'clock for the second consecutive evening. For the second straight night, we're going to spend some time talking about the Giants manager search. Buster Posey, the Giants president of baseball operations, is conducting another big search. Last year, the Giants were looking for a general manager. This year, a field manager. And here to help us break it all down, our friend, Roger Munter. We do the K-Raj podcast every couple of weeks. We've gotten down to about once a month this year. We got to pick it up in 2026, huh, Roger? But right now, there's a lot to talk about with regard to the San Francisco Giants. And unfortunately for Giants fans, for the eighth time in 9 years, we are not talking about October baseball. And instead, this year, we're talking about another big job hire.
Yeah, the Giants' recent history, we don't get playoffs, but we do get major job searches. So, I'll tell you what, Kerry, one of the two of us has recently spoken with Buster Posey. So maybe you should kick this off by telling us what you gleaned from the man who is leading this search.
Yeah, I wanted to respect his process and not ask too many prying questions because I also wanted to get good answers for the remainder of my interview with Buster Posey. But I did get 20 minutes with him on our new Section 415 podcast, the San Francisco Standard. And it seems to me, based on his answers, like familiarity with the person who will ultimately take the job is somewhat important to him. I asked him kind of a leading question and said, is it important to you to have a working relationship or at least a working knowledge of how this person operates? And he said, well, it's not a necessary component to the job description. It's not critical that this person has that, but yeah, sure, I'd like that. And I think that was a little bit of a giveaway. I think that he and Zach Manassian and other folks in the decision-making process will evaluate candidates from the outside. They'll evaluate people who they don't necessarily know as well. But I think at the end of the day, Buster and Zach are probably going to go with someone who they know fairly well already, or they have contacts who know these people very well already. So does that mean that Nick Hundley is absolutely the person for the job? Maybe. But could it also mean that someone who like Zach Manassian knows from his previous stops, like Ricky Weeks, the assistant coach for the Milwaukee Brewers, could he be on the radar? I think so. I think you could probably narrow the search down to the folks that they've come across in Major League Baseball. But the reality is, Roger, that actually doesn't narrow the search that much.
I mean, I have, I've been a hiring manager. I've been through job hiring experiences. I will say two things I've always felt about interview processes. One, you should be as open-minded as possible because interviews are great places to learn things. They're great places to learn things about yourself, about kind of what's going on in the world that maybe you missed because you have tunnel vision on what you're doing, as well as about the people. And you should never ask questions and just listen to what you wanted to hear. You should always, listen with your whole ear, as they say. And the second thing is that working relationships, like all relationships, are things that will develop in time. You don't know these things on the first date. You have to wait, until you get deep into the relationship to really know how those things evolve. And it's about doing all the things that healthy organizations do, right? Like having good process in place. And but you have also, in addition to having just talked to Buster this week, you've covered him before. As a person, as a thinker, what have always been your impressions about how he views the world around him, how he takes in new knowledge? Like, without sitting in a room with him, what would you anticipate kind of his process as being like?
Yeah, I mean, I can say this now that I'm not trying to land a big interview with him. I'm not just buttering him up. I do really think he's one of the smartest people I've ever come across in Major League Baseball. And I always felt like when you would ask him a question and he would give an answer as a player, it would go one of two ways. If you asked him kind of a stupid question or a question that you yourself should know the answer to, he was going to point out that you should know the answer to it, but it was going to be subtle. What were you looking there in a 3-0 count when he's swinging and swinging away? Obviously, he was looking fastball if he got a 95-mile-an-hour fastball and hammered it over the fence. But if you asked him a deep question about someone's preparation or about the way that the game of baseball has evolved, say the
automatic runner on second base. That was an idea that was coming to fruition toward the end of his playing career. And it was an idea that he was in support of because he felt that teams would be back at full strength the following day and you wouldn't be exhausting your bullpen in a 17-inning game. And he'd seen games like that play out. And so all of that is a roundabout way of saying, I think that he takes in as much information as possible. He processes pretty quickly, but he also processes very deliberately. So he's not going to speak matter of fact. He's not just going to like give you an answer to give you an answer. He's going to genuinely think about the information that's presented to him, and he's going to try to learn as much as possible. So that's why I think the Giants could use this search as an opportunity to survey some of the better organizations and coaching staffs in Major League Baseball. You know, a few years ago, Roger, the Giants kind of obsessed with the Tampa Bay Rays. They wanted to learn as much as possible about the Tampa Bay Rays. And I think that this is a chance for Buster to bring in, say, a Ricky Weeks with the with the Brewers. Maybe they give a call to David Bell, who's up in the Blue Jays front office, just to hear how the Blue Jays won at home this year and use this as an expansive opportunity to learn more about what the most effective organizations in baseball are doing with assembling their brain trusts.
Yeah, and I would say too, I mean, particularly for somebody like Posey who is still, learning on the job, I'd be asking these people, like, what is the perception of the Giants in your organization?
Yeah.
What do people feel like we are doing well or doing poorly, or what our direction is? I would kind of want to get a sense of the room in that way as well.
Yeah, I think that that's a really smart way to think about it, because if you're the Giants, you're a team that's missed the playoffs in 8 of the last 9 seasons. You're a team that has spent a lot of money while missing the playoffs in 8 of the last 9 seasons. You need to see what other organizations think is failing you. And I know that when Farhan Zaidi was hired, the Dodgers had a lot of ideas about what was failing the Giants, and Farhan was excited to tackle some of those problems that, he never really said this on the record, but I know that he had conversations with people. And I was involved in some of these to where he said, we talked a lot about decisions the Giants made, whether we wanted to admit it or not. He didn't go into the minutia of those conversations and share specific details about what he thought, the Giants definitely got this wrong, but the Giants occupied a lot of space in the minds of the Dodgers front office back then, even if they weren't doing well. And you'd have to imagine that a team like the Giants that's spending money and not winning at a high rate is kind of a red flag for other organizations that are trying to spend money and avoid the pitfalls that have come in San Francisco.
Yeah, and that's actually fairly common. Like, organizations talk about each other a lot. I mean, people in baseball like to talk baseball, and they definitely keep tabs on everything that's going and their rivals. One of the things that you touched on there, I think is really important is, we're all focusing on who the person's going to be, but I actually think the staff, how the staff is going to function, is what is really important here. Obviously, the manager sets the tone, but Posey has made some comments recently that make you think he's thinking pretty holistically about how he wants his staff to function. And you kind of get the impression that he's thinking about that staff that he ended his career with, in terms of the way they were able to coach their players up, the level of preparation they had, the lines of communication. I get the impression that he's looking at the whole picture, not just the front man here.
I absolutely get that. And the staff is just as, if not more important than the person who's ultimately chosen as the manager. And I think, this is an opportunity for Posey to look at staffs around Major League Baseball and find people who think creatively, because that 2021 staff that Gabe Kapler assembled, he was obviously the National League Manager of the Year, and then 2 years later is out of a job in San Francisco. But it has to be one of the most interesting staffs that we've seen in the last decade in the major leagues. I mean, they had a hitting coach in Donnie Ecker, who 5 years before that was the head coach at Los Gatos High School. They had an infield and bench coach in Kai Correa, who'd never worked the bench in a major league dugout and had come from Northern Colorado University before being a roving instructor in the Guardians organization. I mean, they had people from such a distinctive variety of backgrounds come together, coalesce, and help coax tremendous seasons out of Buster himself, Brandon Crawford, and Brandon Belt. And I think, like, they would be making a mistake if they weren't looking at even just bringing Andrew Bailey in for an interview as the manager because of what he's done with that Boston pitching staff and what he did with the Giants pitching staff. It doesn't mean that Bailey would be a great manager, but it does mean that he's figured something out from the maniacal, detail-oriented process that Buster talked about. That's critical. So it wouldn't shock me at all if they went with someone who Buster's very comfortable with as a former player and a catcher as the manager, and then some traditional coaches, but also maybe some non-traditional coaches on this staff, some folks who maybe don't fit the traditional mold of what you've seen in the dugout before because of what you mentioned, Roger, in the success that Buster saw late in his career and how the game has evolved over the past 10, 15 years since he first came into it.
And I would take it a little further than that too. I know you talked to him a little bit about how he viewed player development. When Farhan Zaidi came in, and well, obviously Gabe Kapler assembled that large staff, and that was a cause célèbre bid. And I know some people in ownership were maybe not that happy with how many people they were paying. But throughout the organization, there was an expansion of jobs, and you had, Bannister brought in as the pitching coordinator, whatever. So you had the biokinesis kind of pitching. There were a lot more roles kind of in the organization for a little while, and some of that's been scaled back. And I don't know if it's been helpful to the organization necessarily to have fewer people kind of helping fix this issue. That's, the number one thing probably in the organization. They should think about adding more minds, adding more brain power to this organization at all levels as sort of part of rethinking who they are.
Well, I was going to ask from your perspective. I mean, you've been out at AA Richmond games for a long time now. Have you noticed a difference in the last couple of years of maybe less people out there, less minds from the Giants organization, less people checking in on what's happening at the AA level, or is it relatively stagnant?
Yeah, I would say rovers, coordinators, things like that. Is mostly level, is mostly the same. There are a couple places where they cut back on coordinators a couple years ago, but I'll tell you one interesting change they made this year. And I don't want to make too much of this, but because it's connected to the whole thing about the analysts taking over, Murph's room.
Yes.
For several years now, they've had a data analyst on all the minor league coaching staffs. I forget what associate analyst or something like that. Last year, they made a change to that, and they still had the head count, but instead of being part of the coaching staffs at the individual levels, they were all coalesced back in Scottsdale at Papago. And I think it was trying to streamline communication. So they'd send their stuff to the coaching staff, the coaches would go to the players, which you can certainly make an argument for. But there is also a message in, the physical placement of things, right? Which, you don't have to read too far into for people to get that point. So that was one thing I noticed last year, and I wonder if they're going to keep that in the coming year.
Yeah, that is really interesting to me because I think that one of my main takeaways from my conversation with Buster is he wants to have a hand in everything and an understanding of everything, but he doesn't want to micromanage. He wants people to have the freedom to do their jobs. And I think he wants coaches to have the freedom to build relationships with players where they are giving information that players can see as valuable and use at their discretion, and coaches can determine how much information you're giving to an individual player, but maybe removing that extra presence who's not in uniform but is traveling with the team, who's got like this new age role. Maybe there is something to that in terms of the future on the farm.
I mean, I don't think there's like most things, I don't think there's a right solution. It's just trying to find the recipe that kind of clicks for you, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, let me ask you this. I'm not sure how to put this, but do you have like somebody you'd like to see them hire? Do you care that much about where they go, or do you focus more on sort of how all the pieces are fitting?
It's interesting because I've gone back and forth on this specific question the last couple of days, and I understand the inclination to want to hire a former major league catcher and someone who Buster can relate to. someone who Buster can relate to, and someone who did spend each and every day preparing more than their own teammates. So they understand that as the manager, they're setting the tone and preparing more than the rest of their coaches for the game at hand that day. At the same time, I just find it hard to ignore what Andrew Bailey did in Boston and what Andrew Bailey did in San Francisco, and how even keeled of a personality Andrew Bailey is. And I haven't seen his name out there as a candidate. And I wonder if they've checked in and he's just totally fine staying on the East Coast. And, that's where his family is. He's got young kids. I think that could very well be a possibility. And maybe I'm just overstating Andrew Bailey's value in Major League Baseball. Maybe I'm just his biggest proponent and no one else sees this. But I mean, this is a guy who transformed Logan Webb at the major league level. Webb always had the equipment to be great, but it came to fruition under Bailey's lead as the pitching coach for the San Francisco Giants. Kevin Gossman, before he signed a 9-figure deal, was pitching out of the Cincinnati Reds bullpen after being DFA'd by the Atlanta Braves. Yeah. Alex Cobb couldn't stay healthy. The guy could not stay healthy. And for the first time in a decade, he stayed healthy. Anthony DeSclafani was practically an all-star with the San Francisco Giants. Like, you see what the Red Sox did with a no-name bullpen this year. The one name in it, Aroldis Chapman, had the best season of his career at 37. How is that not someone that you want in the door right now? Like, to me, there should be conversations happening.
It is an interesting. I hadn't thought of his name, but mostly because of how his move in the first place to Boston seemed to be about going back east, so he'd be near his family. So I don't know how interested he is, but you're right. They should bring him in because he is a fascinating mind. I will say I was texting with somebody this afternoon who works and knows Nick Hundley well, and it had just really raved about him as a person. Yeah. I do think one thing that's interesting about Hundley that kind of nobody else offers is this issue of having spent the last year as with Skip Schumacher, sort of, sitting around waiting for opportunities. I don't think Hundley's been waiting for an opportunity. Schumacher's been waiting for this opportunity to come. But this is a guy who's considered to be the best manager prospect in the game. And I'm going to assume these two guys spent a lot of time together in the last year. They have very similar job titles. They were probably hanging out talking baseball a lot, and Hundley could spend the year picking Shoemaker's mind. That's a kind of interesting angle to his resume that I think no one else kind of offers. Just a year to kind of like bounce thoughts off one of the guys who's considered the best manager in waiting in the industry.
Yeah, and if you're going to go with someone who has no major league experience as a manager and hasn't really worked, in the dugout on a day-to-day basis in that capacity, Nick Hundley feels like the odds-on favorite to be that person. Andrew Baggerly had the great report in The Athletic. I think it was either late Tuesday or early Wednesday about kind of how Posey and Hundley viewed one another as teammates and how Hundley was as prepared as anyone. And I remember covering that on a day-to-day basis where, Roger, I'm telling you, I would be in the clubhouse and it was Buster's day to start. And it was Buster's day to go get the pitcher ready. And he's sitting there with Johnny Cueto. And you've got Nick Hundley like sweating and pouring over pitching reports and preparing as if like Buster could get the flu at any minute. And I really haven't seen that from any other player. And it's just one of those things like stands out to you. Like, this is a lasting memory of this guy. Like, my lasting memory of Stephen Vogt was how available he was to everyone after a loss, and not just reporters, but teammates, to his manager, to the training staff, to the PR staff. After a tough loss, Stephen Vogt stood there and he was not going to be allowing that defeat to get him down. He was not going to let that dictate the mood of the moment. And it was just so obvious to everyone. Stephen Vogt had what it took to be a major league manager. But right behind him, in terms of the players that I covered, was Nick Hundley. And it was that temperament. And so to know that he spent the year with Skip Schumacher and to know that he's held these wide variety of roles around Major League Baseball since his retirement, I think if he is the guy, you have to feel pretty comfortable in terms of no experience. But I wonder, from your perspective, if he's the guy, do you need a former manager as your bench coach?
I always liked the get the old grizzled dude bench coach idea. I just remember Zimmer forever being, Tory's bench coach. The guy who's seen every permutation of baseball that can ever be made sitting there behind you, which would lead to somebody like Ron Wotus maybe. And yet, as you mentioned, Kai Correa was as someone who always impressed me as a bench coach because you just knew because he's watching videos on major league rule books while he's brushing his teeth in the morning, that nothing was going to escape him. He was never going to be at a loss for anything. So I wouldn't put anybody in a box for sure. As someone who did cover players, I'll go back to your Andrew Bailey. Do you believe in the myth or whatever that good pitchers don't make good managers? Because it is such a rare thing to see successful managers who were pitchers.
Yeah. I mean, I get it. It's not quite as drastic as saying in the NFL, like a kicker can't be the head coach. But
punter, head coach, punter.
But I do think some of it has to come down to the fact that for the most part, pitchers are not engaged 162 days of the season. And as a manager, you have to be more than engaged. Like every single inning has to matter to you. You have to be thinking about someone's usage 2 days from now as you're getting a guy loose in the bullpen. And so I just don't know that pitchers spend their 20s and 30s preparing for the life of a manager that comes in your 40s nowadays for so many of these guys. And that's why I think like Andrew Bailey clearly thinks about the game in a different way than a lot of other pitchers, but it doesn't surprise me all that much that we don't hear pitchers bandied about more. And I think like if you're going to consider another position, it's probably shortstop or probably center field. Like these guys who really care deeply about every pitch on a nightly basis, they're the only ones who are trained up for this kind of a job, you know?
Well, I mean, the other thing, and this is just kind of an outsider speaking, but there's a degree to which pitchers' process is very insular. You don't talk to the pitcher on a starting day because he's going through everything in his mind. Their whole preparation process is within themselves more than other players who, just by the nature of positions need to be interacting. Middle infielders really need to know where each other are. Communication on the field is very important between players. Catchers obviously see it all, but pitchers are kind of their own thing. They're in their own space in a way that you kind of do understand that, I think.
Yeah. It's different. It is different. And, it is kind of fun to think about, though. This is something that's gotten kind of the wheels turning in my head a little bit more than I anticipated. Did I overstate Andrew Bailey? Because he's like, obviously, pitching coaches are a lot of former pitchers, and they have to think about the game every single pitch, and they have to think about, spreading out their staff and making sure they can cover 9 innings for all 3 games of the series. So I don't know. I need to get back to you with some deeper thoughts on this. Can you even say that on a show like this?
Sure. What, deep thoughts? I don't know that we have very many of them.
Yes. Say that I'm going to come back to you in 2 weeks.
Okay. Next show, deep thoughts. We are ready for it. How long do you get a sense the process is gonna take?
Well, I think there's two schools of thought that I have. One, if they love Nick Hundley and it's him, could be done very quickly. But 2, if they want to go the route that I think they should go, which is surveying as many people from as many different organizations as possible, you have to wait out the playoffs. As uncomfortable as that might make you, and other teams are searching for managers right now and they could scoop someone up. I still think that if you make it clear to someone like, hey, you're our pole position person, but we have to do our due diligence, the allure of working with Buster Posey is pretty strong. Like if you're considering the 29 other president of baseball operations out there that you could be working under, and you're a former player, chances are Buster's going to win out in this regard. I think it's one of the reasons that they were able to sign Justin Verlander last year. I don't know that other West Coast teams could have done that, but I think Verlander felt very strongly that the organization with
at the time, Bob Melvin and Buster Posey making the decisions, was going to have his best interest at heart. And I don't know that, he would have been willing to pitch on the West Coast otherwise. And I think that with Buster in charge, pretty much every coach and manager prospect out there who's eyeing a position with the San Francisco Giants or another organization is going to say, this might be the best situation I can find for myself. And so I kind of hope that Buster uses this opportunity to bring in 40 different people, interview 10 to 12 formally, and say, hey, you're an assistant pitching coach for the Blue Jays. As soon as you're out of the playoffs, we want to consider you for a pitching coach job with the San Francisco Giants. No, we don't know who our manager is, but we're going to bring you in and talk to you.
Yeah, absolutely. And I guess I haven't said this, but I'll say this now. I do hope they hire somebody from somewhere else, from some other team, somebody who's coming with a different perspective. We know, the two real major hires that Posey has made so far were both people already in the organization. And I think this is an organization that needs some fresh blood, some fresh ideas. And the more, as you say, coaches, managers, all these people they can collect from other organizations who've been seeing things a different way, the more perspectives you can kind of bring in, the better, as far as I'm concerned.
This was going to lead me to another question. So let's say the Giants are filling out the coaching staff, and regardless of who the manager is, Buster's getting a lot of calls from former teammates who maybe don't have experience, but they are trying to convince him that they can do the job. Are you excited by the idea of bringing back some forever Giants to fill out the coaching staff, or you kind of felt like the Giants have cycled through that already and they need to go elsewhere?
I would definitely be looking elsewhere. I mean, I am a person who loves Forever Giants. I'm very nostalgic. And also, I know in the coaching staff, there, Travis Ishikawa is a really well regarded coach. Dan Runzler is an extremely thoughtful guy. So It's not like you can't put these two things together. But I do think that new blood is in order for this organization. And I also think this is now going to be Buster Posey's organization. He is choosing who he wants to run his on-field team. We're going to get the first real sense of kind of what Buster Posey Giants are when this coaching staff is in place. And, it's important to be casting a wide net here.
Yeah. I'm of the belief that they've probably got enough former Giants in the pipeline right now. Like if you want to bring on Dan Runzler and bring him up, I'm good with that. If you want to bring Travis Ishikawa up from working in the minor leagues, I'm good with that. I don't know that it's the best idea to bring in former players to the major league level immediately. Like, I think if these guys really want a job in Buster's regime, and for good reason, there's a lot of pros to working for the Giants and working in baseball. If that's your skill set, go put your time in Eugene. Go put your time in Richmond. Like, go put your time in the Arizona Complex League, where, by the way, I don't know if you caught this, Roger, but I said someone they've got to keep in the organization this offseason is Jacob Hayward. They've got to be working Jacob Hayward up through the organization.
I did not catch that, but you are absolutely right. I listed him as one of the top prospects on the ACL Giants team because I absolutely believe Jacob Hayward has a major league future at some point. And I'll tell you something else. Here's a sneaky one. His pitching coach, Louis Pino, who really did amazing work with a lot of guys on that staff this year. I keep hearing people talk about him, so he's a guy to keep in mind.
All right, that will do it for our conversation with Roger Munter. On the other side, we're going to wrap things up this evening with another interview. My friend Michael Loganov, who covers the NBA, an analyst covering the Golden State Warriors. I hear him on Locked On Warriors all the time. He's going to drop by and share some wisdom about this 2025-2026 Warriors team that's in action tonight over at Chase Center, taking on the Trailblazers. So, looking forward for the second consecutive night to wrapping up the show, talking about the Golden State Warriors in this upcoming season, right here on KNBR, the sports leader.
Dub Nation, dial the digits and dive in. 415-808-KNBR. Sports Phone KNBR continues right here and on the all-new KNBR app.
We are back here on Sports Phone KNBR. Kerry Crowley wrapping up the show with you this evening, rolling until 9 o'clock. And once again, second consecutive night, we're going to end things with a conversation about the Golden State Warriors. But after you listen to my soliloquy, rant, whatever you would like to call it, on Tuesday evening, we're going to have a far more esteemed conversation here with a far more established guest. It's our friend returning from last season, Michael Loganov. You hear him on a wide variety of podcasts, including Locked On Dubs. Michael, how are you this evening?
Gary, I'm doing fantastic. It's good to be back. We have the Niners in season, but most importantly, we got the Dubs in preseason, and I'm excited to break some things down for you.
Yeah, very much excited to have this conversation. Warriors in action right now over at Chase Center, but we don't need to focus on the game at hand. We need to focus on the big picture. What's possible, what's realistic for the Warriors this season. I was breaking this down with listeners last night at the end of the show, and I said, I think there's so many negative feelings among Warriors fans right now because of the way that the Jonathan Kuminga negotiation played out. But if you're able to step back and look at this roster and look at what's actually possible for this team this season, I think they're in a pretty good position. I think they've actually got a lot more depth than maybe they've had in recent seasons. And I'm feeling very optimistic myself about this squad.
100%, Kerry. This team is built to compete in the playoffs. I think the one aspect of the team that will have people concerned will be the age of the team. People have been calling them affectionately the Olden State Warriors, not the Golden State Warriors. But with that being said, I think the offseason acquisitions and the retention of Kuminga does a few things for the Warriors. Having Al Horford come in, I think that gives us not only the ability, gives the Warriors not only the ability to rest Draymond and not have him play big man all the time. I think that also enables just having a stronger back line and having Al Horford there, being able to rotate even in that first preseason game. You saw him at the level of the screen, being able to really contain, recover, allow that defender to get over the screen and fight while also still keeping the play in front of him. And so Al Horford brings such an interesting dynamic on the defensive end. Last year, the Warriors, once Jimmy Butler joined the team, were one of the best defenses in the NBA. But equally, what Al Horford brings on the offensive side of the ball is the ability to stretch the floor from that center position, which is a very, very rare commodity to find in this day and age, and is something now tying in the Jonathan situation makes it interesting to think about the different lineup combinations, because if you're pulling a big man out from under the hoop, you're opening up driving lanes, you're giving Jonathan the ability to attack in space, potentially attack closeouts, to use that athleticism and use that speed to slash and get to the rim and apply pressure in the paint. And so I think the Warriors will be looking to give Jonathan those opportunities, while also a lot of the comments that Steve Kerr's been making over the course of the offseason, even during a little bit after the media tour of some members of Kuminga's camp and after contracts were signed, but talking about what Jonathan can do to get on the floor. And so that's not only, attacking on offense when he has the opportunity, but playing within the Warriors system. And I think the acquisitions of Al Horford, of DeAnthony Melton once he joins the team again, and frankly, even to Seth Curry if he needs to step on the court in that backup guard spot, if we have to kind of start going deeper into the bench, it'll be an interesting opportunity to see how Jonathan can really adjust.
Yeah, it's very well said. And one of the things that strikes me about the acquisition of Al Horford is really thinking about the Warriors lineup, the starting lineup, and watching what this team did after Jimmy Butler was acquired last year, Michael, because I remember being struck by how well Jimmy Butler saw the floor. It was almost as if I was watching an NFL quarterback playing offense and picking his spots with where he wanted to direct the ball. And it feels to me like Al Horford, while obviously playing a very different position, having a different skill set than Jimmy Butler, it feels to me like he has some of that vision at the center position. And I wonder how you think that's going to manifest itself when all of these guys are on the court together.
When they're all on the court together, you're going to be seeing very, very high IQ hoops, Kerry. I mean, with the combination of Steph, Jimmy, Draymond too, Draymond's one of the best passing forwards in the NBA. He has great court vision as well. Al Horford out there too. I mean, all those guys have such high IQs that what it does is it's a floor raiser over the course of an NBA season. You're not going to have those painful mistakes, even on defense too, being able to rotate through actions, to be able to have someone who can, be able to save the back line if someone does get beat. And instead of having Draymond, who's 6'5", 6'6", yes, Al Horford might be 39, but he's also 6'9", which is a little bit bigger than Draymond. So you get a little bit more size on the back end there. And I think that's really where you're going to see this playmaking shine from this team, is going to be on the defensive end. If you look at right now having Moses Moody as really that kind of point of attack defender, we saw him, really playing with some intensity and competing on the defensive end in that first preseason game.
Yeah.
It's been exciting to see what he's been doing tonight as well. But if you think about having Jimmy, Draymond, and Al Horford on the back line of your defense, those aren't just great one-on-one defenders, but they're great schematic defenders, and they're all defensive playmakers. So I think you're going to be seeing Jimmy being able to kind of pick off some passes and start fast breaks, which we would love to see if Jonathan's on the floor with him, to get out and run that open lane and get that easy two. But having all those guys on the floor together, I mean, the IQ is just going to be through the roof, and I can't wait to watch the old guys walk into some gyms and just battle for a good 48.
Michael Loggett, joining us, NBA analyst. He covers the Golden State Warriors. You hear him on a wide variety of podcasts. You also heard him a bunch last season on Sports Phone KNBR with us here. Michael, I think it's interesting to consider this Warriors roster, not just because of the group that you mentioned and discussed in the elder superstars of this team. The been there, done that guys of Steph Curry, Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green, and now you add Al Horford, a title-winning center, to that mix, but also kind of the second line players for this squad. And, take Kuminga's name out of the equation for a moment here. If there's one player who makes a significant leap in terms of his skill set, contributions this year, who can really take this team to the next level, who among the second unit guys do you kind of peg as that player?
I'm looking for jumps from Brandon Pajemski and Moses Moody.
Yeah.
Those are the two guys that I'm looking for jumps for. I think Brandon needs to start developing more consistency in his ability to attack and create. And you can see it in your mind's eye, Carey, the amount of times that Brandon would break a guy off the dribble or come off the screen. He'd get downhill. Then he'd almost get too far downhill, and he'd get into the trees and the forest around the hoop and wouldn't necessarily want to shoot a tough shot or shoot a floater or try and go up for a contested layup over a 7-footer. So we'd kind of get stuck in a pivot motion and just looking to kick out the ball when he has it there on the block. And so what I'm looking for out of Brandon this year is to see him potentially, turn that corner and eliminate space to create space, get into his defender, maybe hit a little step back jumper around the free throw line or free throw line extended. Maybe if he's getting a little bit deeper, looking for consistency in a floater game. And, he even talked about this during his draft combine, but he wants to model his game off of Jalen Brunson. And while, to some, that might sound like quite the, what's the word I'm looking for?
Probably quite the reach.
Quite the reach, the hyperbolic comparison. But if you look at where Brandon is in his progression, and you look at the stats that Jalen Brunson was putting up in Dallas, it's really not that far off. And frankly, through his first 2 years, Brandon has exceeded the numbers that Jalen was putting up. So if we see him to start modeling his game a little more consistently in the mid range off of Brunson, that will bring in a whole entirely different dynamic. And then also Moses Moody, if he can really step into his role, and granted, I think both of us were a little bit critical of Moody at the end of the postseason there because he couldn't hit a shot. But it turns out he couldn't hit a shot because he had an injury in the ligament of his shooting wrist. Yeah, correct. And Carey, it's kind of tough to shoot a jump shot when you have an injury in the ligament on your shooting hand. So I'll give him the benefit of the doubt on that one. But we saw in that Lakers game his ability to knock down threes consistently, and if Moses Moody can be a reliable 3-and-D player, truly reliable with hitting that shot consistently from a 40% or above clip for the Warriors, that entirely changes the dynamic of what the Warriors have in their roster composition. So if those two guys in the second unit, and Moses will probably start the season as the starting shooting guard, I think that would really, really raise the floor for the Warriors this season.
Yeah, it's very interesting to think about. And as we talk about this Warriors roster, I am pretty confident that they have the guard depth to get through 82 games. My question is, Like, what is the big man depth like? Because we know Al Horford isn't playing back-to-backs at this stage of his career. We know that Steve Kerr really doesn't want to tax Draymond Green at the center position as much as he has in recent years. So is Quentin Post capable of stepping up and playing better defense this season? We know that he can knock down shots, but can he play better defense? Is Trace Jackson Davis a factor in this Warriors rotation? Like, legitimately, Michael, how deep do they go with this rotation on a nightly basis? Do they need to go 12, 13 deep because of the age factor on this team?
I think 12 and 13, I don't know if they'll go 12 to 13 deep, but the depth is definitely encouraging. And frankly, I think one of the things that's really exciting about having Al on the team is the fact that, I mean, Al Horford was never a high flyer or an incredible athlete at the center position, right? You know, you would never think of Al Horford and think of JaVale McGee's vertical leaping ability, right? That's not what comes to mind to me, at least, Carrie. And so when I think about what's exciting having Al in the locker room is also being able to mentor Quentin Post.
Yeah.
Because Quentin has shown an ability to really compete. I mean, watching that guy battle for a rebound or, you know, get an offensive rebound and put a dunk down or put a layup and getting a foul and an and one, you see how fired up he gets. And he's not afraid to shoot. He's not afraid to compete. And I think that's really encouraging. But where Quentin really has struggled is on the defensive side of the ball with his foot speed. That can, you know, you can only do so much to improve that from an athleticism standpoint or explosiveness standpoint, plyos, etc. But equally, having Al there to help him see how you go about that positionally on a rotation, how you manage that with understanding distance from the man that you're guarding on ball and being able to contest a shot with your length and your height. And so that's going to be some of the areas where I think we'll see improvement from Quentin, thanks to having Al in the locker room. And then for TJD as well, I mean, I think he said last season he came in, you know, 15 to 20 pounds heavier than he is now. And I think having him lose that weight will bring that speed and athleticism. Because, I mean, we saw him dunk on Wemby before. We saw him meet Jaylen Brown at the rim. And then last year, that kind of fell off a little bit, you know? And so it'll be exciting to see how he can influence the game with his verticality and how he feels and his ability to really endure and persevere throughout the course of an 82 game season, because he is going to be getting minutes and he needs to be getting minutes to preserve Al and Draymond.
Couple more from Michael Loganoff here on Sports Phone KNBR before we let you go and sign off for the evening, Michael. I just wonder, you know, the big discussion around the Warriors right now is, you know, how this aging old team is going to survive in this gauntlet of a Western Conference. And yet you look up and projections have them around 46, 47 wins. And I think, you know, as we talk about this team, we both feel pretty confident that they can at least meet expectations, if not exceed expectations. How do you think they stack up compared to other Western Conference teams this year? And do you think that that win total is realistic, while understanding that there are going to be nights when, look, Al's not on the floor, Jimmy's not on the floor, Steph's not on the floor, and they've still got to endure in this difficult schedule that they play?
So I think if we're doing an over-under here, Carrie, I'm putting it at 52 for the Warriors this season.
Last year, you're more optimistic than I am right now.
Yeah, I would say 52 games is a realistic. That's assuming health, right? Assuming health, 52. If you look at the clip that they, with the amount of games that they won last year once Jimmy came to the equation, that would actually put them, if I recall correctly, at a 63 win pace over the course of an 82 game season. I think the days of the Warriors winning 60 plus games are done. But that being said, I think 52 is actually attainable. And then if we think about, you know, how they're going to kind of come out the gates this season, I think the Warriors are approaching this year with wanting to. I mean, I even think tonight the starters are going to be logging more minutes than they did against the Lakers over the weekend. I think they really want to use this as an opportunity to test rotations, get guys burned, get the vets ready to play. I think they're going to come out the gates hot. They're going to be competing through those first 20 games to try and give themselves the opportunity to really be able to rest people down the line, to avoid having to play the vets on back-to-backs. But I really think that 44.5, which is I think where Vegas has them, or ESPN Bet, whichever one it is, I think that is really understating the ability of this team to compete over the course of an 82 game season. I think this team has what it takes to compete. I think looking at the Western Conference on the whole, you probably have OKC and Denver on the tier of their own up top. The moves that Denver made this offseason were incredible. It's going to be really interesting to see how Jokic can leverage those new pieces and some returners like a Bruce Brown. But if you look at this next class of teams, whether that's the Timberwolves, the Lakers, the Clippers, the Warriors, and kind of that, call it 3 to 6 seed area, I think that's where the Warriors need to strive to finish the season, ideally a top 4 seed to get a little bit of home court advantage, and certainly not in the plan to give themselves the extra rest, because you even go back to last season and think, well, hey, if the Warriors, wouldn't have dropped a couple of those games that they should have won, for example, to the 76ers out in Philly, then they're not in the play-in, and then Steph gets an extra few days of rest, and then you think, does that hammy hold up and do they make a run? And so I think the Warriors are going to take this very seriously at the start of the season to give themselves some buffer. I think they're going to win at least 52 games, Carrie. And I think that they're going to finish as a top 4 seed in the West if everyone stays healthy. And I think, people are going to say, well, Michael, you're crazy. What about the Houston Rockets? And I'm going to say, well, they're not even, in my mind, a real contender now because they don't have a point guard. Wow. And with Fred VanVleet going down, I think that puts them more into the play-in space. I'm worried about Wemby down in San Antonio as well. I don't know if you saw the reports, but he is no longer 7'3". He is 7'5". So I think the Spurs are starting to arrive. But with Steph, Jimmy, Draymond, Al, and everybody else and the whole crew, I think the Warriors have a fighting chance in this Western Conference, and I expect them to come out the gates hot.
Very well said. Michael Loganoff, one last one for you. Our NBA analyst here on Sports Phone KNBR, our Golden State Warriors analyst as well, will join us throughout the course of this season. You just talked how optimistic you are and how a top 4 seed is well within reach, and how, some teams that many people view like the Houston Rockets as a contender maybe aren't contenders. I don't necessarily think that the Warriors need to do anything other than finish as a top 6 seed, because as long as they avoid the play-in, I think they'll be resting. This is not like, you can't say to me that Steph Curry, Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green, Al Horford can't go on the road and win in the playoffs. Like, I think this team, more so than maybe any other roster we've seen in recent years, is well equipped to go into a hostile environment and win some playoff games.
100%. I mean, even you look at, they beat the 2 seed last year in the playoffs and the Rockets. If Steph doesn't go down, they probably beat the Timberwolves. And then you're matched up against the Thunder, and the Thunder were clearly the best team in the NBA last year. They won the championship, but the Warriors have proved an ability to compete well with the Thunder. And I think even last year, I think we picked up 2 games from them. So yeah. I think this, and while the Thunder will have improvements from Chet and Jalen and probably SGA too, there's something about saying Steph Curry, Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green, Al Horford, and everyone in between. You're gonna have a tough time taking that team down in 7 games.
Yeah, it's great analysis, and we're gonna have it all season long here on KNBR. Michael Loganoff, NBA analyst. He talks about the Golden State Warriors on a variety of podcasts and makes special appearances on our show as well. Michael, can't wait to do this throughout the course of this season. Can't wait to have you back on here.
Can't wait to be back, Kerry. Always a pleasure.
All right, that will do it for Sports Phone KNBR this evening. I'm Kerry Crowley, signing off for the night. Be back with you next Tuesday evening. We have plenty more coming your way on KNBR over the course of the week. 49ers and Bucs, Sunday afternoon, 1:25 coming your way from Tampa. That is what everyone will be tuning into. And for now, we'll keep the Golden State Warriors conversation rolling on our next Sports Phone KNBR right here on The Sports Leader.
KNBR, The Sports Leader.